Necrotic energy. It's sapping my strength.
Silence can be very powerful, you know. Especially when it saves our lives. A rift. It's now or never. Inside!
That smell. What is it? Odd.
This is gonna be a rush.
What were you two talking about?
Whoever's reaching out to us truly does seem opposed to the Absolute, but wants us to embrace the tadpole. Venture right into the heart of the cult.
No. Either way, be careful. You never know what lengths someone might take to solve this little problem of ours.
Well, that was disgusting.
Looks like these plates on the floor can be turned.
Thank you, brother. I'll remember your help if I succeed. As will my lady. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Jurgle? I didn't think anyone worshipped the scribe of the dead.
Death, exile, or ceremorphosis. I'm sorry, Karlak. I wish there'd been better options open to you. But who knows? Perhaps they'll reveal themselves in time.
The adamantine forge. We heard of it from the Dweger.
It's almost like it's excited by something, drawn to it.
Right, better get to it.
That must be difficult. I'm sorry. But who knows what the future holds? Even Cazador might be toppled one night, given the right push.
It hurts.
Oh.
I can't let you do that.
I suspected there was something to be found, but this... The Gauntlet of Shah. I can scarcely believe my own eyes.
We need to find that spear. Let's see what's on offer. You've a habit of saying all the right things. Either you're very glib or we're kindred spirits. My. Some bard could write a stirring love poem about you two. Or a lewd tavern ballad, perhaps. That's the symbol of the Absolute. Marked in blood.
Though I'm still finding sand in my hair. I wonder what the others will think of that.
Another trial. I should do this one as well.
It seems to be the perfect night to spend a little time together. Just you and I. Assuming you haven't changed your mind, of course.
But if that comes into doubt, I'll kill you. Sleep well. Faccio voco fere!
Everyone's frightened of something. My fear's hardly irrational when you see the fangs on those things.
It's nothing. Trust me. Interesting choice of camp we have here, isn't it? Peaceful. No. The artifact stays with me. And I'll do whatever's necessary to protect it, if I can't make you see reason. Stupefaccio! That cowl looks fit for a wizard. Gale will want to get his hands on it.
And at the risk of sounding boastful, I think we have plenty to celebrate. Lady Shah's entire church prospers. The Absolute washed the Sword Coast with blood and tears. It is now fertile ground for her message to flourish. Father's making himself useful, helping me fix up the cottage and caring for the animals. His wolf form is very useful in helping Buttons to acclimatize. I think part of him wishes I'd ended up as a lycanthrope as well.
And not every skill that the Dark Lady asks of her followers can be taught in the shadows. Some can only be mastered on the streets, in daylight, amidst crowds. Mouthier than an ass, twice as full of shite. I would never. I can't tell what I don't know. Shah willed it, so I obeyed. He's tottering. Another drink might knock him out. Resacchio.
Well, seeing as you asked so politely.
More vile idolatry. Makes my stomach turn. You! Get me out of this damn thing!
Pigeon feathers, but no bird to go along with them. Sorry. I found that happiness is an active thing. You have to fight for it every day like you would a battle. I won't give her the satisfaction ever again.
What happened was my dagger finding the back of her throat. Don't make a fuss, Selûnite. We may be at odds, but I have more important concerns than you right now.
More than remember it. I think I did it.
I mean, desperate people. Like those refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove. No surprises that there's danger ahead, but we're getting closer. Perhaps we should seek out near while we can, though. No surprises that there's danger ahead, but at least we're getting closer. Leave near to rot. We should press on. I can very easily imagine I needed somewhere to escape to, if I was to survive. No mercy. When the chance arises, I must speak to Nightsong again. Whatever she claims to know, it may just help me make sense of everything. Might as well take a look. What the hells are those things? Vocoflagella! Sensible. That said, you're the likeliest ally I've encountered so far. Perhaps we should stay together. It's a beautiful night. I think I'll stay up to enjoy it while I still can. Rest well. The artifact. That's what you want to hear about, isn't it? Last night was perfect. Almost perfect.
I am glad I could escape my duties for tonight. The Dark Lady's crusade is all-consuming.
Are they all like this?
A pity, yes. But also for the best, perhaps. It would have pained me to have you close, but not be able to dedicate myself to you in every waking moment.
I'd like room for animals. Lots of them. All shapes and sizes, so long as they appreciate a warm fire and more affection than they know what to do with. Selûnite presence here is an affront to Lady Shah. But this is not the time to do anything about it. We have bigger concerns. It's gone. I felt so strong. Where did that come from? Dissolve. I think I know what you mean. There's an undeniable rapport, and yet we haven't made time for each other. Time alone. This'll help. But we made our choices, and must live with what we have, and what we've lost. I'm glad. Provided we survive, there's plenty of nights yet to come. Who says you have to feel anything? Indeed. And what else might you be willing to do? Ah! Would you have joined up with him if you'd known he'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion? Gods, what is it? What now? That's all I remember. I'm sure. I trust you. I've tried already. Damn thing won't budge.
You can't force it that way! Try something else! Go look around! Anything! Please!
Get to the point. Prepare to die. Hold on. This is no coincidence, I'm sure of it. I need to keep an eye out for more signs. Learn more about the Justicier's presence in these lands. It could be important. Besides, Shadowheart still suits me. Even better than before, perhaps. You can't cast a shadow without some light. Cannot allow! This is my mistress's will, my life's purpose! I'm far beyond ogre ears. Use every advantage. All these bones. Seems there's been a grave robber at work here. And an artful one at that. Piles of bodies. Very old by the looks of them. You'll need to make some room for me first. Seems like you have ample company already. I'm surprised she still listens to you. It's done, Shadowheart. I can't believe I did that. Shah will disown me. Now I'm truly lost. Carrion's dead, and with his heart destroyed, he'll stay that way. Rather unsuccessfully, it has to be said. Carculus mortis. True soul. Absolute. What were they raving on about? If that Selûnite amulet is really god-touched, Gale will want to see it. Right. Now I need to add a greatsword, sickle, or a dagger. Another trial. Allow me, please. Tried to hide from the Marigorns. Not that it helped. Yet, it was just a reminder of who I truly serve. I am still loyal to Lady Shah, and she will still offer me protection from some of her power. Diore. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone. But don't be such a stranger, either, in future. You know where to find me. I can always make some time for an old friend. One of the privileges of being in charge. Please, we've got to get to light.
Scab-licking vagrant!
Bene curator! There. Is that worth your life? You've no flair for insults. Let's go, before I'm tempted to give you a lesson. No, I can't. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove? Lathander, god of the dawning sun. Fine. But don't take me for granted. Not my company, and certainly not my blood. Dimento te! You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly. But all things considered, you'll do. Let's hope we rapidly find a healer. Selûne symbols everywhere. Surely there can't be a Temple of Shah here. Veritas credo oculus! Real war devil horns. The book's undersold just how big they are. Stand down, Will. She's fiery, but no devil. That's all I know. That's all I need to know. I'd better do the talking. Secrecy is everything for Shah's children. It is our code, our creed, our shield. That's the last of Raphael. I'll be glad to no longer have to suffer his smug face. Honestly, my nerves are aflame. I'm almost home and Lady Shah's final test awaits. Thank you. I'm not sure I would have ever made it this far without you.
What do you get up to all day without us,
You did the right thing. All those deaths would have weighed you down. What? You haven't even attempted to peek. I'm a little offended. Moon Maiden's teachings. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol? Better go help that wretch.
Mutatis mutandis!
I'd trust this gasbag about as far as I can throw him, which isn't far. But perhaps better to play along, for now. They talk a great deal, but do very little, which may be for the best.
Why? Why won't you just open?
So many pods. Are they all infected?
Come on, stop slacking.
Ah! Are those specks of adamantine in this slag? Personally, I think finding this Halcyon is our best bet. His heart gave out. With a little magical push, I'll wager. Curious mask. What's it doing here? An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it. These tadpoles came from beneath the tower. If we use them, we'll deny the cultists of their power. Bring whoever leads you to speak to me. Then maybe you'll have a hope of survival. The tadpole, you mean? It's not that simple. Not anymore. The Night Singer herself has made her will known. She comes before all others. Assuming he's even still alive. Those boots look quite special. Something for you, perhaps, Gale? More a sign of the times, I suppose. A pleasure, as always.
Intactilissom!
Looks familiar. Did I play this once? Long ago? Lady Shah does not see mercy as a virtue. Even to simple creatures. A pixie. A rather quaint little find for a place like this.
Arredissimus! Vario!
He was interesting company, all things considered. Pretty, arrogant, and bitey. Like a cat. We'd better get warmed up then. Come on. Mind Flayer script. And it makes sense. Must be the tadpole acting as a translator. Should get some rest. I need to keep sharp. Shit. Hold tight, I'll help. Yet, I no longer follow those orders. Shah has abandoned me. The artifact is no longer my mission. Saving my family is. But better safe than sorry, I suppose. Shh, this'll make it better. An interesting tale for the grandchildren. If you survive to have any, that is. Blessed Night Singer, witness my adoration. If that was an attempt at flirting, I should let you know I prefer the strong, silent type.
Ad lapidem!
We can't just let Orin take one of our own, even if it's Lae'zel. We have to rescue her, or kill Gortash in order to win her freedom. Fine, I'll help. He was as noble in spirit as he was in bloodline. We're in his debt. Not if you enjoy having your head attached to your neck. She stole my family from me. She stole my life. Whatever reason she has isn't good enough.
No harm in taking a peek. I doubt this one's wits will be any sharper by then. I gave you chances. More than I should have. And you threw them in my face.
I could get lost in those arms.
The final sacrifice has been made. I am Lady Shah's right hand now. It has all been worth it. Every step, every trial, every drop of blood.
Friend in need. Mind your footing. The bones of the careless are probably littered down there.
Frange!
I've got your back.
Worse. But it passes quickly. Usually.
Don't forget our little agreement. As soon as things quiet down here...
Now's your chance, Dame Aylin! Most people seeking entry to the city will be refugees. I'd look wherever they're gathering.
Fine, but not for too long.
Good. Whatever happens to us, the Lich Queen must not take the artifact. Harsh. Not the family type, then, I take it.
Get out of my head at once!
Before we go, I wanted to thank you for freeing me aboard the Nautiloid. So, you're not in full control of your faculties? If you think it might happen again, warn me. I would hate to have to kill you.
Thou necrotic stump!
Well, what do we really know about them? Nobody's talking to you, flatface.
Tormentum!
May Lady Shah's darkness cloak you and shield you. You will find few friends in the light of day, but you can still count on me.
Well, this isn't enlightening. Another eye, same as in the goblin camp. Someone's watching from afar.
My name is Shadowheart!
I don't think I'll fit through there.
Not getting back in that thing.
It must take quite some brawn to wield a warhammer like that. I just hope he'll be receptive to us.
An illusion. There must be something worth being kept secret through there.
Lady Shah chose me also, but because of the blood I spilled, not what flows in my veins. You were born of murder itself. Perhaps your fate is out of your hands.
This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual. Eating and drinking your fill before sacrificing an innocent to Shah. I've missed these.
That blessing you accepted. Lady Shah won't like it, but I have to hope she'll understand it was a necessary evil. Ironic. She tried to cling to Lady Shah's good graces, but that just hastened her downfall. Curious disc. Looks Githyanki. Lae'zel may know more.
It's done for. And not a moment too soon. Wounds in need of closing.
Horribilissimos!
Free, but with the memory of what I've done. Don't ask me to kill my parents, please. I can't live with that.
A quick talk then.
Considering all we've been through, I think I was very lucky to find such favourable company. And attractive company too, no less.
Back on your feet.
I hope that dragon stays dead this time. The city is close now. My former peers will be watching, no doubt. Waiting for my return. You're nothing but a rabid beast! I have to stop you!
Actually, yes, you're right. Very intuitive. Clearly the devil was trying to sow doubt among us. Huh. Only if you lack foresight and imagination.
Can't you show me yourself?
You have a tadpole too. I'm the only one who lost her bloody mind.
That's one word for it, I suppose. You can turn around again.
Save it for when we're alone.
Perhaps next time we shouldn't poke the mysterious ox. What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
He was a lot of things, but he's gone now. Let's not stand here dwelling on it all night.
Hey, you!
Maybe. Or maybe I already liked night orchids and I chose that place because of them. Let's try this way.
I have hopes that perhaps she might turn from Shah entirely given time. But that's a decision she will have to make for herself. If that day comes, I'll be ready.
Nicely done. I hope you're intending to share. Where the hells are we?
So what are we to do now? We'd be fools to trust you, surely.
Surprised this hay hasn't gone up in flames yet.
Hold tight, I'll get you.
Much better. Now, off you go.
No. We've only just put everything behind us, won the chance to be together. It can't end like this. I won't let it.
Need a lot of propping up, don't you? Sword in the hat. Wonder whose? Poor wretches. A sorry end.
We've been walking around with a vampire all this time.
This'll make things interesting.
Quantico fake! You know, I had my suspicions, but I didn't want to act on them. And now it seems I won't have to.
Well, that's my appetite gone for a while. Magic-eating flowers as a light source. Ingenious.
See there. But if you want to see where this goes, I do as well.
Bloodied armor. Wonder why.
OBS!
For the best. Death is too good for it.
Another time, perhaps. Some undefined time in the far, distant future.
Perhaps I shouldn't expect the warmest of receptions when I return to my people. No doubt the Mother Superior seeks to cling to power.
Your body's a temple to an idiot god.
She may not be much of an asset, but I doubt she'll be a hindrance. Let her stay.
They won't stop coming. We have to press forward.
Well, now you can run away again, Gith. Keep back.
Fiat lux!
Oh, so murder or theft? They spoke of the absolute, same as that goblin Saza. Curious.
Oh, I'd hoped for a little more enthusiasm. Next time, perhaps. The Night Singer always needs more offerings.
Vita mortis cario!
A vampire in our midst this whole time. Just what we need.
Time to meet your maker. Hardly a conversation I'll relish.
Not my kin. Not any longer. Their past deeds are not my responsibility.
It's a hypothetical. At present, I have no particular need to kill a cat.
Faccio voco fere!
Ketherick Thorm had a daughter. I wonder what happened.
This place makes my skin crawl. Don't take anything for granted in here.
An ally in need.
The shadow curse persists. A shame we could not lift it. But we have to move on. For you, oh horned cheek!
A scrying eye. Better keep any mischief out of its view. Better than becoming a mind flayer, I suppose. Keep it, in case things start to go very wrong. Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
Of course I do. Everything sounds good when I say it.
I'm glad we can face them together. If we become Dark Justiciars, we'll have Lady Shah's highest blessing and her arsenal at our disposal. Let's explore.
I'll follow. But I think I want to stay here a little longer, firstly. This place isn't familiar, but it's peaceful.
The drink! It's turned necrotic!
So am I at times. But he's just a helpless pup. I don't think it was a coincidence when I found him in the woods. Far from it.
Perhaps. I can't speak to the qualities of Mistra, but I can certainly speak to those of her servant.
What's the matter with you? Has that tadpole scrambled your brain already? Yes, she must. I'll offer thanks to her in my prayers. And we should speak more later. Alone, ideally.
Vince qui petitor! Quiet!
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions. Anything to help.
Hostia minera! Plue!
There's something distinctly unsafe about these. Better kept out of little hands. Worth looking for another way in before this place is reduced to ashes.
Good.
Somewhere in the library there should be an image of my lady that we can shroud in darkness. The spear should reveal itself.
Coming from you, that's high praise. The continent ought to be flattered.
Everyone watch out! She's gone mad!
What can I do for you?
Fronte nulla fides!
Damn! By the 9 hells, it worked!
Quite the security measures here. This relic must be potent. Dead scholars. All their vaunted learning couldn't protect them.
High Hall. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends, my love.
Perhaps there's logic to it. Or perhaps they just don't care. Blood everywhere. Someone wasn't as fortunate in their choice of campsite as us.
Ugh!
What's that ghastly stench? I feel lightheaded.
I have to find my parents. They must be close.
I'll fix you up.
I know what you did. My parents. I felt everything they did. As you killed them.
On the move.
Let it stay forgotten.
Mean looks. Their eyes are sensitive. Light or fire is my friend. There must be a way to reverse what those tentacled freaks did.
I'm joking. Of course I want to know. Tell me all.
On my way.
If you wish, perhaps you can still come to see me now and again. I have a hidden place close to the cloister where night orchids bloom. If you ever wish to see me, go there.
That place in the distance. It's huge and dedicated to Lady Shah. It can only mean one thing. Dark Justiciars. I just know it.
I can feel you, idiot! Keep out of my skull or I'll break yours open.
Friends can't keep each other warm at night. But yes, it's good that we have each other.
Martem toem storm!
Looks like there's a shrine to Saluna over there.
What the? It's gone. The artifact. What have you done with it?
Defaced by the Absolute's lackeys.
Cowards.
Didn't take you for a percussionist.
Abandoned. Wonder why.
Precisely. We need someone who can help rid us of these things.
In nocte concilium.
Hells. Is that going to happen to us?
It's difficult to say. Sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be guiding me, punishing me, testing me. But perhaps it's none of those. Perhaps it's completely random.
What, some advice on how to make me more bearable? All right, if you like.
Better get to it.
But I appreciate the thought. All we can do is try, I suppose. Run, find her. It only ever stopped when I went the right direction.
Take care. I'll be here when you need me.
Collapsed tunnel. Looks like it claimed some victims as well.
The crash. It's nothing but rubble and ashes now. We should put some distance between ourselves and this mess, before any Githyanki come investigating. 6 months! We could be long dead before that long's elapsed.
Keep talking. Nothing to be gained in picking a fight with a fanatic.
You know, I never really imagined Withers as much of a party thrower. But then again, I suppose our camps weren't taking care of themselves while we were out gallivanting, were they? There's hidden depths in that lovable husk.
Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar. Let's hope the locals are friendly. Something's guarding that forge. And it's weak to this hot hammer.
What in the hell's... Get back!
There's no time to waste. A better offer. You're lucky you're dashing, and that I know you're joking.
What's the matter? I could swear this plant's got you flush. I would, but you have a lot of hangers-on already. Thin your numbers, then we can talk. Ah! Did you feel that? You've got the same thing I do. In your head.
A mailed fist. There must be a story behind this. That creche would be a smoking ruin if it wasn't for us. Still, better move along. I don't want to test the limits of Githyanki gratitude. Looking for attention, Shah. Pathetic.
That drow cowl might have bits of magic lingering inside it. Any thoughts, Gale?
What the? That's one way to offer me a seat. Pleased. Hardly. I felt the bite of the wound right after the Moon Witch's influence was forced upon me.
Sounds like you just need a little more liquid inspiration. A vampire? Well, that explains the pallor.
Without it, the sacrifice to my lady will be in vain. And I won't be blessed as a Dark Justiciar. And this must mean I have her blessing. Lady Shah is protecting me where others are left to face her wrath.
No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead.
Thank you. Now I have plenty of specifics to worry about. That wasn't what I meant, though.
Can't attack what can't be seen.
No. As long as the voices stay away, I think you're safe.
Faccio voco fere! Find someplace else to stand. You may meet with an unfortunate accident if you linger here.
Need everyone alive and fighting.
I don't care what you have to say, Gith. Back off! This grove is the home of the druid Halcyon. Apparently, he's a reputed healer.
I should pay my respects to Lady Shah as well.
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it. Whatever I said about your kind before, trust I'll never accuse you of being boring. My, look at you. Straight as an arrow and right to the point every time.
What's theirs shall be mine.
So, have we buried the hatchet, Lae'zel?
We may have to increase our camp provisions now that we have Karlach along for the journey. Those muscles don't run on fresh air, I'll wager. Still, she'll be useful in a fight.
Steel mold. Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
Astarion, we need to talk. We know you're a vampire.
Back on your feet. Can't leave a friend stuck. Need to press onward.
It's too late. You can't appease them. We have to do what's right for us. The artifact stays with me.
Besides, I'm sure there's plenty of people who'll be keen to celebrate most thoroughly with you. We need to get rid of them.
I suppose, if we're to continue together, I may as well tell you. I serve Shah. My home is a secret cloister in Baldur's Gate. Worth grabbing.
I thought you were going to kiss me. I was almost sure of it. Remind me? Jammed tight.
I'm hoping something of use might be behind this door.
If there's anything this city's nobility would hate to lose, it's their wealth. Dead. Burnt up. But it was just a little tap to knock him out.
Take me with you.
Might as well take a look.
If flaming fists shy away from a fight, then it's probably a fight best avoided.
Ha!
What are you doing here? Are you following me?
She could cut her losses far easier by just killing them. But trap or not, what choice do I have? When you're ready, lead me there.
This'll do nicely. These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere.
Let's check for a healer, then move on. Whatever else is happening here isn't our concern.
Not one to heed warning, then? This could end very badly.
Stabilio!
Esto perpetua.
Ugh, I have to say I'm feeling rather worn out lately. Curious.
If I knew you weren't a threat to me, to my mission, then perhaps we could make peace.
No chance I'll fit through that.
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
Looks like the larder's run empty.
This dream companion wanted me to use the tadpole, use its power. Whoever it was claimed to be an ally, but I don't know, but no more. This isn't the first sign we've come across of a Sharan presence. I'm not sure I can keep ignoring them.
Looks like there's something through there. Can't reach it from here, though.
As if you'd have me any other way.
Voca potentia.
On your feet.
Another moment won't kill them, I suppose. Well, it might, but let's take that risk.
Safer to keep her here than blundering around by herself.
Wouldn't want her accidentally leading the wrong sort of attention to us. Giant mushrooms. I've never seen anything like them.
I would have liked that very much. A strange courtship we've started, isn't it?
I'll grab that.
A little wine might help accelerate the process.
Doesn't work.
Until I met such a thing you call a myconid.
Good.
Now keep your distance.
Oh, didn't die from natural causes anyway. Remind me, why are we digging up corpses?
But it won't. I fought too hard to win my freedom. I will not give it up again, no matter how much it hurts.
Alistair Manley. Sounds human, and the grave wasn't recent. He must have died some time ago. And I mourned him already.
Minimos!
Allow me to help.
I'm sorry, Gale. To be abandoned by your goddess. I cannot imagine how that must feel. May the Dark Lady comfort you. Of course. You look different, there's no denying that. But I think you're still the same, deep down.
So, before you were Blade of the Frontiers, you were Pointy Stick of the Park. How did the imaginary monsters compare with the real thing?
Sol Invictus!
Maybe I shouldn't be entirely shocked. I did fall for a Selûnite, after all.
In and out like a ghost. I'll grab that.
Let me out!
Just a bottle. I think you have other plans afterwards. Wouldn't want to keep you.
Not much is coming to mind. At least nothing that's terribly appealing.
This wall's ready to crumble. Shouldn't take much effort to get through.
I know this design. Shah's faithful wield crossbows like these.
Typically reserved for disguises and subterfuge rather than self-discovery. But I don't live by Shah's rules any longer.
Lux. Light. Maybe a light spell will disarm the chest.
We should be able to proceed now. The trials are all complete. Lady Shah's final task is near.
That's no ordinary darkness. It feels powerful and familiar. Stay on your guard. That odd staff might be of interest to Gale.
I suppose this affords me a little alone time. Until later, then.
Arretissimus!
I thought my faith was the most important thing in my life. I couldn't have been more wrong.
Probably shouldn't even touch whatever that is.
What's there to think about? Goblins spilled blood, but we survived. That's all that matters.
A wonder this shoddy wall hasn't already collapsed.
You feel a little more substantial than before. Less camping and scrounging off the land, I take it.
Parabellum!
I need aid.
The chair. It must be connecting you to the mind flayers. Might be useful.
It's all disgusting.
Yeah, she's not coming back.
All right, just stay close.
He can afford it. He's got one less mouth to feed now.
Paragons of hospitality, these Myconids. The druids in the grove could have learned a thing or two.
Perhaps we should consider helping Minthara. She may be a useful person to owe us a favor.
I may be a hater and a gatekeeper, but I'm also God's favorite princess and the most interesting girl in the world.
True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner.
Oh, I feel awful. That potion's hit me like rancid butter ale.
It's less difficult than you might imagine when you can't remember life without it.
What's to be said, I wonder?
Intelligente pauca! Iacto te!
Let's see what my touch can do.
What about Astarion? Losing you could nudge him to a dark path. Are you truly willing to sacrifice what you have with him for me? Mistra has forsaken Gale entirely. Imagine how he must be feeling. I doubt I could go on if Lady Shah turned on me.
And I'd chase you as fast as my tentacles could carry me. The same. It must be that tadpole they put in our eyes. I assume that's what caused our minds to cross.
Well, perhaps you have a point. Fine. Let's explore these powers then. I just hope we don't come to regret it. I'm sorry. I serve the Dark Lady. I'll dedicate the loss of you to her.
All-consuming. Endless decisions to make, underlings jockeying for your attention, threats from the outside, threats from the inside. There's times I miss when it was just our little group against the odds.
Devilkin. Am I in the hells? Thought that might have done something.
Come on, Karlak, there's got to be more to this. Some other way.
It vexes me to know of you.
I'd be more pleased if you joined them.
Got to move.
I need to find a healer. As do you. The highlight of my day. A religion. Or a cult. All influenced by their absolute. Morbidos. These things are going to consume us from the inside and turn us into mind flayers.
I do.
I don't care what you believe, Lae'zel. Go to sleep.
Farewell.
That's locked for a reason. Let's not disturb it. Use every advantage.
Esto perpetua.
How long was I in there? I don't know what's worse, a devil or a prying leader.
Come. Let's go outside. Some fresh air will do you good. And I'll be with you the entire time.
A Selûnite bauble. Its magic may be of use to Gale. Time to get this thing fired up.
I can think of at least one place it could go.
I feel the same, honestly. The woman in the mirror looks unfamiliar sometimes. But she looks happy. And she has plenty of company as well.
My parents are watching over me.
He's about to belch.
Abo no disce omnis.
When Nightsong mentioned wolves, I felt my heart freeze. She knows things about me. She has the answer. And I don't even know the question yet.
Why must the dead three be so obvious and ugly with their decor? Blood and bones, bones and blood. Pointy nonsense. Now, Lady Shah, she has panache.
I suppose we can talk some more then.
I've made a powerful ally today.
Venenum.
Still nothing. Someone forgot to oil their equipment. Everything here is rusted to the hells and back.
4 dogs, 8 cats, 9 chickens, 6 pigeons, 4 sheep, a milk cow named Daphne, a squirrel who's far too clever for her own good, and a wolf cub I found orphaned in some woods.
I'm not sure I know how to eulogize a giant mushroom. Can we leave?
Keep pushing forward. There's no other choice. My parents. I saw them. Spoke to them. And let them go. It's more than I can take in just now.
Understandable then, I suppose. Give him an extra kick for me, child.
And don't worry about me. I'll manage one way or another. But I'll remember our little moments together fondly. They're amongst the few good memories I can lay claim to.
This might unlock those controls next to the pod.
Stand and deliver, little fig. Though, I think I like yours better. You bellow like a true berserker. They must have been hiding. Didn't save them.
Mating rituals. No. This book has something even juicier. Hidden by a spell.
You didn't!
Damn. Some of these mushrooms are illusions. Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Not completely off the mark, but there's easier paths into my good graces. Having one less enemy to worry about mightn't count for much, not with the odds we're facing, but having more than that, an ally to count on, or even well, it's overwhelming. Like a lifetime's worth of nightmares unleashed all at once upon waking, I can barely untangle one moment from another, not that I even want to.
Don't sound so disappointed. My goddess smiles on such bloodshed.
Not just yet. Let's choose our moment. Some quiet night, when the others are asleep and there's no distractions. I'll come for you.
An earthquake, maybe. I don't remember one ever shaking the city. It's difficult for me to talk about. I'm sorry. Selûne's a bad omen. Just look what's befallen her temple.
Infernal, no doubt about it. This curio shop isn't what it appears to be.
People like you, indeed. Idiots, I assume she means. Anything to hear that voice.
Resarges! You helped me. I think I can trust you. But her, she's trouble.
If we're truly desperate, we can try to convince that goblin gut in assisting us.
That's quite the contraption. Must have taken years to build.
Prisoners. Not long for this world.
Sometimes it feels like there's something just out of reach. Some truth on the tip of my tongue. And at times, I feel like I can almost voice it. Ah! You've got one of those things in your head too. Can't run away from that.
What happened to that magical item, Gale? I'll have to find somewhere for him to sleep, of course. He'd get stuck in the door of my cottage. Maybe the barn. It's as warm as anywhere, as long as he gets along with the other animals.
Vita mortis cario.
Those vampire spawn came for Astarion, didn't they? Lucky for him that we were here to fight them off. A celebration, yes. And perhaps a drink, too. You can come as soon as you please, so long as the lodgers approve of you.
Why are you disguised as a gith, idiot? I could have killed you.
Let's save the hate for those who deserve it. This isn't your fault. Which isn't to say we needn't have any use for each other from time to time.
No time for pain.
Good. And seek me out when you have time. I'm hoping to find some place I can settle down and stay close to my parents. Somewhere quiet, where they can find peace and gaze at the night sky.
I'm coming for you. I'm alive, yes. Thank you for the concern.
I just hope he's able to keep his hunger in check. These lands will soon be free of Shah's grasp. You can almost sense it. Aye. Feels like something down here has them excited. Or scared.
Pulchria!
I do.
I need help.
Plus, Raphael will have Zariel distracted. You can be free of her.
You're here. Just like it told me. I didn't ask for you to... I was part of a group sent by my cloister. We were to take the artifact from the Githyanki and bring it to Baldur's Gate. No matter the cost.
Never mind. Private matter, that's all.
What right-minded servant of Lady Shah wouldn't? But it's a distant dream. The Dark Justiciars have been silent for years. Better not let too much be spilled. As much as I'm enjoying the show, we may still need them afterwards.
We both need to get off this thing. Let's help each other.
Fiend worship. I'm not trying to pick a fight, Will, but it really seems like a blatantly ill-advised idea.
This idol seems to have magical properties. Something for Gale.
Maledicteus!
I suppose it was too much to hope we were going to be cured here and now. To Moonrise, then. That's right. I know what you did. And it's not going to be quick. Not for you.
Just because Selûnites claim something doesn't mean they own it.
The sooner we part ways, the better. Until then, keep away from me.
Bold of you to ask. Some might take the suggestion very badly.
What the... Hells, don't wake me like that. I was almost reaching for a weapon.
Good. Something for us to look forward to, once all's said and done.
I'll get you free.
He could have been a useful ally instead of a dead enemy, had we done things differently.
Fronte nulla fides! No use digging with my bare hands.
That sounds fun. Why haven't we been doing that?
Be ready. Whoever or whatever did this could be close.
Another scrying eye. Better be careful around it.
A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching. Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade. But after I've found some inner peace, who knows? I'll keep myself easy to find, if you wish to track me down. Something over there. She betrayed her sister and ruined the balance of things.
Dark Justiciars. I must see for myself. Damn it. So much for using that thing to protect us.
This must be for that chest.
Maybe I have other reasons. Either way, come any closer and I will kill you. I don't suppose you really have much use for gold, do you, Astarion?
On the contrary. What was... Never mind.
You're wiser than most. Many people balk at our doctrine. It's the reason why we cherish secrecy. Supposedly in the library we saw before. We should go back to it. This place is like some moist, unappealing maze. Can your nose guide us, Halcyon?
Did you listen at all? Bottom right.
Let me see your wounds.
No. And I wouldn't ask you to, in truth. You're living proof of the sacrifice you made. But I fear others may not see it that way.
Away with the pain.
The necromancy of Thay. Ominous. But Gale might find it useful.
Blood-stained collars. Guess I know what happened to all those missing pets.
So, Grand Duke-to-be, is it? Should I bow or do a little curtsy, perhaps?
This doesn't do anything else.
Worth taking.
I couldn't help but overhear... Well, all right, I could have helped, but didn't.
You helped bring me to this point. You're as much a traitor as anyone. Besides, the betrayal was Shah's, not mine. We've certainly benefited from your gifts. It stands to reason that others may do so also.
You had better warm to that notion very rapidly, or your journey ends here. We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
I felt it go from me to you. You need its help, just as it needs us. Still just a box, after all.
I could get lost in those arms.
Rumbled. Sounds like this place doesn't care for intruders.
Well, I'm glad you joined us, all the same. It must be hard to pull yourself away from your balcony with Tara curled up in your lap.
He sacrificed everything in order to save our lives, Lae'zel. That ought to count for something to you. We do have the Orphic hammer. We could unleash Orpheus, let him wield the stones, provided we're willing to trust him.
I feel a presence. Not Lady Shah. Something else.
I think so. Yes. At least for now.
We should leave that thing and just get out of here while we can.
Marzinker de vita certissima! Are you that far gone that you don't even realize what you've done? All the more reason to put you out of your misery.
This place is hard to bear. I hope we're able to continue on our way before too long.
Frange! An interesting development, but one to be treated with caution. For better or for worse. I hope that's true, but I'm not so sure. She has a far reach and a long memory.
I'm not interested.
Let's see what I can pilfer.
Those two must have history.
Nothing. Seems like I'll need more than just the raw materials to get this thing working.
I want to see my parents. And I don't care what happens to this one. She's been in my head long enough already. Do what you like. I know you'll choose well.
No use. There must be a way to get this open nearby. I'm not in the habit of helping vermin. I expect it to return and bite. So, Orin is a shapeshifter. Better be extra vigilant.
A Mason's Guild, judging by all the half-formed stonework.
Lady Shah has chosen me. Words can't convey how I feel. All I know is that I must prove her faith in me to be well-placed.
More of these things.
Eltergard. Further from Baldur's Gate than I'd hoped. That sounds interesting. But on second thought, I'm quite tired.
I take it you're here at the Mother Superior's invitation? No outsider would have made it this far without permission.
We haven't gone all that far yet. What are you referring to exactly?
Not terribly inviting. Who knows what's at the bottom?
Poor creature. Must have been terrified.
My parents are alive, and I have to save them. I think a part of me always knew that. A part that Shah denied to me.
What's next, I wonder? On my way.
If you don't want to gamble on that, I understand. You'll have little trouble finding a more straightforward lover, I suspect.
That's more like it.
Sciodediti pecto! Desecration. What is this nonsense symbol?
Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri.
So, that's what people mean when they talk about butterflies in their stomach. Did you want something?
Can't afford to let up.
I'll wager they'll thank you with a blade through the heart. You're tainted in their eyes, same as me. And your best chance is to stay close to the artifact.
I'm not so lucky. Got to dispel these shadows. Somehow. Sing your dark hymn to me, Shah. Never stop.
Ha!
Not sure what the other mushrooms are.
Vita mortis cario!
What? You? I remember you.
Owlbear cub, let's test that armor of yours!
Then go read a book, or pray to your god of choice. Just leave me alone.
Something like that. I was taught to reject anything that distracted from Shah.
This must be where he was making them. There's no shortage of evidence.
Wounds will soon be forgotten.
I think we both know the darkness is far superior anyway. Besides, the flicker of candlelight truly brings out your cheekbones.
You know, I was really warming to you, but you've been seriously diminishing my respect for you of late.
You may be interested in those boots, Gale. For their magic, if not for their style.
Is that... Yes! His hallucinations made real!
Sphira mortis!
Later then.
That's enough. I get the picture. Gods, do I get the picture?
There's something glimmering down there. Could be valuables. Or spikes.
Ve victis! That's one way to put it. Careful she doesn't try to steal it to replace her own. But in all seriousness, I'm glad you found someone. Even if it isn't me. I hope you make each other happy.
You're uncharacteristically quiet, Astarion. Awed into silence. Strange. I would have been compelled to defile this shrine once. But no longer.
There's an idea. If you're comfortable sharing, so am I. She expects me to fill my heart up with love for her alone, leaving no room for others. No room for us.
We should make this a tradition. Meet up every year.
A shame. I wanted to show you just how rewarding the embrace of darkness could be. But perhaps it's not meant for you. Good night. Of course I am. Now, unless you've any other dazzling insights to share, I think we're done here. Your queen turned on you, and my goddess turned on me. Perhaps we have more in common than we dare admit to, don't you? It might be more interesting than you realize.
I'm not sure how much time we have left, but I'm not going to wait to find out.
Did I? Don't worry. I was probably just too busy drinking in the sight of you. At least try to find out something of use before you kill them.
Sciodediti pecto! And this wild boar stabbed more times than I can even count. Please give me some credit.
A necklace in honor of the Moon Maiden. Beautiful. Wonder who was inside.
The crown lies ahead. Now's our chance to dominate it. Cast the spell again!
Of course you need help.
It feels like my entire world has been upended. What else do I do? My head is splitting open. I can't leave. I can't. It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again. Shows what I know.
A harper symbol. They must have hidden supplies nearby.
Lady Shah had a destiny in store for me. One that you denied to me. I should have been there. In her temple, her domain, but I wasn't. And now it's too late. The shadows are losing their grip on these lands. Shah can indeed be thwarted. Comforting to know.
Come on, then. We've already come this far.
Don't worry. I'm still your daughter. If you want me to be.
You know, failing to make a decision is the same as making a decision.
Sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I only wish to serve, yet she can prove inscrutable. My lady and your moon witch are at war, so naturally we're enemies. But enemies with a common purpose, for now.
This forge again. That drow wizard's notes mention some kind of guardian.
The road to Baldur's Gate awaits us west of town. We'd better see to any unfinished matters now.
How many are there? Wait! I don't know what this thing is. All I know is that I've to get it to Baldur's Gate, at any cost. That's all I have for you.
Sounds like a fight. What's going on? When the time comes for the final battle, Lady Shah's faithful will be ready. Until then, we should continue to do what we must.
A waste of my skills.
You heard them. More goblins could be on their way.
No! It's not exactly the quiet life, but perhaps after all that happened with my parents, it's for the best if I keep busy. Still, though, I hope Will and I can return for good someday.
Pus-supping maggot!
For the best, perhaps. More difficult for me to ruin things if I just keep out of the way.
Farange! Now where'd he go?
A dead bird. Not the victim of a house cat, I take it. Farewell, Lae'zel. I'm a better person for having met you.
Gather your thoughts. Then perhaps we can talk some more.
A waste of my skills.
I'd rather you'd trusted me sooner, given all we've been through already. Perhaps. The Mother Superior wasn't above using it against me. If I disobeyed, sometimes instead of a whipping, she'd threaten to drag me to a wolf den. Never failed to bring me back in line.
Let me strike true.
That voice. Do I know you?
What do we have here? I'd better take a peek.
Stupefaccio!
Selûnite drivel. Must be connected with that chest. Bears the same symbol.
I suppose you've noticed I'm not terribly fond of wolves.
Don't worry. I think I must have been misjudging you. I can't even remember what it was that made me say that.
Astarion! Call forth your army of the dead!
I'm sorry that happened to you, Will. That bat-winged slattern deserves to meet the business end of a poo scraper.
Begone, putrid boil! Seems we'll have to free Nier before we can collect the bounty on his head.
The Zhentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you can afford them.
Fulgor!
About Lae'zel. She posed a threat to me. I hope you understand that. She forced my hand.
Eustace, hold on.
There's nothing left.
This place seems remarkably tense for a sacred grove. Perhaps we shouldn't linger. Like oil complements an open flame, perhaps.
Never gets old.
Let's go find somewhere to offer them a toast.
Thou bandy-legged brindlehole!
No. Now what do I do?
It's a lot to process. Nautiloids, tadpoles, the escape, the wilderness. And now I've seen an entire land under the sway of Lady Shah's power. Either way, we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to find Halsin. Nobody's talking to you, Flatface. Oh, is that so? That's quite an imagination you have. Are you a bard? Granted entry to our grotto in order to regale us with ballads and tall tales. But then she released me. Banished me, more like. She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me. You've clearly thought this through a great deal. I'm impressed and appalled in equal measure.
Apiged, the Gauntlet of Shah. This place is legendary. I surrendered most of my memories to help protect Shah's secrets, yet I still remember the stories of the Gauntlet.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
Dark Justicia uniforms. These were Shah worshippers.
The same as me.
Erasque!
That's Darkmoor the Wicked. Imagine meeting him in the flesh. Or rather, in the hide and stuffing.
A wise choice.
These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited. Ah! I never get used to it.
Hells! His brews turned to poison!
Enough! I don't answer to you. Not anymore. I'm here for my family. Somehow I doubt these figures were made with hammer and chisel.
Lead the way, then.
Don't even joke about it. Bad enough that he's haunting our camp with his cryptic asides and his overall mustiness.
I'm glad you seem well. Trudy.
Well, I'm open to suggestions.
It's an unorthodox way of cheating death. But if you're happy, I'm glad for you.
This'll give me an edge. Must there? You wouldn't expect a wolf and a deer to find a way to work together.
One more chunk of dribbles left to go.
Gently does it? There's something about these flowers. Feels like my magic's wilting.
Should I be jealous? At least you have good taste.
Fine. Try killing a couple of these monsters before you die, Gith. Lessens the load for me.
I've given my answer. I'm not eating that thing. Go sell it or make an omelette with it for all I care.
Begone, pox-faced loon!
I'll save my gratitude for when I'm cured.
In that case, let me spare you the worst. Good night. Luckily for you, I don't count among their number. If you have a chance to climb Mount Hausen, well, I'd be cruel to deny you. I'll be waiting to hear the details afterwards.
Coralon, stop! That is grotesque. Wait, why did my collar just vibrate?
I want to be by your side. If that means joining you in the hells, so be it.
Curious.
Ponitras!
Or Betty May. First the act of wickedness, then the feast. But I think this will count as both at once. Finally, I can think again. Let's get this lock to yield. Might make things interesting.
Honestly, I should be grateful that you ended things between us. I dodged a poison-tipped arrow there. What do you want?
I might have considered it, but your choice of company so far leaves a great deal to be desired.
Good. Now, I believe I was asking you how you were this evening.
Worth a shot?
Just a guess. I can't quite explain. It might be nothing, or it might be something.
More Selûne dedications. What happened, I wonder? A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here. Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
Then it sounds like I have everything I need. More of life than I'd ever imagined possible without Shah.
Oh, he's far too precious for that. I'll go find a comely barmaid or guardsman instead.
Felt like an earthquake. As if I didn't have problems enough already.
Magis amica veritas!
Nervous, perhaps? When we entered Worm's Crossing, it felt like it might be the beginning of the end. Whatever happens, I'm glad it's with you next to me.
Let's see.
I know. But she's not lying. She made me in her image.
There's got to be another way in.
Loss. Actual loss, not Shah's oblivion. I had my family. For too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand.
Who says you have to feel anything?
Another mention of this forge. Seems a few drow were searching for it.
Why is it always the bad memories I can still recall? In any case, I'll be keen to avoid them. You do? Well, all the better then, I suppose.
Hope it doesn't see us. Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here.
If you say so. Our last discussion grew heated. I'd rather not repeat it.
What? You got it open? Just like that?
Good. Until then, get some rest while you can.
That door feels like a furnace. Best be careful opening it.
Oh, there's nothing like a stroll through some sewers to keep your sense of self-importance in check.
Onward. Some kind of tank. True soul. Absolute. I didn't follow half of what they said.
A Selûnite shrine, hidden away.
Oi!
My feet aren't touching the bottom anymore. It's terrifying. Do people really enjoy this? A disquieting place. But you must inflict pain in order to end pain. Lady Shah's embrace can soothe all mortal torments. Actually, I've been stripped of that particular advantage. But I will forge ahead, nonetheless.
I might have considered it, but your choice of company so far leaves a great deal to be desired.
Diminuate! All about you, of course. Every day is an adventure when I'm fighting at Lae'zel's side, I'll tell them.
This is no time to indulge your pettiness. These trials are important to me.
That drow, near, is going to be on his last gasp unless someone digs him out. Though not necessarily our concern, of course.
I saw it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you.
So long as it does indeed benefit us.
Better take that.
Your dance card is full. Lose a partner and there'll be room for me.
A lot of effort to hide one's sarcophagus. Only one serving for me, I guess.
No time to waste.
I think we're finished here. Let's go.
Nothing is going to help you in that regard, I dare say.
That's either profoundly poetic or childishly simple. I'm going with poetic.
Occhior, resisto!
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted. Bold. What does us entail?
Oh, I'm more than aware, trust me. I've had plenty of training in what to expect from them.
What are you doing? Stop!
Dark Justiciars fell here. Those signs we saw before were no coincidence. They led us here.
Need to whisk that child away now. Karlach? Talk to me. What's the matter?
My point is that Raphael was stirring the pot, trying to unsettle us.
Well, after you.
All right, I'm awake. Tell me everything.
Heart gave out. The hag's magic, surely.
Our new friend with the myriad limbs seems to know this route well. I just hope we can keep the ruse up once we reach our destination. So, you remain loyal to your queen. You're consistent, I'll give you that.
Have fun. Just don't wear yourself out too quickly. I'm anticipating a long night ahead of us.
Fine, but don't delay.
Last light is no more. Lady Shah's darkness will have swept away all resistance, thanks to my sacrifice. Spare me the skepticism. She said it was my special purpose. For my ears alone. You'll see for yourself soon enough. And people don't just hear others' thoughts or turn into monsters. And yet... No, not yet. We can't go on. Not without the Spear of Night. We must return to the library.
There's more written here. No, must be gibberish. Anything with claws that big is best avoided.
I know you do. But I'm not going to let you. Not just yet.
Well, the truth's out now, for what it's worth. Are we done?
Espride me!
After all, what I shared with you about my past, about being saved from the wolf, that is not something I would normally even dream of sharing.
Onward in her name. Why even bother with this one?
Always.
Probably best to not have ogres traipsing through the camp, come to think of it.
Nonsense.
You're just finally showing what you really are. A reaver to the bone.
She is alone and powerless. Lady Shah has denounced her, and her own followers have abandoned her. Perhaps she will come to regret her survival, but either way, I don't expect to see her again.
Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend.
The grove sported some rather interesting murals, I must say.
Far be it from me to judge. Blood must still be running a little hot after everything.
Very well. Don't have too much fun without me. I'll keep watch here in the meantime.
Better to hide than fight sometimes.
Go on. You've got mingling to do. I'll work on my punchlines some more.
The goblins stole good wine. It goes straight to the head. Get rid of the gith, then we can talk about helping each other. I told you already. I want to speak to whoever's really in charge. Really. I'd just kill you. No, but I haven't looked either. Staying alive kept me busy.
Poor Astarion. How he loved the sun. If only the feeling was mutual. I hope that isn't the last we see of him.
A head parted from its neck. Dribbles, I believe.
I've come too far to turn back now. Just a little longer. We're near the end of this, one way or another.
Right then. I just need to insert the mold.
Pallid amors!
I see. Well, I hope you're feeling more composed now. And that you washed up after this.
Just the one?
Oculus tempestatis!
More Sahuagin. This can't be a coincidence. They're drawn to something around here. It's called faith. Duty. It doesn't have to add up to me as long as I serve. I'm part of a bigger plan. One that will be revealed in time.
If you insist. Don't expect to fare well without me to save you.
But of course they will. I hope we'll have more opportunities to slip away. And make sandcastles.
Similar to that other Orpheus disc we found.
Do you know why I love night orchids? In part, because they do not last. They bloom where few ever see them. And in that moment, they're perfect. Then, they return to the darkness that birthed them. I came here to save them. And you murdered them. Indeed. Though perhaps not always with you by my side, by all means.
Might as well.
Tape your bottom mouth shut!
Fair point. I'm not quite sure this evening's refreshments will be to your tastes, but hopefully the company will make up for it. I don't doubt you in the slightest.
In a bind? I'll help.
Keep looking!
Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother.
Our mutual respect only entitles you to so much. Now, if you don't mind...
Can't I even pray without interference?
We'll best this. Just think positively. Or at least don't think murderously.
Come on, no excuses.
Blasted Nautiloid! We need to get to that brain! I suppose I'm adept at that. I just need to shut out all distractions. Focus on what Lady Shah demands of me.
From the dark to the... damp. An improvement either way.
The Gauntlet of Shah.
This place is legendary. Even with half my memories locked away, I still remember the stories.
Tempora mutantur.
From the Underdark to a hag's lair. Like jumping from a pot into boiling oil.
Speaking out of turn is an indiscretion. Trying to drink my blood is something else entirely. Are you back to yourself? Hells. Alfira didn't stand a chance.
Damn! Not quite hard enough.
And making a lover wait? Well, there's few finer torments, if you know what you're doing.
Treme.
No thanks. Perhaps something else will come to you before we part ways. Rest well.
I didn't exactly dress for hiking mountains. Shame we couldn't procure some pack mules or horses.
Hot, hot, hot!
They do seem a bit short-handed.
Strange-looking tadpole. Might warrant a closer look. Very carefully.
The next time you want to pay gold to be called a fool, come see me.
This is the weapon mentioned in the notebook. Supposed to be cursed.
Treme.
No interest in a little respite, then? I won't claim to be surprised. You never struck me as the sort to rest on her laurels, Lae'zel.
This mirror, it's so familiar. I've stood before one like it before, felt its magic. What did it do?
I'm not quite used to riding on a dragon with Lae'zel yet. I tend to cling on to her waist for dear life. She makes the beast do barrel rolls every now and again to make me squeal.
Tuebor. Diminuate.
Darkness guide me. Everything from the wood of sharp teeth to cloakwood was his hunting ground. until a small army rallied to take him down.
It's silly. Part of me felt like Scratch might still show up for his ball.
My mother's mind still drifts every now and again, but she has more good days than not so good days. She taught me her recipe for apple and plum pie, and when I tasted it, I actually remembered it from when I was a little girl. And we'll still have tonight. That's got to count for something.
I sincerely hope you never find employment as an executioner.
But nobody's here to debate right from wrong.
Oh, I don't know. I manage in my own way. Seluna offers her wisdom, of course, but she has a far lighter touch than Shah ever did.
You sacrificed your own father, Will. Not a step that many could take. But the Night Singer would appreciate your resolve, I think.
Don't be. Can't harm you. And as for me, well, I'm used to it.
Sorge!
And you're covered in blood, but hardly look worse for wear. It isn't yours.
You doing your best is already far more than most. I expect a new generation will grow up listening to tales of the Blade. Hells, give it a few more months, and there'll probably be a host of newborns called Will.
No. I'd be turning my back on too much. Shadowheart is as much part of who I am as Jennifer. I can't just forget her. That's not what I do anymore.
Those who draw breath embrace death. Charming.
I did. And it's too late for regret. But I wish I felt a little more comfortable in my own skin.
Behold! Elminster's ball bag!
You'd be surprised. Not all of us don robes and dark armor. Some people live perfectly normal lives on the surface, blending in utterly, so that they can serve the Dark Lady in utter secrecy.
Amicus animalis!
An audience with your goddess can go wrong. I should know. But do whatever you feel is best, Gale.
Hardly a winning display of archery, but it did the job.
Are you sure? You've utterly failed so far. If I have something to tell you, I'll do so when I want to. I suppose this affords me a little alone time. Until later, then.
Intertus pulcher imperio!
Suddenly Alfira's death makes a lot more sense. We're going to figure this out, understand? We have to.
Not the bravest strategy, I'll admit.
As would I. Oddly enough.
Tea clodo oculus!
Perhaps I'm a better liar than you are, then. All the more reason to be honest with me. I'll see right through you. That smell. This wine's been poisoned. It felt like a quake fit to topple Rameseth's tower.
Intertus pulcher imperio!
Quite a setup. This takes smuggling to new lengths. Or new depths, rather.
Starting to wonder if you'd show up.
I don't think I've ever had a confidant quite like you. And if I have, I can't remember them. You came to mind as well. You turned from your queen and found a new purpose. I thought perhaps I might be able to do the same. No sense in bursting my lungs on this horn. The ogres are too far away to hear it.
First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. A magic mouth spell. But whoever voiced it is probably long dead.
I'm sure someone will write a romantic ballad about this one day. Hopefully not a tragic one. Lady Shah's blessings be upon you. All the more reason to rid ourselves of our own uninvited guests.
Stop glowing. Is that good? Bad?
You're unlike the Mother Superior, then. You know. You looked me right in the eyes, then left me. That creche would be a smoking ruin if it wasn't for us. Still, better move along. I don't want to test the limits of your people's gratitude. Umberly, a brutal goddess from what I understand, without even the slightest touch of subtlety to her. Now let me pray. This is important. Tunnel's still blocked. It'll take a bit more effort to clear it.
I'll help. Onward.
Stupefaccio!
Will ought to know what happened with Mizora. Whatever she has in store for him can't be good. All right, then. Maybe if it happens again, try pinching yourself. Halsin's dead. I need to check his corpse for anything important.
Delighted.
Besides,
There's plenty of foes out there for you to vent your impulses on. The shadow curse is snuffing out the torches.
OBS! A casting mold. Could put this to use at the forge.
Well, at least I know I won't find you atop me in the middle of the night now.
We should head back.
Oh, hells. You didn't pick that by hand, did you? They're deadly poisonous.
Burgeoning bog botherer!
Lucky thing I didn't decide to go to Arm yet. No way I would have made it back in time.
Well, make sure it's a mistake you don't repeat. I've enough problems with my memory as it is.
A letter from Orin? What does she want?
Fancy amulet like this is probably enchanted. Gale, take a look.
The shadow fell. This is Lady Shah's power in its purest form. Nothing can resist her will here. That's a question that could take a lifetime to answer. Lady Shah's followers are my responsibility now. I will need to guide them and root out any heresy that Viconia sowed.
I appreciate it, but keep your guard up around others. We're gathering enemies by the day.
Only a diabolist would have a collection such as this. Dead goblins over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
I had no doubt. But I'm glad to hear you say it all the same.
Maybe later.
Perhaps we'll still be able to find a way. Some interpretation of her will that lets us stay together. But I can't guarantee anything. And I suspect that she'll demand more and more of me as time passes. More signs of dark justiciars. They must have a stronghold nearby.
Ab uno disce omnis. No. Enough talk. Enough voices.
Use every advantage.
Whatever Mizora has in store for you, I doubt it's anything good.
Then it's your own fault for not asking.
Yes, but we're not finished with the Absolute just yet. Only now, Lady Shah's forces are mine to command, when the battle comes.
Try teaching me some manners, then. See what it gets you.
We need a way out. Now. You can just fill it with supplies, seal up the hidden entrance, and tuck yourself away from the world.
Quantico face! I've seen your kind's handiwork, and I won't fall victim to it. Get away! No use. It's blocked.
Let's see what we have here. It's nothing. Trust me.
Have you ever heard of the Dark Justiciars? They were Lady Shah's most elite warriors. I can't explain why, but something about this reminds me of them. I hurt you both. So much. Gods forgive me.
Don't waste your time deciphering the actions of a lunatic.
It's been too long.
A humble specimen, aren't you?
I see. Then I hope she understands. But I trust your judgment.
So eager. I'm surprised it took you this long.
This way.
Resisto, frigos! Damn thing could blot out the sun. Better avoid using magic around those things.
This place is quite something. I just hope it doesn't spring a leak. Not just what I like. What Lady Shah demands of me.
Strange-looking staff. Is that something you'd want, Gale?
They remind me of some place. A place I can't quite remember. But I think I was happy there, wherever it was.
An empty box. If I were a cat, this would be a great find.
Floric's done for unless someone helps her soon. It's good to see everyone, I'm sure. If there's a cure to be found, we'll track it down. And if not, I'll still have you.
Think it over. We can talk more in the morning. Pour over some maps, perhaps.
Don't mind if I do.
Of course.
Leftover rats cornered in their hole. They can still cause trouble for us, though.
The sooner we find Halsin, the better. Get some rest.
I hear you, Lady Shah. I shall not fail.
You've barely brain to feed a louse.
We'll have to find somewhere for him to sleep, of course. He'd get stuck in the door of the cottage. Maybe the barn? It's as warm as anywhere, as long as he gets along with Daphne.
She's toying with us. But why?
The toys from the barn, he must have made them here.
Whatever Marcus hid beneath, it isn't budging.
I've been at Astarion's side. You'll have to forgive me if you catch me yawning. Given his aversion to the sun, we've had to keep unsocial hours in order to make the best of each other's company.
sealed tight. Worth locking. Worth opening.
This bear isn't quite fit for playing with yet.
It looks like a distillery. I could use a drink after wandering this place. Another mask.
Better than I thought possible. I have done as Lady Shah wished, and she has rewarded me in turn. All is well. Or almost. The night singer wants my heart. All of it.
Temperan mutantor. We can only hope he indeed proves to be an ally.
Ugh, my head.
They look like scribes, despite the weapons. No surprise that they died then. They make the best servants.
Some rest is in order. And dreamless rest, hopefully.
Enjoy the rest of your night. But maybe do it elsewhere. Timask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination.
Watch it! The acid's altered his brew!
The whole place is infested. There might be more blade work ahead.
These notes speak of an adamantine forge hidden deep below.
Something doesn't add up about this one. Don't tell her anything. Absolute. True what? What were those raving fools on about? The statue of Seluna. This ruin must have been dedicated to her.
I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Sousa bark.
Darkness strike you down.
You did. And I'll be forever grateful. I'll keep Lady Shah's followers away from your nascent church for as long as I can. Give you a sporting chance. Playing it coy, are we? Sounds like a girl I used to know. But you're entitled to your secrets. At least until the festivities loosen your tongue a bit.
Venia tuva me! Well, whatever you're into. Bloody hells. Literally. Just when I think I've got a grasp on our dilemma, a devil shows up. We're on the same side last time I checked.
Cloak and dagger. My favourite.
It doesn't matter. Astarion's dead. For good, this time. We're safe as we can be.
See you at camp then.
No.
All cleared out.
I'll spot my father too, with any luck. I had another dream. Which, I suppose, means you did as well. Of course.
Essuria! Silentium!
Honestly, I'm still surprised that we actually managed to defeat Ketheric Thorm. Perhaps a final victory isn't such a wild dream after all.
Yes, but it'll soon be remedied, once I've taken what's mine from your corpse.
Though perhaps that might change, if you can show an open mind.
Hostium Minera! This belonged to a Meragon, one of Hell's foot soldiers. Their corpses dissolve when they die.
Something divine lingers here, but I don't recognize this presence.
No.
Very kind of you, but I'm saving my best bottle for someone already.
Well, can you imagine what it would have been like growing up in that place? Endless training, no privacy, facing scorn wherever I looked. I haven't forgotten what happened between us. But I also haven't forgotten I'd still be trapped in that pod if it wasn't for you. Let's call it even. We both have bigger concerns. Please stop reminding me of things to worry about. I'd like to get some sleep tonight.
Punge!
Where does it hurt?
Dedicated to the Moon Witch? No. Moon Maiden. She is not the enemy. The key can be taken now. Looks like the sort used at the counting house.
Grant me the time and guidance I need to become your vessel, my lady. Let the pains of the day be forgotten, soothed by your embrace.
The mask. Take it off, right now! Very well. You can find me when you need me. I'll be ready. Whatever you have to say had better be worth your life.
I had a choice to make, in the heart of Lady Shah's domain. But you denied me that chance. Now my future is gone. Nothing but wind-blown ashes and wasted potential.
Perhaps you'll turn out to be a worthy companion after all.
That said,
You can certainly do better than her. I should know. I don't think that statue's eyes are glowing to provide illumination. Best be careful. Statues? Strange.
That orb. It's a scrying eye. Someone's watching.
let's not forget the wine.
I want to flush out my brain just to be completely sure the tadpole's gone.
Macte virtute! These Lathander statues can move, if that book is to be believed.
But what about you, Gale? What will you do now?
Ad maiorem de gloriam!
Might as well take a look.
Of course. You know, I think it was your self-confidence that made me fall for you to begin with. That and that adorable earring of yours.
Wouldn't Shah's name? Get away from me, you rabid freak! Staying in this camp is making me restless.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't noticed the spasms and the fainting spells. You have my commiserations. I think I know how it must feel, in a sense. And think of how far we've come together. All the ways from the hells back to civilization. You came to mind as well. I remembered that night when you resisted your impulses, turned away from what was demanded of you. I cannot remain with you. Count yourself lucky that I do not just cut you down in the Night Singer's name.
Let's end this. These fungal spores are everywhere. I know people who work much like our new acquaintance does.
Not bad, all things considered.
Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for?
No! Those watchers are liable to turn us into cat food if we move a muscle. I still could. Then no more Lae'zel to pry into my affairs. Why do I feel like I've lost something?
Intertus porter imperio!
Mine needs greater anyway.
In any case, I am glad you made it. Tonight is not to be missed. Tonight is for celebrating.
I suppose some would consider such diplomacy a virtue. Others might just see it as a lack of will. You can thank me once the bloodlust subsides. Keep focused.
Got to find him then. See if he can help.
You're a sight for sore eyes, even now. Did you want something?
Her patronage couldn't spare this place from goblins, clearly.
I never claimed to be wise, unfortunately.
Ow! That's smart.
It's called an embrace. I suppose you don't receive many.
Pointless attacking Ketherick while the night song's bound to him. She must be freed.
Nonsense. You're just finally showing us what you really are. A reaver to the bone.
Oh, this place stinks. It's enough to make a statue weep.
It's me! I'm Jennifer!
You need to take care of yourself. Keep out of danger. Perhaps there is some way, some unfathomable way we can still see each other eventually.
A magic mouth spell? Seems like there's information worth gleaning.
Did you forget how we wound up here? Those dragon-riding reavers tried to kill us. Fine suggestions all. Perhaps another time. I do, but the artifact has a will of its own, and powers to enforce it. It likely won't let me take it back.
This belonged to Amerigan, one of Hell's foot soldiers.
Yes. I've had some doubts in the past, but surely that's normal for such a momentous step. Wait until the others are asleep, then come with me. There's a place we can go. Down the coast a little.
Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below.
No keyhole. Must be some other way to get this open.
You will not stand in my way. Draw your weapon.
Cloaca? Oh, you could have just said tunnels, you know? I'm nauseous enough as it is.
I won't lie. I feel a little sorry for him. But only a little bit.
Wild shape. That was no ordinary bear. That was a druid. Need to see that corpse. A little. I like it.
You do that. I'll do something more productive, like find a cure.
It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway.
Another battle. Just what I needed.
All quiet. Near must have died. Which means he won't be needing his head, of course.
Later. Ground spinning.
The gauntlet of Shah. Before my very eyes. The Dark Lady guided me here. She wanted me to find this place.
We aren't dear friends now, if that's what you're asking. These two won't be helping their sister. Or doing anything else, for that matter.
A waste of... You have interesting priorities. Order it to die! Do it now, before it's too late! Even if I could have made it this far without you, I don't think I'd have wanted to.
Huh. Where's Karlak? You're right. But I am who I am as well. At least I think so. Pain begone.
That silver tongue of yours is dangerous. Bravo! I can't believe you actually pulled that off.
Vokoglakias!
Meaningless.
I didn't realize we were here to make friends. I was hoping to search through this door for something of use.
Lady Shah, give me a sign.
Stars and the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about?
This toy maker's been turning children's playthings into bombs.
Ah! No. You were on the ship. Captive. I can feel the parasite in your head.
This'll be mean. Ververo!
Ugh. Looks like it's already been digested once or twice.
That contraption from Voss is sounding out. Odd.
Precis alia ferro!
That place in the distance. What is it?
Hold on. God. A Drider. I always thought the stories were exaggerated.
Only jesting. I'm in no position to judge, especially after what happened with Shah.
We need everyone alive. Those glimmering specks. That's adamantine, I'll wager.
Loose brickwork. Best not lean against it. Bleed for me. When you worship Shah, secrecy is everything. We'll sacrifice our own memories when ordered to. For once, the goblin's decorations are an improvement.
I wish to know more. There must be all sorts of things you can tell me. Little things from my past, lost to Lady Shah's embrace. I only know what I know. I was ordered to retrieve it, and that's what I intend to do. The rest is immaterial to me.
Indeed. I don't know what I'd look for in a final resting place, but this isn't it.
Inveniam viam!
Now don't you dare stop.
Sounds like the Mastiffs are still here, beyond the light.
Don't forget what it was like when you heard the voice. It'll only get worse if you don't have the artifact to protect you.
It's a beautiful name. Suits you well. So I've heard. Just be sure to keep it far from Lady Shah's holy work. Even the sharpest blade can be dulled against her power.
I'm going to see what's at the top of this cliff. All's well, I hope, aside from the obvious. A key. It might open the Tollhouse vault.
The sacrifice lies ahead. I will not fail you, Lady Shah. A method?
Engravings on this ring. Looks like the same language as that book from before.
Oculus tempestatis!
You deal with her then. I need to find my parents.
Something feels off about this tree.
What do you need of me, my lady?
Yes, vastly so. But I don't want to talk about her.
Not right now.
Whatever it is doesn't bode well.
Better get to work.
We've already made great strides, both in distance travelled and in more personal matters.
Ah, what is that? Rotting flesh?
I can sympathise. It isn't easy for me to let people know about my faith. Often a lie by omission seems like the safest course.
That's the last of them. Better fetch that lantern.
Or perhaps, don't count your adventurers before they survive an arduous, danger-filled journey. Will sacrificed his own father to be free of the pact. Remarkable resolve, if you can harden your heart. The Night Singer would approve.
It isn't. Now let's leave it at that.
If I succeed, maybe I'll be allowed a pet. Ugh, stop being silly.
Lady Shah protected me. She guided me. Elevated me. And now she wants me to cast you down.
Flaming fist letting Zent run free. The situation must be grim. Don't group me with the likes of them.
A statue of Shah, but it's been vandalized. What is that symbol?
Sol Invictus!
Selûnite magic. Dark Lady, forgive me.
He could have been a useful ally instead of a dead enemy had things gone differently.
We should get some rest. Good night. In fact, none of us can. That thing is shielding us somehow. I don't want to know what happens if we lose it.
Anyway, I know it's real. I know we made it. I just wish I could go back in time and reassure the old me that it would all work out. But enough introspection. This is a party.
I tried. Enjoy your new status as pariah. We could attempt to sneak past, or just fight our way through.
We can't hedge our bets here. Best we decide how to deal with him, if at all.
I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us.
There's some sort of magic bound to that door.
Not a fast learner, are you? My affairs are my own. I won't be coerced by you.
Whatever commanded these Merregons didn't die here. Let's hope it returned to the Hells.
So, I've been travelling with a vampire this whole time, and one that sees me as his next meal at that.
Try that contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in.
Imparo mortus, video veritatum.
Forget what Mistra wants. Think about yourself, and what Lady Shah's power could do for you, Gale. Make the lantern. Spread her will.
Rubbish! I can't remember half my life and you don't see me randomly gutting people. What's really going on?
Now come on, get those clothes off. You've made me wait long enough.
Yes. I remember it all. I remember them. My parents.
I can't. My memories are being withheld for a reason. Lady Shah will return them to me when the time is right, no sooner.
Simply begging to be robbed.
Forgetting something?
Not what you'd call a clean death.
I hope the sand takes its time slipping through the hourglass. I don't want tonight to end too soon.
Well, well, what have we here?
Long dead. Still impressive in a skeletal sort of way. Better get out of here. I don't relish the thought of explaining my part in all of this. I'm sure I had a stuffed bear just like this once. I can almost picture it. I was raised in the city. I'm more used to feeling cobblestones underfoot than grass and fallen leaves.
Mutatis mutandis, manus potentis paro, gustas dulcis.
I'd rather not jump down murky pits, if it's all the same.
He could probably help us. If only he hadn't gone missing.
You grace my stool. I'm honoured.
A bunch of gibberish as far as I can tell.
I worship Shah, mistress of the night, Selûne's twin and foe.
No matter. Her loss is my gain. Lady Shah wills it. Will sacrificed his own father. I hope freedom from the pact is worth it to him. I shall prove myself worthy, Lady Shah. This isn't a decision to make in haste. Let's discuss it together beforehand.
No matter. Walk away, Gith. Not a step closer.
In tactilis sum, mors carta.
Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live. This is where we part ways.
I'll help protect you. I promise. Seems I'll need to just to keep myself safe. The plate triggered that light above the door. Some sort of code?
The disc is moving. One step closer to finishing Lady Shah's gauntlet. A dead flaming fist. Buried by Marcus?
What do you want now? You're more cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands.
Coming from you, I'll take that as a victory.
Oh, you're far too cunning to fall for that. Consider Lady Shah's cloister your safe sanctuary, for as long as it answers to me.
I must do all I can. Perhaps the creatures of the Underdark had a masquerade ball. I'd like to see that.
Looks like the hag made a shortcut. Clever.
Curious. That stone there has been pried loose.
I can't believe I'm actually venturing into a Gith stronghold again, voluntarily. This had better pay off.
We should do what we can to find them. What they know could help us.
More!
Shah, guide my hand.
Shah's power still grips this land. A shame we could not banish it. It would have felt good to spite her.
Vita excolato!
Shah's secrets must be protected. Duty demands it. Once I fulfill my mission, I can have my memories restored.
Good idea. And let's trust the fox to safeguard the chicken coop while we're at it.
Vincere es vivere!
I like to think so. Choosing my own path is still something of a novelty for me, but at least I'm free to make my own mistakes. But no matter. I'm quite content to let her ranks of minions dwindle against the edge of your blade.
Exactly. I'm just waiting for you to get really desperate before naming my price.
Oh. Your loss, trust me. I'm sure there'll be plenty who'll help me honor the Dark Lady.
Keep it up! Just have to hold out till the spell is complete!
A gaudy display. Let's just hope it actually protects us.
Kaikote!
And right now, you've reached your limit. Let's talk about something else. Oh, I think you'll find that I am. Knowing what makes people tick is a skill of mine.
It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about.
Still no symptoms.
Manos potentes paro!
You know your choices. I understand why you ask, but memory loss is not as uncommon as you'd think. There may be other causes.
Eating and drinking your fill before a few wicked deeds to Shah. I've missed these.
As you like. Hopefully my own remains are treated with a little more dignity when the time comes.
All right. No need to dash in ahead of me. I'm ready. All right. When you're ready, lead me there.
Fool. He should have used the threat of the cane over the cane itself. Now those beasts are ready to charge. On my way.
Come on! The chase through hell? The creatures? What they did to us? The tadpoles?
It's like the book mentioned. Get through the maze without being caught or setting off a trap. Easier said than done. I sense magic. This book's not what it appears.
I'm here to get you out of this place. All I know is that I must bring the artifact I hold to Baldur's Gate. And that nothing can stand in my way. It's time we left. We're not finished with the Absolute just yet. Only now, Shah's forces are mine to command when the battle comes. I see them. I see my parents. God, what's been done to them? And she told me to cleanse her church of those who failed her.
The adamantine forge. Incredible. Must have taken years to build.
So, what are we to do now? We'd be fools to trust you, surely.
Frange!
See you at camp, then.
I was hoping you'd come by.
Fishing for blackmail material, that's all.
Damn thing's too heavy.
It's a deal.
Tibido penas!
Time to deal some punishment.
Back on your feet? Good. We do have some matters to take care of, you know.
There must be something I can learn from it.
Copora sana!
That little hideaway that we found in the cloister. It almost felt like I'd found a piece of my childhood. A childhood I don't truly remember. Won't open.
Perhaps there's something nearby that can help.
Something needs to be said.
Someone prodding at a newly opened wound doesn't help matters.
Better offer help.
Resisto accidum!
And I'm sorry for creeping up on you with a dagger. It won't happen again.
We're in decidedly unfamiliar territory now. Keep up the pressure and stay alert. We need to find Thorm.
Nicely designed. Secrecy always inspires ingenuity.
I don't know, exactly. Lady Shah, protect me.
The undead one's inflaming them. He's the one we need to slay first. Everyone watch out. He's gone mad.
Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques.
Could be anything for all I know.
I can see it now. Stabilio!
A mind flare. No intention of letting that happen.
Come on! There's got to be a way to open it!
This staff is coursing with magic. Gale will want to see it.
That disc must be the way forward.
I'll join, if I can speak to whoever's really in charge. Otherwise, I'd best be on my way.
Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Any doubts about falling for a foe, Minthara? Or does that just add spice to things?
The adamantine forge. Its location already revealed, of course, thanks to the memory shard.
This drow was pulverized. What happened? A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic. It's an effective trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
You can certainly try.
Try it for yourself, then. Perhaps I'll learn from your death.
What's the rush? Surely we're due to be fated as heroes in this place. We'll drink for free. If any tavern survived.
The shadows are hungry. And Shah won't help me now.
Those boots may pique Gale's interest. For their magic, if not their style.
Don't. We can't pretend to be someone we're not, either of us. It'll just end badly.
Looks like there's a little shrine over there.
An elf sailor with a bronze dragon. They look positively cozy together.
Must we? No harm in a little mystery, don't you think? These two were made to suffer, whoever they were.
If that story makes it to print, it'll send my reputation down the privy.
For now. But I'd rather get out of here than keep testing my mettle against these things.
Engravings on this ring. But can't say I recognize this language.
This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god?
Toebor! I've been lied to. My whole life. And I was gullible enough to just believe it.
Eltergard. A lot of territory to cover before Baldur's Gate. And any cure found there.
That's not my chest.
Hard to imagine, isn't it? Me, of all people, in the lair of the Moon Witch herself. God, your truest act of heroism was putting up with all that char and drivel I was spouting for so long.
I saw you with Kardak. You two looked cozy. I'm watching you.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Just be sure to take your own advice whenever you can. You've earned it.
Voco gracias!
I do not serve Shah anymore. Nor the Mother Superior. The prism is no longer my mission. Saving my parents is...
Hold tight.
Fine. It can keep for a while yet.
There's more written about it. Scrawled, more like. I can't figure it out.
It's not the sort of thing I can just tell anyone. Let's see if we can build up some trust first.
Poor fool. He resisted the Shadowfell. And suffered all the more for it.
So, Astarion, vampire dens. What should I expect?
Better be careful around it.
Come. We shouldn't linger here.
There's too many of them! Just focus on the brain!
It's all right, I'll help.
From the looks of that book, Gale might want it.
Morbidos!
Surely finding a little boy can't be that hard. Even if he is whatever he is.
Better tread carefully.
Isn't that Arabella? The little girl Corgan nearly killed. Ellie May's ring. Better me than him, I suppose.
You claim to know something about me. You knew about the wolves. Tell me everything.
I see no weapon by her body. What possible threat could she have posed?
Kind of you to offer a free sample, then. Now that they've tried out inferior goods, they'll know just how good they have it already.
Loth's blood. What is in that?
They're my people. I know them, even if I don't remember them. You trust me, don't you?
Seems like that Selûnite amulet might catch your eye, Gale. No, I think you'd stab me from the front if it came to that. I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable company.
We've got the same problem after all. Let's try to find a solution together, before it's too late. Not a fate I'd wish on any creature.
These boots are laced with magic. Gale will be interested in them, no doubt.
Floric! Help us!
Whoever did it left quite some claw marks. Maybe the missing druid?
That disguised journal spoke of this adamantine forge as well. Interesting.
You have worshippers of your own, Gale. Are you really in a position to judge? I'd have expected the god of ambition to understand that you must do whatever it takes.
You're making me regret my decision to join you. Thank you. But I'm sure it was nothing. I just need a little space.
You'll seize any opportunity, won't you? But I suppose I've been giving you plenty of encouragement.
Pain begone might prove useful.
Did a child make this? A dim-witted one, perhaps?
So, what comes next?
I do. Remember the Dark Justiciars I told you about? I can't imagine those ruins are just a coincidence. Hells. Why can't I just have normal, boring companions? I should be grateful you told me, at least.
A little soothing's in order.
And that's the vessel you chose.
Of course.
No notes. You've exceeded my every expectation. Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
A dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zend.
Lady Shah's blessings be upon you. Don't worry. You'll surpass them without even trying. They know everything you did. For Baldur's Gate. For me.
The wares in this place are hardly commonplace. I sense a diabolist's hand.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, I suppose there's nothing more to be said on the matter.
Cloak me in your shadow. Guide me to your victory.
I won't refuse some company, so long as it's outside my head.
Well, it seems we have ourselves an answer. Let's move on.
No use. Not right now, at least.
I know you perfectly. You helped usher me into being who I am. Indulge your darker side. With me.
You might want to reconsider calling her a friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
Canto te!
What's that boat doing here?
Another gem. No coincidence, surely. They must have a purpose.
Thank you. I hope we can consider the matter closed, then. In truth, conflicted. We may have put a stop to the absolute and rid ourselves of the tadpoles. But too many of my own concerns went untended as a result. It's only valuable if we understand it. And we don't. Not yet, at least.
I feel like I'm missing something here. What am I supposed to do?
Looks like Father Logan's help wasn't enough to save them.
I can't help but notice you seem happier of late. There's a spring in your step that wasn't there before. Just a pity I'm not responsible for it. You certainly did. It was spectacular.
Yage, time to hunt.
He won't get off that easily. We can force his corpse to talk if it comes to that.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you. If we find it, we can use it against Thorn, perhaps. I am not going to offer apologies for doing as I was commanded to. You're talking about Halcyon, aren't you? I don't blame you. It'd take a cold heart and cobwebbed loins to ignore him. But what exactly did you have in mind?
The collar's trembling. Must be something nearby that's causing it.
Wonderful. I was beginning to feel a little left out.
We need everyone alive.
They spoke of the Absolute, same as that captive goblin. They must be part of the same sect. Yes. Let's get moving.
Her followers, and my friends, in at least some cases. I was so focused on getting here, on finishing this.
I forgot about the life I had here.
Calls for help. Could be genuine, or a trap.
The Orphic hammer is ours, which means we could free Orpheus if we wish. Sacrifices. My final test, whoever they are. A rather meagre offering to the Dark Lady. But it's not my place to question her.
A haunting pack of voices almost drove me to murder you, and my name is strange?
I see. Ketheric Thorn leading a Dark Justicia army. He fully embraced Shah. I'm sorry. It might be best kept until later. I'd be a poor counsel and worse company just now. Don't apologize. I'd rather see you happy than guilty.
People will start talking with all the time we spend together.
What happened to the man I fell for? You've changed, and not for the better. Fine. But don't delay.
You asked for this, Gith.
Which warg upchucked you?
That worked. The door's open.
Yes, you could have. Don't pretend otherwise. I remember plenty. Just not everything. I might not recall everything from my past, but I know my name. I can still walk and talk. I know words of devotion to Lady Shah and where to strike a leg in order to sever the main artery.
Anyway, we've both got more pressing concerns, like these tadpoles in each of our heads. This is Loth's descent into the Underdark. Looks like her Dryder champions tearing open some mind flayers.
Is this farewell, then? I'm glad we didn't end up killing each other. Things would have been much duller, I'm sure.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
What in the hell's? You're a vampire!
Chin up. This'll help.
You and the pale fellow.
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
We did just talk about it. Let's rest.
There is no we. Not anymore.
Dark Lady, let me strike true.
Over time, the infected victim turns into a mind flayer.
Too close for my liking. This entire place could have come down around me.
But yes, you look like a better choice than a band of helpless refugees.
I saw something that reminded me of my faith. My mission. I felt something rise within me like my blood was on fire. Then it passed. That's all I know.
Explosive blood. That might prove useful. Once.
Come on, get up.
Never you mind.
Lady Shah's blessings be upon you.
I won't leave you behind.
You think so? Thank you. I felt meek, like I'd failed the Dark Lady. But it's important to choose the right time to fight her battles.
That's none of your...
You.
You're one of them. The ones who were attacking the ship.
Enough! Break off from that thing!
I hope this proves to be worthwhile. We can hardly afford distractions. Quite a collection of famed wizards. One for each door. Imagine if some of this artistry was applied to a canvas instead of dead bodies.
Good. I like you. And you did save my life. I wouldn't want to sour things between us. Not while we need each other.
This treasure is a pile of junk. More than I thought would be possible. Considering the short time we had.
You read my mind.
But with your fire, our first kiss might be our last. Persistent, aren't you? Under different circumstances, I'm sure we'd get on quite well.
I've the plans and the Susabark. Now I just need a forge.
Lady Shah, deliver us victory!
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
Perhaps the pilgrimage has already begun, Selûnite. And keep away from the idol, it's mine.
Look at that.
I'm not sure there's a place that's far enough away for me to go. Lady Shah must be angry. But there's only silence.
Hopefully there's no more of these things.
Use the tadpole! Cast its spell on the crown!
Broken. And there's dust inside it.
Precis alia ferro!
Stop, seriously.
Yes. No. I don't know.
The artifact seems to have powers, and a will of its own.
It protects us. I don't know how or why, but I'm glad.
Let's see.
I should have been more discreet around you, clearly. Yes, you're right. But enough about me. I saw Will looking at you. I'd bet he'd like a word, or more. All that's happened. You have a talent for understatement, you know that? Specifics, please. Odd symbol. What does it mean?
So he's responsible for the carnage down here. All those dark justiciars. Slaughtered.
At least you're honest. Don't do that again. Agreed. We can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. There's something I've been wanting to share with you, if now's a good time.
Whatever's whispering these rabid thoughts to you, block it out. Focus on me.
Damn ox again. I feel stalked. All right, give it here.
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
Temple of Shah. Where? And what's this about a curse?
Not good. I need to get out of this thing now.
They looked like dark justiciars, an elite force among Lady Shah's ranks. Only the very finest proved themselves worthy of the title. Still, though, you know where the House of Grief is, and what lies beneath it. We all need to be unburdened, every now and again. I can sympathize. Trudy, that voice. Allow me. I think I'm supposed to do this. Lae'zel might be a reluctant ally, but she is good at killing. I'll point her in their direction.
Ira et dolor!
Something's blocking it from the other side. It'll make for quite a bedtime tale for the children, if you ever get me in a family way.
It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod.
But you didn't.
I'll remember that. True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner.
I want to grow flowers. I want to be surrounded by colours every day. I'm tired of darkness.
You're a bad liar.
And perhaps an untrustworthy ally.
I should hope not. If any city-sized craters should appear in Faerun, I'll know who to blame.
Something you needed? It's been a long time since I've shed a tear. I don't even know how long. Now enough about me. Did you see the way Astarion's been looking at you? Hungry in more ways than usual, maybe. Go on. You know what to do. Might find something useful.
Come, Voss! I need you!
Minsk is dead. Jaheira is gone. We've lost ourselves some powerful allies, I fear. Let's just hope we still have enough strength to see this through. I'd rather an extra burden than extra enemies. Anyone the Absolute has captive is one tadpole away from taking up arms against us.
Duke Ravengard. Better free him.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. What do you need? This chair. I feel stronger just from sitting in it.
Well, you pull it off admirably, I must admit. I'm sure you'll find plenty who'll fawn at the idea of a romantic fugitive.
Umbrai!
And please, the less said about her blessing, the better. That was for your benefit, and to keep the peace.
You can call me Shadowheart.
I don't doubt that, funnily enough. You're no Gith, at least. I could tell from being in your head. A ruin abandoned to a murderous horde is a very fitting dedication to Selûne.
A harper would never leave their stash exposed like that.
Unless it's a trap.
Stuck. There's no leaving without a fight.
Stoltissime!
Footprints. Small ones. They're heading towards that cave. Let's not dance around the subject. I know you're a vampire.
Cruel-looking blade. Must be Githyanki.
Very well. Perhaps there's potential in you. Let's see how you handle this. None of her friends around. Perfect time for a little discreet knife work. There's so much I can't remember. Yet, if I picked up these implements, I'd know exactly what to do. How could I forget? A pleasant, vivid memory.
But now I have to move on.
The same. It must be a side effect from what those tentacled freaks did to us.
You know, we had the beginnings of something special once. But it wasn't meant to be, I suppose. Perhaps happiness lies elsewhere for both of us.
These people must have been trying to hide down here. My Lady Shah is the Night Singer, the patron of darkness and loss.
Such a thing must exist, surely. So I refuse to call this farewell. Just until next time. Do I know you? I like to be on a first-name basis before I give someone a thrashing, ideally.
I sincerely hope you're worth the trouble.
Let's go see Zarel. And mind you don't slip in the goblin guts. No harm in a little conversation.
Who knows? Perhaps they'll have grandchildren before long.
Fine. But don't delay.
Are the gods truly this petty?
Shadowheart. One moment.
Te fideo!
I'll help you.
All those locked cells. A girl could cause all sorts of mischief with skilled fingers and a hairpin.
Precis alia ferro! Not right now. I need a moment. Lady Shah's mark. I felt it burn, then it just stopped. Why? Something's wrong.
At least let's enjoy tonight. Then I can leave you be once more. In time you will feel that old yearning again and darken my door.
An infestation of vampire spawn. That's just about the last thing I wanted to wake up to. We thwarted their efforts to seize Astarion, at least.
And what better to revel in than Lady Shah's umbral bliss? Just be careful to not overindulge. Drain too many maidens and young bucks, and you may find a mob breaking down your door.
I'd be careful with who you confide in. There's something devilish to this. Infernal magic.
She should have just obeyed, forgotten about the artifact. Then, perhaps, she could have still served the Night Singer. Under me, of course. Hells. Talk about wiping the smirk off his face.
We should get back to the archive and lift that dome.
Apart from give closure to a former lover, perhaps? Don't worry. I'm not upset. Lady Shah would likely have prized us away from each other even if you had remained.
I do.
That corpse smells ripe. Enough time for its killer to have moved on.
Rules are perhaps not always meant to be broken, but they are always intended to be bent. That kiss we shared wasn't my first, you know. Far from it.
Another Githyanki disc. Better see what Lae'zel thinks. I can't believe you actually tried to bite me last night.
This is a terrible idea. You know that, yes?
Vivat crescat floriat!
What is this?
But what about Gale? Are you seriously suggesting you'd cut ties with him to be with me?
Inficio!
I suppose that's the subtle approach dispensed with?
Really? Ridiculous.
Oh, you do you? I'm not some dewy-eyed tiefling maiden you just saved. You'll need to do a lot more legwork before I commit to any hip work. No more prayers, only silence and dust. Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it?
The blood speaks for itself. Why? They'll just keep coming until that portal is gone. Where is Halcyon?
Maybe you would. But I'm not cruel enough to get your hopes up, in spite of what some might believe.
Looks like this is free for the taking.
Need to stay focused.
Did you want something? Killed by a bloody dwarf healer. Pathetic.
I was on my way to Baldur's Gate when that ship appeared. Considering our shared affliction, I think you know the rest.
As long as we have use for each other, I can bite my tongue and stay my blade. I don't see what more needs to be said on the matter. Minthara with child. Somehow, I can't picture her sitting around the campfire knitting baby booties.
I must savor this while I can. Eventually it will all be taken away from me.
If you must know, Baldur's Gate.
That cage won't last.
Gone already. Better consult with the amulet.
We can leave the kneeling and praying to the rest.
The night singer prefers a more active form of devotion. An act of wickedness, carried out in her name, followed by a feast.
Looks like someone's not a fan of Shah. Smeared the absolute symbol all over her. Best enjoyed someplace private, I think.
Bloody doors!
This mirror is ancient. All the way back to the time of Gorothir. Almost like a window to the Shadowfell.
Such splendor. How did I live without it?
Strange contraption. What does it do?
Are you so easily entertained?
Mors in carta vita cartissima!
Good news for us. There could be some useful potions inside. No time to waste. Got to get out of here.
I hope we won't seem terribly boring to everyone when they ask what we've been doing this past while. A cottage in the countryside. They may have been expecting something more. Well, more. Perhaps. I won't get my hopes up just yet, but in truth it doesn't matter. Her plan failed. I'm happy. I mean, how could I not be? I have you.
Schio didici pecto!
Curious, this one. They seem a touch confused. Mother Superior must have some use for them.
But if you're dead, maybe it'll go away.
Allow me.
Go on. I insist.
I'll fix that.
Stay. I can stay.
Dimento te!
Sobering. To think we've got even tougher battles yet to come. Is it that obvious? All these Dark Justiciars slain in battle. They must have a stronghold nearby or a temple.
On your feet.
When we make it to Baldur's Gate, you'll be at home in the slaughterhouses.
Voco araniae!
I'm unappreciated in my time.
Porure!
Go. Vanish, as if you were dead.
A lie of omission at most. I'm sure you have some skeletons of your own hidden away. Ah! My finger.
Hells. What I wouldn't give for a boring lover sometimes.
Perhaps I'll find your corpse by the road.
Likely, yes. Our goddesses' quarrel began long before you or I were alive. I'll wager it'll continue long after we're both dead.
Blocked from the other side.
Finally. I thought I'd never get a hug out of you.
The work of the hag. No doubt about it.
I haven't seen anywhere for something like this to fit. Next blow's gonna hurt.
Just because you say it doesn't mean it's so. Now back off.
I'm not helpless. Once I came to, I set out to find some means of surviving. Supplies, shelter, and a healer, of course. This adamantine forge. The same that Drow's corpse spoke of.
No, you do not belong. This is the Dark Lady's house. She is no use for old, faithless bones.
Broken hearts, shaken faiths, refugees without homes, former cultists without purpose. They can all become the Night Singer's children, with the right nudge.
Of course I am. But we can talk about this later. Let's go.
Of course. I couldn't leave such a treasure behind. I'll find it a place of honor in the camp.
Disturbing, you mean?
Monster! They were my parents!
Used by initiates for the final step to becoming Dark Justiciar. Not all were worthy of the Spear of Night, it seems.
Poor Gale. To be abandoned by his goddess. I cannot imagine how that must feel. May the Dark Lady comfort him.
Veni et Juva me!
No. We've only just put everything behind us, won the chance to be together. It can't end like this. I won't let it.
I'm sure we'll have them hanging off our every word. I'll leave you to do some mingling, unless you need anything else.
Better check if it has anything worth taking.
I suppose you're right. There's nothing more I can do just yet. That's not the first time you've made such a leap.
Cages. Shackles. All prepared to march captives off to their fate.
Fool! That artifact is the only thing keeping us safe. She cannot have it! Vis medicatrix, you louse, you mite!
I thought I made myself clear last time. Lose the Gith, or there's nothing more to say. But I trust we can all sleep a little more soundly in camp now.
Horribilissimos!
Karlak? What's wrong?
Tell her. Tell them all. Tell them how the Night Singer has blessed me.
I need to get clear of this roof right now.
I admire your ambition and your belief in your own stamina. But Karlak deserves to have you to herself. And perhaps there's yet someone out there for me.
Trying to frighten me with cheap tricks? Darkness is my element.
I'm sure there's a buyer out there who'll believe this rubbish is magic.
I'm glad you decided to join me.
Looks like that's going to bruise.
We should make an offering to Lady Shah, to seek her blessing and protection against what lies ahead. A nightfall ritual.
Time for a quick talk.
Yes, I think so. My whole life's been leading to this. No turning back now.
I can't even see a lock to pick.
Karlak! The Lady of Lost takes everything in the end. But I thought we'd have some more time yet. I'm sorry.
Hope isn't the most robust of plans, but I see few alternatives. Health. We're attracting too much attention.
Lead the way. You're free. The Absolute must be keen to meet us.
What might you be hiding?
That's different. You'd be surprised how easily Lady Shah can hide in plain sight. People go around blinkered, caught up in their own lives.
Never gets old. All's well, I hope.
How flaccid is my foolish foe?
Guns!
Let's hope this Zrel likes what we have to say.
Thank you. We can talk again soon.
If I manage to return to Baldur's Gate and fulfill Shah's mission, then my memories will be restored. Must I? Thinking about it won't help. We know what to do, so let's do it.
Barely alive by most standards. And still it bows to the Absolute.
I'd drag you into the sand if I thought I'd survive it. Then again, I suppose I can think of worse ways to die.
This one escaped the flames. Unfortunately.
You're the friendliest face so far, which really isn't saying much.
Bizarre.
They're long past caring if we help ourselves to their belongings, at least.
My father. That was him.
Wait. This looks familiar.
Lux in tenebra.
Tell me one thing. Is there someone called Renald there? A tiefling boy, or possibly a man now?
Does that mean you're spoken for or not?
Frozen solid. It'll take more than just brawn to move this.
She's not breathing. You're here. Just like it told me. And with a gith. I should have figured. I've never met a drow with a sense of humour. Perhaps we'll get along. Mayrina is free, but we paid dearly for it. Don't try it again. If you feel the urge, go and find yourself a sheep or something.
It's quite beautiful. Though dangerous things often are. Charming. And slave drivers to boot. Might be worth talking to the gnomes before they're worked to death.
I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shah. A temple, perhaps. I need to know if there's more to this.
Well, could be worse. Could have done something horrible. What did it say? A dead drow. These druids aren't to be tangled with lightly. I'm surprised she hasn't dragged you off to rot already. Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
If you're attempting to goad me, don't bother. I'm more than familiar with those sort of tricks. The Mother Superior sent you. That cleric, Isabel, she seems almost impressive. In a perverse sort of way. I didn't think anyone could resist Lady Shah's power like she does.
That was a phase spider. Better watch out, it might come back.
I can imagine. A celebrity in their midst. They must have raised their voices from whispers to faint murmurs.
You could charge gold for hugs, you know. They'd be queuing over the horizon. I'm all right now. Close enough, anyway.
Escaped! Again!
Let's get on with it, before I lose my nerve. No,
Unless you count these monsters. I do enjoy our little sits together.
Though I couldn't help lying there thinking about my parents before you stirred.
Take the weight off. You've earned it.
Where's that hag scurried off to now?
Neither can I. But be warned, you'll need to be willing to share with the lodgers. See? Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael. These flowers. What is this feeling? Nobody's ever given me anything before. What do I owe you in return? It's nothing to laugh at. Save your questions if that's how you're going to react. Then that's where we need to go. My parents are in there somewhere.
Darkness, guide my hand.
What can I say? We shared something extraordinary, even if we didn't always see eye to eye. Let's leave old squabbles in the past.
These chests are empty. She will be in for a rude awakening when I finally stand before her again. I wasn't expecting it, but I'm glad to have some company on this journey.
I told you already. Now forget it. Let's keep going. You need to pick me up.
I will not die here! I cannot!
A gem. It may be important.
Yes, it's crossed my mind since more than once. Although...
Time for a little pilfering. I suppose, if we're going to keep helping each other, I might as well tell you. I was part of a group sent to retrieve it. Bring it to Baldur's Gate for our goddess. A problem for another time. Hopefully, we'll no longer be in need of protection by the time my mission draws to an end. The truth's out now. No thanks to you. No more secrets. Understand? Brambles on bearskin aren't as fun in practice, I'm afraid. As for this Gith crash, well, if your kind can actually save us, I stand to be corrected. Looks like an ambush. A clumsy one. That's good enough for me. Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here.
Virtus et scientia!
Zaris was looking for this chest. If we want to bring it back to her, we should keep it intact.
Efferve!
You can't even take beasts of burden for granted these days.
I trust you more than most. But I'm sorry. That's too much to ask. This is my responsibility.
Here!
This is what Marcus buried. A dead flaming fist.
Trust me. I'll guard it with my life. Let's keep going.
But kind madam, I am but a humble cleric. All I have belongs to my goddess. You'd be surprised how people can miss what's in plain sight. I miss the fact that Shah was deceiving me. Besides, I have a new look now. Suits me, I think. What, not trying to threaten a confession out of me this time? You'll know if I have anything to tell you.
There's no end to these things!
This way. Continual flame spell from the look of it. Please. I can't go much further. Light up the darkness. A healer, in short. Skilled. Discreet. Sharp. Deep. And still fresh.
Ostende secretorum tuorum!
It's Lae'zel. The shadows claimed her.
Won't leave an ally in a bind.
You look good, with your sleeves rolled up, working in the garden. I had to remind myself I was there to transplant the red cabbages and not just enjoy the view.
You don't waste time, do you?
Hells! The entire place is collapsing!
Suppose I'll lend a hand.
That's not for you to decide. There's a world beyond us. I'd like to be alone now, please. And I've been telling them about you, of course. How brave and selfless you were joining Lae'zel. That and a lot more besides. You're my favourite topic. Something the matter? I should hope not, after the time we spent together. My spirits are thoroughly lifted. I don't want to go back. Not just yet. A stronghold built in Lady Shah's honour. Quite a sight. Glut will have to settle for being mulch instead of ruler.
It's back!
Climbing rope. Tools.
That gnome escapee must have come through here.
Difficult to say. A fellow servant of the Night Singer would surely be an ally to me under most circumstances. But something doesn't add up. I'll need to see where his allegiances truly lie.
I'm not sorry I kept this from you. Not one bit.
Come. Let's get you some fresh air. I'll stay with you. Right until the end. We need to get to Baldur's Gate, first of all.
No time for a lie down.
Of course I'll have him. If he wants to come with me, that is. I'd have offered sooner, but everything was a blur after the battle. I thought he'd gone to roam free.
You look off colour. It's your engine, isn't it? Oblivion beckons at last.
Curious. Seeing a book of Selûne and not wanting to immediately rip it up.
Better get to work.
Someone's enthusiastic. Maybe I should have brought a barrel. Don't just stare while you're still dressed, I mean. Come on, I kept up my end of the bargain. Will you keep up yours?
Don't give up, I'm coming.
No sign of Lae'zel. What happened?
Grease paint. This is Dribble's hand, no doubt.
Do you have someone waiting for you in Baldur's Gate, Astarion? A sweetheart, perhaps?
What the hells do you think you're doing?
I'm surprised I managed to get some rest after last night's interruption.
I was so close to receiving Lady Shah's embrace at last. One final test was all that remained, but you ruined that for me.
You need patching up.
No harm at all, in fact.
Karlak, you look poorly. It's the engine, isn't it? It's burning out.
Shah cloaks me.
There's special potions that can help with that. I think I saw some on a table over yonder if you care to investigate. Oh yes, I forgot. You had your love of the Absolute to mask the ugly parts.
You and that Githyanki.
Damithi facta, feculent beast.
Useful for spying threats from afar, I suppose.
You must have been following the example of Lady Shah's children then. They do say imitation is a form of flattery.
Dollar.
I suppose that makes you quite remarkable. Though not in a way I'd envy, perhaps.
I'll breathe easier once we're gone from here. Lead on then, Lae'zel. Up in front where I can keep an eye on you. Bloody maniac.
Resisto venenum.
Bringing back slain foes as your lackeys. Clever.
I'll get this lot to yield. This'll help with the pain.
Fool. No point in showing a mad dog kindness, it'll still bite you in the end.
But there are bigger, more immediate concerns. Let's put survival first, for now. This land remains cloaked by Lady Shah's power. Good. A shame it cost us Halsin as a travelling companion, though. He may have been misguided, but I liked looking at him. Oh. If that's how you feel about it, fine. Not every sapling is destined to grow tall, I suppose.
Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
Must be some sort of magic. Which doesn't narrow things down by much, I'll admit.
Don't treat me like an idiot, please. Do you think it was easy for me to try keeping my faith hidden? I know when someone's burdened with a secret.
Enough speeches. The odds are already in my favour. Do you think the Dark Lady would want you to die for a lost cause? Or show some cunning and live another day?
Of course, all that and more. But it's your modesty that I truly admire the most.
This'll ruin someone's day.
Don't wear her out entirely, priest. I might have use for her yet.
Nocturnus!
Bet this book of necromancy has some hefty magic in it. Gale, what do you think? Blessed Night Singer, witness our adoration. See how we serve you, only you.
Voss, I call on your might!
Mother Superior seemed to travel a lot before this place. She seemed to remember that time fondly.
I remember you, but you're different. Very different. I used to call you something else, didn't I?
Wait! You're that drow I saw on the ship. You survived then?
Next time I'll visit properly. And without any uninvited tag-alongs. You both can give me the grand tour.
Drowcraft armour. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
Strange metal. Might be valuable.
A disguise? You could have picked something a little less conspicuous.
There's something in the air. I can feel it with every breath.
A lot of people died because you lost the run of yourself. Isabel shielded them from the shadows, and you left them vulnerable.
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety. Should the need arise. I've seen your kind's handiwork, and I won't fall victim to it.
Remember how keen she was to leave me to die in the Nautiloid? We can't trust her.
Parure!
Fine, if it gets you to crack a smile.
I'll help.
Personally, I think we should go to Moonrise Towers. From what Minthara said, that sounds like where we'll find answers. An illusion. With a passage hidden behind it.
Don't stop singing.
Now don't you dare stop. I must admit, you've been a surprise. And not an unpleasant one. Kindred spirits are few and far between for me. You mind yourself out there, understand? I'll be here when you need me.
I'm not sure I want to know. But it's gone now. We should keep moving.
And yes, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. I saw the way Astarion's been stealing glances at you. Hungry in more ways than usual, maybe.
I'll wait here until you come to your senses. For both our sakes, I hope that happens very soon.
Feels like my tadpole is gonna burst out of my skull.
Well, I like night orchids and can't swim. Is that the sort of thing you meant? Let's just put this behind us. Far behind us.
Though he may have to contend with Mistra before that's a foregone conclusion.
Plus, Raphael will have Zariel distracted. You can be free of her.
Voss! To battle!
That's all you're entitled to, for now. Our parasite problem doesn't make you my confidant.
Hardly. We're going to win this. Understand? But no sense missing the opportunity.
Esperai me!
Gruesome-sounding wretch. Not something I envy of you.
Some deluded fool actually took time to carve this.
Stuck? Seriously?
Really? Save your prayers for someone who at least had the spine to fight back.
I'm not sure I blame her. Though Larida might. Missing Rascal Brown Puppy. Jagoda, Black and White Cat. Zola. That's a lot of missing pets.
That dream. It felt so vivid. Too vivid.
You may be what's been missing from my life.
If you're going to just stand there and stare, at least let me go ahead with the trial.
Here, let me help. May work. Or may just make an enemy of the Emperor. We're hardly short of those as it is. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic.
I'm afraid not. Good luck to you. I'll take my chances alone.
It's a metaphor.
I need to get you out of here. It was difficult enough smuggling you in here covered in cloaks. It'll only get worse as normalcy returns.
Indeed. Shadowheart and Halcyon, Sharon and Bear, who would have dreamt of an alliance so rare?
They are more than welcome to try.
How about you, Lae'zel? You're new to the city. Found anything to admire in it?
High Hall. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends.
Can't leave anyone stuck.
Very well. Take care of yourself out there. I'll be waiting for you.
Shadow druids. This Korga is not to be trusted. Start another fight, and I'll finish it.
I have to ask, Astarion, do people taste different from one another when you feed?
A forgery! But what about Karlak? You'd break her heart just to be with me. I should have known Ethel had a gnarled hand in all of this.
Easily done.
How am I ever going to explain this in my prayers?
Something didn't like that.
Manus potentis paro!
I won't leave you behind.
Do I know you? I like to be on a first-name basis before I give someone a thrashing, ideally.
I can't afford to fail.
No need for this. The barrier's already down.
We destroy false idols. Topple corrupt organizations. Fight heretics wherever they're found.
Why even bother with this one?
If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land. These lands may not be under the thrall of Lady Shah for much longer.
Vis medicatrix! Foul-winged charlatan! Your tricks will cost you! Voca flagella! Gigans!
Ah, Lathander, trampler of the undead. Worth a try.
We could have gotten up to all sorts of mischief the other night, you and I, had you not fled like a startled cat.
But if you break your promise, I'll kill you. Sleep well.
Nothing but dirt. It's all right, I'm coming.
Voca arvina!
Unclean is the ambition. Don't waste your time on guilt. I don't. You chose me. I'm not sure I know what to say.
Morbidos!
I wouldn't have predicted the night you shared with our friend Lae'zel. You didn't consider it beneath you.
So cold. There's something coming. I can feel it in the shadows.
If the hag dies, she'll take the child along with her.
You could strangle them by accident, use too much rope and break off their legs, and if it goes really badly, you could wrench their heads right off.
Still another one.
All we can do is try, I suppose.
It's simple. I have a mission. It need not concern you, and as long as you don't interfere, it'll bring you no harm.
Have fun. And don't be a stranger. Still, there may be more to it. I need to keep alert, in case that suspicion amounts to anything. My skills were just fine to begin with. You can save the compliments.
Seems like a pack of goblins swarmed the owlbear.
What have you done? As soon as I get back to camp, you and I are finished!
No. I'm where I need to be.
This leads to Athkatla. Perhaps I'll see it for myself someday.
Only one chosen remains. And that's still one too many.
It's not that hard to find. Perhaps any difficulty is more telling of you, Gale.
Is that so? And what liberties did you decide to take, exactly?
Missing. Rascal, brown puppy. Jagoda, black and white cat. Zola. On it goes. What happened to these pets? I'd join you, but things are looking a tad crowded. You'll need to make room for me. With your encouragement, remember?
Looks like an animal dug this up. So much for a final resting place.
Things are different. All the time I spent training, hidden away from the world, I think I must have wanted to leave my mark somewhere. Just to prove I existed. Even to myself. I gave you my answer. Now drop it.
Cheese from the Dale lands. Or what's left of it.
Utter chaos ahead, but there must be a way past it.
Ad vitam aeternum!
Heading there.
Makeshift graves. Whoever laid these people to rest was in quite a hurry. This is no ordinary wine. It's poisoned. Some sort of paralyzing decoction.
You know, it'll be very difficult for me to keep focused on the rest of the party if you keep kissing me like that. It's simple. My Lady Shah demands a sacrifice. One life.
Dragon claws. The marks look recent.
No lock, no handle. How does it open?
The magic's been dispelled from that book on flumps. Let's see what's inside. There is work to do.
A temple to Lady Shah. It almost seems like...
No. Surely it can't be. Try not to waste this. I thought I made myself clear last time. Lose the other gith, or there's nothing more to say.
Congratulations, I think I've sprained my tongue.
Ah!
I suppose you'll be keen to do the rounds, with so many old acquaintances gathered. Do not let me hoard your time.
Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight. Don't worry. It gets easier and easier the further you venture into the darkness.
Vita excolato!
He's gone. The Shadowfell holds him now. Unless he can find his way back.
Carefully hidden. This must lead to somewhere precious to the Dark Lady.
Give it time. And thought.
You think I wouldn't have understood? We've all got a bigger problem to contend with. We need to be able to rely on one another.
It
seems the Githyanki are keen to reclaim the artifact I carry. I can't afford that to happen.
Time for a boost.
A giant nest. Let's see what we can find.
Normally, I'd tell you you're just reading too much into things. But... well,
Sorry, I'm being silly.
not just the city. Imagine the swathe of destruction the Absolute's armies will have caused.
There's a hag pit stench about you.
Don't worry, I'm coming. I know enough. But I'll risk it over certain death.
Damn thing. Open. Can't leave an ally trapped.
No. Anything but a wolf.
Good. Don't test me on this. I'm deadly serious.
Ad maiorem de gloriam.
You should have taken your own advice.
Right then. Lead on.
I have little doubt. But you can give your sword arm a rest. Tonight is for celebrating.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me.
What are these for?
Dead drow publicly displayed. The Duergar are sending a message.
Veritas, credo, oculus.
Looks like we've done Raphael's dirty work for him.
A prayer and a symbol. Perhaps it does more than just flatter Selûne.
Netherese. Gale will want to see this.
This head's no local, certainly. A death devil from the fugue plane.
Full up.
Its will is weakening. We have the upper hand. Time to end this.
Help's on the way.
Yes. I know it must seem like I pulled this out of thin air, but that's how Lady Shah chose to reveal herself to me. You'll see for yourself. Soon enough.
Gaudy thing. Maybe it can be sold for something more useful.
Precis alia ferro.
Your blindness as much as my deception, Selûnite. We can talk about this later, if you're willing.
You should have listened.
If I become a Dark Justiciar, I'll have Lady Shah's highest blessing, and her arsenal at my disposal. This will be good for all of us. Let's explore. If you're going to hesitate, just stand aside and let me do the trial myself.
Voco spicae.
A key? Wonder what it opens. But I've barely made a dent in it so far.
Looks like a Githyanki. Won't budge. There must be some way to get it open.
Dust is sparse on that door. Looks like it's been in use more recently.
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
Stuck, eh? Hold on.
Something of a much rarer vintage. After I offered up the night song to Lady Shah, her blood was on the spear, on my hands, on my clothing. I wrung out every drop I could. Saved it for a special occasion.
Why is it always a mephit?
I bet Gale will want to have a look at this staff.
Time's short. We need to act one way or another.
A portal to Mephistar. I think I've had my fill of devilish strongholds, if it's all the same.
Poor Karlak. Having to face her own mortality in such a definitive manner. Though the rest of us are still liable to perish, if it's any consolation.
Baldur's Gate prices, though. Not worth it, if you ask me.
Do you really need to ask? It's all I've ever wanted. Fall, damn you. That mad drow was searching for this forge, too. Seems he wasn't the only one. Can't give up. Not now.
You know what that offer truly entails, don't you? Become half a mind flayer, lose half of yourself. I don't want that.
None of your business. Now,
Ketheric Thorms shown in Selûnite armour. Is there any god that turncoat hasn't bowed to?
Faccio voco fere.
I have to get moving. Perhaps our paths will cross again later.
I should be careful. It would be all too easy to get lost in those arms.
That's Arabella's father. Or was Arabella's father. There's no time to spare. Lead the way.
shouldn't you be in someone else's bedroll by now?
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
Now that introductions are out of the way, perhaps we can look for a healer, a Githyanki hunting party. Perhaps that device was trying to warn us when it sounded out. Interesting jewellery. Certainly not from around here.
But you know all this, of course. Only a pity that more don't reject the Saloonite's lies.
One moment.
I suppose it was a lot to take in. A devil sought us out, teased us with his help.
Might as well. Let's see what we have here.
Sedate is exactly what I've needed. It's harder than I'd expected, actually. I'll never take vegetables for granted after all the effort it's taken to grow a few, but still. It's mine. Well, mine and the lodger's.
Time to open you up.
Agreed. There's not much we can do but press forward.
Answer me!
It seems our infection comes with an unexpected symptom. The ability to influence others. The whispering's already quieter here. Once you're dead, it'll be gone entirely. But in truth, it'll become all about you as soon as you can twist it that way. Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror.
What do we have here?
If you're sure.
Ethel! Show them what you're made of!
There's some sort of aura blocking me. Need to get rid of it.
Invocote!
You know, I didn't realize it was possible to be so cordial with a former flame. I suppose I'm lucky. Did you want something?
Darkness take you.
Well, that told me nothing.
Coop your vertus licet!
It's a privilege to have memories. Even bad ones. They've molded me into the person I am. As have you. Come to think about it.
Forget I ever said anything. I'm just indulging in thoughts best buried. That Orphic hammer could be crucial. We may have to try and get our hands on it.
Oh, stop. You can hardly be that miserable if you have energy for flirting.
But who knows? Perhaps someone else made her that way, as she tried to do to me.
A friend in need.
All about you, of course. Hells or not, every day's an adventure when I'm at Karlak's side. I'll tell them.
That is not what it seems. I see you, shapeshifter.
Better be a way out of here. This is no time to be stewing in a cell.
Crescat scientia!
Shah's favor is all the reward I need. She made a place for me where no one else would. If I succeed, I can return to it and be even closer to her.
Ludus non factum est!
More of the same.
Healer.
Then I won't breathe another word about it. But the sentiment remains the same. Chin up. Well, I think I was the one who did it.
Good. I wasn't intending to.
But you're clever, willing and flexible. You needn't feel left wanting. Are you hungry? Better give you extra so you don't nibble on me in the night.
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
Careful. Stealing the most precious item in this place is hardly going to go unnoticed.
Then it's your own fault for not asking.
Don't get into trouble, but if you must, fetch me first.
That mould should slot in here.
A poor reward, considering the sacrifices you made. But I understand. The whispers won't let me sleep. They keep pushing me. To you.
Intertus pulcher imperio!
This night song must be the source of Ketheric Thorm's invulnerability. But perhaps it could be turned against him.
Oh, be honest. I'm sure I saw you crack a faint smile. Or perhaps it was just a twitch of the eye.
Hells! I had my fill of tentacles on the Nautiloid.
I knew her well enough. You might have travelled with her for a time, but she trained me. What's your point?
Fools. Rising from the dead just to protect some dusty old baubles.
Looks like that dragon destroyed the road.
Ludus non factum est!
What? Now you're resorting to threats? The answer's the same as before. You'll know if I have anything to tell you. Lead the way.
Spare me the indignity. You looked set to loot this sad little shrine.
Speaking plainly, this isn't the first sign I've come across of a Sharan presence since we've been journeying together. I can't ignore them forever.
Dorar!
That's her finished. An impressive scalp to lay claim to.
What's next?
What's this
heraldry on these two's armor. No matter, might come in useful.
Hells, did I have to sing? The things they made me do. What's it calling to? Are there more of them?
Or is it? Suddenly I'm not so sure.
Baldur's Gate can be dirty, overcrowded, dangerous. But I do like it all the same. Found anything to admire in it, Lae'zel? Farewell.
Lava. Better watch my footing around here.
And just to be clear, come daybreak, finding a healer is our first priority.
Let's see what we have here. Let's go.
Bridge is down. Better look for another way across.
You should see how they flock to us. We spread like the night sky chasing the sun below the horizon.
Looks like it siphons power from whoever lies in that cradle. Just needs a volunteer.
Listen up!
Still me. Even after everything.
It's good that you two have each other for company. Fitting, perhaps. You left there a hunter and quarry and return as allies and friends.
A cave beneath a tavern. I wonder how deep it runs. I warned you, didn't I? You ought to reconsider keeping her around before she causes real trouble. What's that?
Quite the understatement, but yes, I have it. And I'll guard it with my life.
Burn marks. And not from someone's campfire either. Best be careful.
Why? Why me? Why all this effort?
Hells. What did that mind flare do to me?
Inexpugnabilis!
Don't worry. I'll fix you up.
Enough! I'm taking my parents away from here! I'm taking them away from you!
That can wait for now. Come on, tell me everything. What have you been up to?
Quite the gossip, aren't you? Wouldn't have thought you cared.
The distinction's lost on me, if you still feed on blood.
Just that. Off you go.
The more I find, the more curious I get.
Farewell, Lae'zel. May the Dark Lady guide your blade.
Too heavy. Whatever Marcus hid away looks like it's staying a secret.
I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not for me to guess what value Lady Shah places on each servant.
Almost there. I will not fail you, my lady.
I suppose so. Celebration's over. Time to pick up the trail again.
But you consort with a better class of people now, right?
Better give this a try.
Still, we're lucky nobody died. I hope you can keep your cravings in check going forward. Otherwise, I think you and I will be parting ways. Understood? I don't remember how long it takes, but we should hurry.
I'll keep a spot for you. It'll be just like old times.
Parchment-pallid villain!
Better get to it.
Whoever built it, they let it rot for ages. Some crude scratches in the metal doesn't make it yours. Karlak has offered to take on the duty. She doesn't have much time left, so there's a certain logic in leaving this to her. The Dark Lady would approve, I'm sure.
Tenebra!
His actual nose must be a distant memory by now. Oh, before you go, how does a red dragon plan their day?
Locked. Might be a key somewhere.
Let's do this.
I saw it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you.
A secret lair in the Undercity ruins. That doesn't sound at all nefarious.
So, we've been travelling with a vampire this whole time. Wonderful, just wonderful.
Karlak! I thought after all we've survived, maybe one last miracle would rear its head. But no. I'm sorry.
I suppose the world is your buffet now. Just be careful not to overindulge on innocent young necks, or you may find a mob after you.
Please. Any supposed new god would have an uphill battle. I suppose a little me time at camp wouldn't go amiss. Fetch me whenever you need me. And mind yourself out there. Ugh, I hate swamps. The place reeks. Probably full of bloodsuckers as well. Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck. Are you quite sure you have a friend called Shadowheart? Not an enemy?
It hurts. Darkness, protect me.
Dum vita est, spes est. Would you have joined up with her if you'd known she'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion? We're hardly awash with options right now. Because it just is. Trust breeds candor. So for now, that's all you need to know. Well, now you can run away again, Gith. Keep away from me.
Flagilo!
That mural, it shows Dark Justiciars. Another sign of their presence.
I can't hold it any longer!
I failed. I failed, Lady Shah.
She won't stand for this. We can talk later. I need to get out of here first. This isn't the first sign we've come across. It can't just be a coincidence. They had a presence in these lands once. I should keep watch for more signs.
Odd. I feel a touch of loss at this grave. Grief, even. But who is this?
There's worse ways to travel, I guess. I can respect that sort of loyalty. It's not all that removed from what was instilled in me. In either case, it's not something I want to dwell on just now. Not exactly an ambush for the ages.
You're done pretty and scented to wit.
Seems it's guarded by a protector of some sort. Something weak to this hot hammer. It seems like you have ample company already. You'll need to figure out who you can live without before I can join. Head to Baldur's Gate. Someone's waiting for me. The voice said I'd become a beautiful weapon. What do you think that means?
You knocked me out cold. I ought to return the favour, with interest. Of all the things to be indebted to, a bloody mind flayer. Diminue!
Perhaps you could wear a mask. Say you're a leper, or have taken religious vows to conceal your face.
Worth a rummage?
Simply begging to be robbed. That was most of them. Time to press on.
Martum tuum sum!
A little help, please. Rotten food and dried blood. A wild party, or something more sinister. Punished. Floric must be locked up somewhere, assuming she's still alive. If you're expecting me to drop to my knees before you, forget it. As long as I've prayed to Lady Shah, I've wished to serve her as a Dark Justiciar. Of course. I'd be stuck in a pod, or worse, if it wasn't for you. Glad to see you're all right. Now, maybe we can help one another. You're lucky I managed to catch up with you when I did. We're both lucky, in fact. First they take her friend, then they steal her face. Some people just don't understand boundaries. Oh, that stench. Body must have been here a good while. Don't thank me. I'm breaking Lady Shah's teachings just by doing so. But sometimes you have to be practical. You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible? A trap. Better watch my step. What did you say? Don't tempt me. Might find it hard to leave.
There's hidden depths in that lovable husk.
No way to ignite these. Strange.
Some act as though displaying bare flesh is a more heinous crime than murder and robbery.
Lead the way, Astarion.
I'm sure we will, but let's be proactive about it all the same. We're more than capable.
Growling. Come on, at least use words. You're better than this. Fight it! That would call for an awful lot of discretion, you know. Enough to make even a former Sharan take pause. I find something useful. I'm afraid my gratitude is all I have to offer. And a kiss, of course.
Stop it, you. We'll be back before you know it. Tonight, let's just enjoy ourselves. Catch up with old friends.
I suppose this affords me a little alone time. Until later, then.
Still too soon. Scratch is dreaming of balls and buried bones, no doubt. Silence can be best. Give it a try sometime. How are you?
I suppose it was.
And don't worry, I'm not going to toss your belongings into the campfire or anything.
Come. Let's get you some fresh air. I'll stay with you. Right until the end. I'm hoping to find some place I can settle down and stay close to my parents. Somewhere quiet, where they can find peace and gaze at the night sky.
Ah, well, we'd best not keep her waiting. Perhaps she will have mercy on Boo. A vampire in our midst, on top of everything. I should have seen it coming.
My lady, Shah. You may have felt her, but I heard her. She gave me a mission. I should thank you. If you hadn't sent me on that suicide mission, I'd never have learned the truth. Nothing. I belong to Lady Shah. Don't waste your time coveting what you can never truly have.
Someone climbed up here. Must have been nimble to make this ascent.
Propera!
Strange bedfellows and such. All right.
Minimus!
I can think of better places to enjoy literature than in the depths of the Underdark. Just a useful landmark to get our bearings with. I'm not keen on taking wrong turns in the Underdark.
Fine. But I'll be watching you all the same.
Do I truly need to explain? You made me who I am. Now I'd like to show you the fruits of your labor. Nothing but empty words, clearly. I've shown no signs of lycanthropy, thank you very much. But should that change, I'll take it you're volunteering to be childminder. Good. Seluna is a bad omen. Just look what's befallen her temple.
Risus abundat! Caido! Flagello!
What's that thing doing? Feeding? Something else? There's little I can say to you, I'm afraid. I'm no longer one to take the mercy of goddesses for granted. But I hope Mistress smiles upon you.
Got to help. Worse than a bloody child.
That creature you turned into. I hope you have it under control. It didn't look like something I'd want to contend with.
Best to stay out of its way.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Glacius!
Now what might you be hiding?
Such sweet music. I must listen.
Nor are you the same man who fell for me. Time can be unkind to hearts in that sense, especially if you fear change.
I had my family. For too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand. Perhaps not just any Sharon ruins. Remember the Dark Justiciars I spoke of before? Might be a coincidence. Might not. I can handle myself. But you're right. Time to try something else. You'll have me addicted to these embraces. Do you know that? You took the words right out of my mouth. I'd better take a peek.
Voco potentia!
Maybe, if I down enough of this swill, it'll pickle the worm in my skull. Something's dripping from the rafters. Not sure I want to look up.
Sphira mortis!
The latrine's overflowing again. Watch your step. Oh, I truly hope you're not speaking from experience. I don't know. It's hardly practical, but when has that ever stopped someone from trying to please their god of choice? I would know. Have to keep going.
Thou latrine-loving leper!
I won't regret defending myself. There's nothing more to it. So, only a mind flayer can wield the stones, from what the Emperor said. I wonder where they were going.
Hardly deserving of this.
You were just about to loot this shrine. Don't pretend you're offended now. I don't want to know what that is. I think I've been more than candid. You know about my faith, for one thing.
I can tend to this. Should check for anything useful.
All about the mission.
You sound like how I used to sound. I'm all right now. Or close enough, anyway.
That is none of your business. I suggest we concentrate on surviving. You seem overburdened with hangers-on already. You'll just slow me down.
Don't worry, I've got you.
Esperai me.
Everyone is exploited. Lowest gutter to highest throne, there's always someone above you pulling the strings. If you think otherwise, you aren't looking hard enough.
Dark Lady, help me strike true.
Must be the tree from the note to Kulga. What's that cleft there?
Hells. As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough.
Trust me, I'll keep up.
You're a strange one. On your way, then.
I'm not here to convince you, Mother. You are already disgraced in Lady Shah's eyes. I merely wish to give the others a chance to repent before they are dragged down with you.
Don't worry. I know their tired old tricks better than anyone. They'll need more than a hooded cloak and poison blade to best me. Especially when I have a friend on the inside keeping me abreast of their predictable little plans.
Staring at it won't provide any more answers, unfortunately. There's a power to it, that's for certain.
Careful. Once that thing's eaten through the camp, it might start looking at you hungrily.
And yes, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. You should have seen the look Will was giving you earlier.
On I go. I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about freely. Hells, was that really necessary? You almost got hatchling on me.
Honest of you. I can appreciate that, after being lied to by Shah for so long. A dictionary by how the pages are laid out. But what's this language?
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
I truly hope you're wrong about this.
This bear was young, judging by the teeth. Juveniles aren't so impressive as trophies.
She has. And I must continue to prove myself worthy of her favour. The apostate Ketheric Thorm still lives. That will soon change if I have any say in the matter.
Palidamors!
You seem sincere, oddly enough. Let's say we have an understanding.
Never mind how I got it, just be glad I have it. For now, let's just help each other. What do you say? Best step carefully if I don't want it to be my last. Very funny. And I'm a bugbear. We'll get along just fine. I don't feel too good. What did that druid scratch me with?
But let's not grow maudlin. This is a celebration. Tell me what you've been doing with yourself.
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. We'll need all the help we can get.
Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Not as glad as I am.
Commortuis in lingua mortua.
Hold on. They're not attacking. Must think I'm one of them.
Dare I even ask the number? Actually, no. I dare not.
Fine. See what chance brings you. Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is. It's like an abattoir in here. What is this?
We can't help everyone, even if we want to. There will be more for me to do, no doubt. The holy work will not be done until the Night Singer's eternal darkness is restored. I'm here for the mapping of the heart. I wish to be unburdened.
I've got the plans and the Susabark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all.
They were my sacrifice to make. This will not stand. Expect to answer for it at camp.
Maybe. But I know better than to share my bed drunk.
Lady Shah. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell. Whatever it is doesn't bode well.
Need to keep going. They do? Well, that's curious.
Barrel sharp the wit on you.
Non compos mentis. If we hadn't killed the goblins' leaders, they'd have turned that grove to ashes. We're owed quite a debt, I believe.
There's something I want to talk to you about. Something important. A vampire could make for an interesting ally in combat, if nothing else.
Whoever that even is. No intact symbols here, No dedications? Nothing?
I'm not sure what else I can say, at least until I can remember more. She taught me, trained me, punished me.
Arabella's father. I recognize him from the Grove. Just about.
Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone.
Understood. Just keep me from drowning, and don't laugh while I flail about in waist-high water. That's all I ask. I'm afraid my gratitude is all I have to offer.
A harper and a druid, judging by the heraldry. Died together. Sounds like a moon lantern. That's just what we need.
Well, in that case, thank you. I'll always think of you when I look upon it. After I think of Lady Shah, of course.
My favourite flower. Just a small remembrance. From one who can scarcely remember. Rest well.
The crown lies ahead. Now's our chance to dominate it. I will cast the spell.
I think you'll find I've been showing ample concern for myself since the moment we met.
Sounds like something's angry. Or maybe hungry. Best steer clear.
These must be Father Logan's secret tunnels. But his name is here. Someone was spying on him.
The Watchers have headless corpses inside them. Not an aesthetic choice, I assume.
We can discuss your hurt feelings later. If we want to make progress in this place, we have to do the trials.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
Darkness smite you.
The name's Shadowheart, by the way. Odd. I feel better.
Again with the adamantine forge. These people need a new hobby.
That wasn't for you to hear.
Suppose I'll lend a hand.
Allow me, friend.
The shadows are sparing me. But we need to get you some help. Yes. We shouldn't have allowed the likes of Aradin to get the drop on us. Better be careful in future.
Really? Even with all these chambers and the commanding views, you could live like a lord.
Worth taking.
We did what we had to do.
Uh-huh.
I don't need much excuse.
Charming place. Makes the rest of the creche look like, well, a non-Githyanki creche.
A waste of good healing. Time for a boost.
Do this, and the Queen's forces will aid us against the Netherbrain. I suppose this affords me a little alone time. Until later, then.
Karlak! I thought after all we've survived, maybe one last miracle would rear its head. But no. I'm sorry.
You sound troublingly sincere. But thank you. I'll find this a place of honor at camp.
Not the place or manner in which I thought you'd learn it. But yes, I worship the Dark Lady.
Tell them what you witnessed. Tell them how Lady Shah favors me.
Damn these imps. I need to reach the transponder. You truly will not give up, will you? I admire your tenacity, if not your powers of persuasion. It's strange. I've been dwelling on what I told you before about wanting to become a Dark Justiciar. But perhaps I should be content with my lot. I'm already blessed to have you at my side, after all.
Cozy fire. Let's head back. If we must.
We should check it out, but be careful.
I'll fetch you.
Karlak has offered to take on the duty. She doesn't have much time left, so there's a certain logic in leaving this to her. Somewhat callous logic, mind you.
You could almost row a boat through here with all the blood that was spilled. What happened?
This has a magic ward protecting it.
It's all right, I'm coming. They looked formidable enough. Lucky they didn't catch us with their loot.
Looks like a magic mouth spell. That voice probably belongs to someone long gone.
I know. I would have been an open book to you in no time. But don't pretend you didn't like the mystery. Thank you for the advice. See? We have much to learn from each other. Almost a shame we didn't throw more parties, come to think of it. After felling Ketherick Thorn, perhaps, we even had an inn at our disposal. And a brewery.
A cat with wings. That's new. At least to me, anyway.
I didn't ask for... You. You're one of them. The ones who are attacking the ship. There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear, anyway. Just forget you ever saw it.
You're nothing but a bloodthirsty maniac. I have to stop you.
I won't remember you at all. Nobody will.
Save your thoughts for later. An open tomb. Something tells me this wasn't plundered by grave robbers.
The Mother Superior must have had a reason to deny me the chance to become a Dark Justiciar. Perhaps this is the reason. Perhaps I'm simply not worthy.
Whenever you're ready.
Te absolvo.
His territory ran from the wood of sharp teeth to cloak wood. It took half an army to drive him out. How did he end up here?
This must be what's causing the curse. Now to find a way to stop it.
Such an aggressive choice of words. Careful you don't spoil the moment. Besides, we give them a home. Purpose. Just like I received.
I've looked worse, but I've definitely looked better.
Then what are you looking for? Because it seems like you're following me.
Kudo!
The mural is propaganda. Who's to say what truly happened? Though it is known that the Dark Justiciars have been silent for years.
Wait, we don't exactly have the advantage here.
My lady does not want you to.
A Guardian of Faith spell. All this time and it still holds strong.
I mean, never mind. Let's consider the matter settled.
The hell's with this? I'm here to save you.
You're welcome to try.
Your father won't be around forever, Will, but the pact, that's a different matter. I hope you won't live to regret being sentimental.
Thank you.
Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up.
I suppose I should encourage independence amongst the Dark Lady's flock. Viconia held us in too tight a grip. I don't want to make that same mistake. They just reminded me of something half forgotten. It seemed to depict Lady Shah's warriors in combat. I hadn't known they were active in these parts.
I doubt we'd make it in time. There has to be someone else nearby.
For once, I'm going to say the vampire is too civilized to do such a thing. Don't be foolish. You're far too handsome to hate.
A turnip. Not the most exciting of keepsakes.
Selûnite. An offence to the eyes.
I think that disturbed something's slumber. In order to join Lady Shah's elite, you had to pass her trials, then make a sacrifice in her innermost sanctum. One revealed only when you've proven yourself. Very few made it that far.
But you need to understand the limitations. I can't truly love you. Not like most define it. I'll always have to keep a place for Lady Shah.
I hear shouting up ahead. I'm not the coward here. Flat face.
I suppose you're right. On both counts.
Dead. By her own kin's hand.
Don't be. He's charming enough, well-read and well-groomed. You could end up with worse specimens at your side. If you say so. You're the one who nearly lost their neck over it.
Lava's not supposed to explode, I don't think. Something's igniting it.
Well, these things have been giving me plenty of practice. But I'd rather get out of here than push my luck.
A nautiloid? Could it be? Something's amiss. I feel a presence.
What do I say? Melon? Donkey? Sunrise? Whichever words will get you to leave me out of this.
How about a night on the beach, under the stars? Together. Just near enough. I think you may be overestimating his willingness to share. He may seem like the carefree hedonist, but there's something fragile beneath the facade. They're my parents. I've always felt like I owed Lady Shah my life. But what came before?
Why was I in those woods?
A scrying eye. Wonder who's looking through it.
If only they had the same vigor fighting goblins as they did each other.
I'd like to find somewhere peaceful. With my parents close by. Away from the city, perhaps.
You're no such thing.
But I'm still keeping this. Thank you. The chest Zaris sought. I wonder what its safe return is worth to her.
Help's on the way.
And even then, only for a moment. Until I got here.
I think so. I remember something. Not everything. It's new and not new at the same time. All jumbled up. And I've been telling them about you, of course. How brave and selfless you were, going to the Hells with Karlach. And a lot more besides. You're my favourite topic.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
Wyvern poison. Never tried it, and I hope to keep it that way.
I can't use that. Only jesting. I'm sure you're a force to be reckoned with.
Better fetch that.
This would be the worst time to take a nap.
Sounds like the shadow curse. We must be getting closer to moonrise. Perhaps we should seek out this near while we can, though.
Sounds like the shadow curse. We must be getting close. Forget near and the moon lantern. Let's just press on.
Virtus et scientia!
That was me. I hurt them. How?
Do you think this Inquisitor person is really going to help us?
Gladly.
And best of luck. You'll need it.
I won't keep you long. I gather you've already made plans with someone for your evening.
Hells! I've never felt magic so powerful. Focus your strikes!
Rather conventional beds for Githyanki. Do they cuddle plush red dragons, I wonder?
Many of us were sent to take it from your kin. I'm the last one left.
Gale defied Mistra herself. I hope he does not come to regret it.
But there will be a price to pay. We can't take the lack of symptoms for granted.
Voscuro!
A tiefling. That's Arabella's father, I wager. Or was Arabella's father.
A remote spot for a monastery. I suppose they wanted to make sure the monks avoided temptation.
I've killed in her name before. Why now? Why isn't the wine helping?
I did that. How did I do that to them? So many times.
I suppose so. They've certainly been useful in a tight spot. Now tell me something about yourself.
What are you playing at?
The mask. Take it off! Video veritatum!
This language. It's Kozakuran, same as on the door.
Then how do I make them stop? What do I do?
If you've energy to flirt, you've energy to fight this thing. Stay with me. I know you can. That's one thing I'm good at. Or so I understand.
Hold on.
Even if they're all long gone, and that seems quite likely from what we know, who knows what they may have left behind for us to use?
Damn it!
One of my first stops was the House of the Moon in Waterdeep. It's the largest temple of Selûne in existence.
What is all this? Better be careful what I touch.
I'd offered to take the plunge, but, well, somehow I don't think Lady Shah would approve of a mind flayer leading her flock.
Fool, damn you.
Almost, anyway.
I thought I might find shelter, supplies, even a healer, perhaps. No matter. The Underdark's probably full of lost oddities.
I've never clapped eyes on you in my life. Did one of the others put you up to this? Tell you my name and see if you could get a rise out of me?
Tortures are useless here. The curse is too strong.
Of course. I'll see you in the evenings. Stay safe out there. This hairstyle is closer to Lady Shah's own image. I did it to honor her. What do you think? I suppose Astarion is part of the vampire aristocracy now. I hope he doesn't expect us to bow to him. You're right. Your mere presence alone will leave them awed. Just like when I first clapped eyes on you.
I'll need a flame hot enough for forging. Sharpen up. or we're done.
Clausus. If I succeed, maybe I'll be allowed a pet. Stop being silly.
Non movere!
Are those prisoners? What's been done to them? These cursed shadows. I can see your strength wilting by the moment.
It seems even the Lord of Murder has lost faith in you. I'd offer my commiserations, but, well, I think they might be lost on you.
Obedi me! Resisto mortem! Voco morus!
A Selûnite prayer, marked with the same symbol as the chest. I'll have to sully my tongue and recite it.
Ketheric Thorm is no more, and may he stay dead this time.
This map shows a temple of Shah, and something dangerous lurking within. Damn gnolls are everywhere.
It may just be a coincidence, but yes. Sometimes it feels like any stirring of affection is rewarded with sheer agony.
This is a Harper rune. There must be a stockpile nearby.
Physically,
No, that part is already done. This will wound the spirit. Most deeply, I should hope.
I'm not seeking to control you. All I ask is a little consideration. We'll talk later.
This isn't the tadpole I'm speaking to, is it? The personality seems a little lacking.
And
I haven't forgotten that you saved my life aboard the Nautiloid. Perhaps I'll be able to return the favor at some point.
There you are. Keeping us all on tenterhooks so you could make a dramatic entrance, is it?
Of course you need help. I was thinking the same thing. Around the top of this cliff, perhaps.
I survived the gauntlet of Shah. I sacrificed Selûne's own daughter. I am your rightful leader.
More heretical symbols, of course.
always good when I'm with you.
I feel like I must have dreamed the last few months. Now I'm waking up back in camp with my hair smelling like wood smoke and fallen leaves stuck to my backside.
Shh. Don't call out. Don't move.
Eretio inspira!
Whatever those rocks are, I doubt any tool or weapon of ours will break them. These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry?
Ah! The pain's getting worse. Brain's getting stronger.
Perhaps they had no choice but to hide.
To summon those vines. And the power's impressive. I don't know what you mean.
No, I can't. I came here for them.
Well, that's half reassuring. Good thing we've got plenty of wild game around.
You must be eager to get back then. Slimmer pickings out in this wilderness.
The mission she sent me on was a lie. Same as everything else she ever told me.
Let's hope the Lady of Loss is pleased.
Thoroughly pilfered already.
More. Most, I should think. I doubt Shah will be given over to generosity. Best if I just consider them lost. I have everything I need to make new memories. As for this place, all I did here.
Non fit injura.
Get a girl's hopes up, why don't you? I need another bottle.
Sorry. Every gathering is an opportunity when you're doing the Dark Lady's work.
Rubbish.
I'm sure they'd consider the feeling mutual, if they could. Maybe I have other reasons. Regardless, stay away from me.
So many Dark Justiciars fallen in battle. Their source must be nearby.
Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea. I'll try poison next time. That was a joke, just to be clear.
There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here?
Let's see.
But after all we've been through, I really should know better than to doubt you, shouldn't I?
Martem toem sum!
No lock in sight. There must be a mechanism or something.
What are you hiding?
Oh, damn you!
I do. Thank you for understanding.
This'll help.
My parents are close enough that I get to see them regularly. A little cottage outside the city. I need to make every moment with them count, after so much was stolen from us.
Bunch of empty boxes and spiderwebs. Guess Loth's cultists haven't been back here in a while.
Hastily buried. But at least they were buried, I suppose.
Better get to work. Let's see.
Almost too easy.
Something should fit in here. Better find it.
I'd like to hope there's more to it than that. Some meaning that Lady Shah will reveal to me when the time is right. Until then, all I can do is endure.
Zentarim! To arms!
Perhaps another time. Lady Shah is sated for now. But your eagerness to do more wickedness is noted.
Lady Shah teaches us to abhor superficialities like fashion. Though the city does have some fine boutiques. After a new look?
Astarion, you seem remarkably hale and hearty in spite of all we're facing. The itinerant lifestyle must suit you. A girl's got to eat.
What do I gain from denying your appetite? Forget it. The milk's already spilled.
Pity Gale isn't here. This is just his sort of place.
It's time we had a talk with her. Don't you think?
That's usually my line. Suddenly seems unconvincing hearing it from someone else.
I didn't expect Lae'zel to turn on the Lich Queen so readily. Wonders never cease.
Last night was perfect. Saving the world is quite the aphrodisiac.
Are you trying to make me sleepy? You know how easily I get lost in your arms.
It seems Voss was right. Vlaakith is intent on hunting us down.
So Nebelin is Gon's true name. Every god has their secrets, I suppose.
I see. Well, if you change your mind, I'll keep myself easy to find.
Hardly the time for a repast. Later, maybe.
A message from Orin. Probably written in blood or poisoned ink.
Looks like they lost a fight.
That helped.
There's nothing more for you to uncover here. Let it rest. May the darkness protect you.
But that's the least of our problems.
Got to keep moving.
Ketheric Thorm is dead. Really dead this time. Lady Shah's justice has been delivered.
Maiar Fortior!
True. But too much freedom can be frightening. Lonely. And there's a reason why so many are eager to bow. No, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't trust your kind if a truth spell was stitched into your tongue.
Of course. From the first time I laid eyes on you right until now. That's all safe. I wouldn't surrender even a moment of it. It's harder work than I'd expected, actually. I'll never take vegetables for granted after all the effort it's taken to grow a few, but still. It's mine. Well, mine and the lodger's.
Umbrai! Not one to heed warnings, then. We should leave that thing. It seems like trouble.
I don't know. The anger was simple. I understood it, found comfort in it. Now I don't know what to believe.
Scratch marks on the floor. The things I do, or speak to, still warm. Like it's fresh from the blacksmith's forge. Let's get this thing open. That's good enough for me. I'm not sure what I expected coming back to this place. Certainly not a friend.
Pull yourself together.
Shah worshippers are nothing if not resourceful, I hear.
Well, perhaps I can come up with something later, all the same.
Better take that.
Fancy, but oink?
It's reciprocal, trust me. We need each other. Once we're cured, well, our partnership can end, if that's what you wish.
Obedi May!
A beautiful idol. Crafted with reverence.
You'll have to confide in someone else. I'm spoken for. I mean, you saved the grove. I'm sure you'll find you're quite popular if you look around.
Gila! Need to get off this thing while I still can.
I have to find my parents.
You may have his trust, but you've lost mine. Farewell.
Yes, and they put a tadpole in my eye, too. I assume that's what caused our minds to cross.
Your merciful streak will be the death of us one day. Let's hope Zarel won't be too angry.
Darkness strike you down. Killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve? Not this again. I told you already. Forget it.
Don't worry, I'm coming.
Lady Shah's followers honor her with an act of wickedness, carried out in her name. Then they feast, knowing they carry the Night Singer's blessing anew. What are all these for? I don't recall inviting you over. Yes, a silent one if you have any sense.
That was on purpose.
You know me. I'm not usually one to elaborate if I can avoid it.
Might be useful.
Hard to fathom, really. All the way from that pod, through the wilds, and finally back to where it started for me.
Dragons, overhead. Stay low!
You're too generous, Karlak. Better hope he hasn't acquired a taste for you. Not just yet. I wouldn't want to get my hopes up. If we can get any closer, and if there's anything more to that place, well, I think I'll have plenty to say then.
Lice-ridden cur!
Sounds rather ingenious.
Listen!
What more could I need? If I had all that and I had you, that's more of a life than I ever dared to dream of.
I'm not inclined to bother myself, but I suppose it keeps the city watch at bay.
I have no idea what you mean. The pinnacle of good trash. Even I can't forget that one too easily. Your father was a man of fine taste.
I need to concentrate.
You don't need a scourge or a rack to break people. Fear and self-doubt is sufficient. The leader of the pack comes to chat.
Ira et dolor!
I know what you mean. And under different circumstances, I'd like that too. But first things first, I'm afraid. A Selûnite book. I'm almost surprised that lot can read, never mind write. I'm glad you feel the same. We should do everything we can to tilt the odds in our favor. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. We'll prove him wrong. Very reassuring. Thank you.
Whatever it is, keep away from those claws.
Ambitious. Don't let Mistra hear you say that.
You're lucky I'm helping.
OBS!
What is that? Almost sounds like weeping.
Well put. Though I'll forgive a middling whine so long as the company makes up the difference.
No harm in talking. These trials mean something to me, don't you understand? I thought I could rely on you. We need to leave. Lady Shah won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did. Shall be done.
Tired, I take it? Fun? Well, yes. I suppose we did manage to make the best of things.
A scrying eye. Or whatever's left of it.
Perhaps they might have done, if I was a lesser servant of the Night Singer, one given to rash action. But enough about me. What have you been doing?
Stultissime!
The Dark Justiciars were the Night Singer's most trusted warriors. This is where they earned their place. The moment of truth draws near. As does this Inquisitor.
Creaky old rubbish. Only useful as firewood now.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing.
But please, enough about me. Sharing's bad for my complexion. Smells like burnt flesh in here.
Gigans!
How are you holding up? Don't be so modest. I can't remember the last time I met someone like you. Perhaps I never did. And never will again, of course. In the spirit of open-mindedness. I want to hear it all.
An illusion. Must be something worth hiding beyond it.
Sounds much like the Sharans. Hopefully that's where the similarities end.
I'm not sure I can even think about that right now. I'm still wrapping my mind around what happened in the Shadowfell. Grand Duke to be, eh, Will? I hope you don't forget about us little people after you've ascended.
Ah!
If you knew me, you wouldn't even ask. It is what my lady wants. I'm just her servant.
I'm hit.
Selûna. Fit only for a rubbish pile.
Morsin carta, vita cartissima!
Oh, I'll join you. If you have whoever's in charge alongside you. Otherwise, I'd best be on my way. Baldurin and his scaly friend admiring the city they created.
Might prove useful.
I will. But not as much as you'll enjoy yours, I'm betting.
This will do. Take off your clothes.
Perhaps I was. She sent me on this mission, after all. I didn't mean it like that.
We might be clear of those monsters' ship, but we still have their spawn inside our heads. We need to get rid of them while we still can.
That's what makes it so good.
A piece of clown, going by the colour. Dribbles, I presume.
I wish I could see more of my parents, but we managed to stay in touch. They're well, settled at a cottage I found for them. Perhaps one day Lae'zel will have her fill of battle and we can go join them for good.
I should fetch that.
Claw marks and magic wounds. The work of Halcyon, maybe? He must have left for the Grove.
A sorely deserved downfall, I might add. Vlaakith made the wrong enemies, and now it will cost her everything.
I'll help. One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. Even if you did knock me unconscious afterwards.
Let's see what those harpies were hoarding. Better than I ought to. Other than the occasional mental exchange, it's almost as if we're not infected.
Amicus animalis!
Another brain.
Parabellum!
This isn't coin, it's paper.
Something's here. Almost missed it.
I can't face the thought of it myself, though. I've only just been able to start living on my own terms. I can't surrender that.
I'm sorry I kept it from you. It's not a secret to be shared lightly.
That face thief Orin's made off with Gale. We'll need to rescue him. Unless we actually intend to kill Gortash for her.
Pulsa!
Sorry. Thought I'd catch you in the afterglow.
I'm no expert, but that painting looks like it'd go for a nice sum.
How many people did I help break upon this thing?
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from.
Wounds will soon be forgotten.
That should alert a good few goblins to our presence. Not planning on discretion, then.
Rite of the timeless body. Some druidic practice. Jaheira may know.
Don't be like that. You've made your bed. Now go and roll around in it with your new bow.
What comes now?
I hope so. Good night.
Pondering my name won't get us off this ship. Let's stow the small talk until we're safe, shall we?
Not interested in a Gith's leftovers, I'm afraid.
Dollar!
I won't pretend I'm disappointed. Your company is... Never mind. See you at camp, perhaps.
I'd like to see the islands, maybe, or head south to Arm. I heard there's an enclave of werecats that hunt the followers of dark gods by moonlight. I'd love to see if there's any truth to that.
I would have destroyed this in Shah's name once. But no longer.
It's a little quieter now. Is that what they wanted?
I won't quite say that. Far from it. But you and I have a bond. I can't let a little bloodlust ruin that.
Here it comes!
Nothing. A trick of the light.
No.
Were you meaning to backstab me all along, or did you just lose your spine along the way? Secco!
We shed those cloaks. Before Shah, we stand gloriously naked, beyond the vanities of mortals. I know. I don't understand how exactly, but I felt it go to you. It's important. Keep it close.
Try and behave at least. And if you can't behave, maybe slip me a warning to keep my distance.
The true contents of that book on flumps were hidden by magic. Ingenious.
You're even worse at lying than you are at sneak attacks. You and I are done. That trinket's radiating magic, Gale. Looks like someone broke free. One of the adventurers? Maybe they're back at the Grove. Clearly. And you know what? I think that's just what the devil intended.
Nolla salos!
Not worried, are you? Rest easy. Uh-huh. Will it is, then. Let's move. It'd take an age to hack through all this.
That's the end of hope. A little on the nose, Raphael.
This heat. I can see the air shimmering. The forge must be nearby.
Mistra was never worthy of your devotion, Gale. She will rue the day she turned on you, I am sure. I knew there was something untrustworthy about you.
That's a bit of fingerwork, perhaps.
Maybe you're right, but the whispers won't stop. It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead.
Goblins aren't our concern so long as they stay out of our way. We're here to find a healer.
Health. That's quite a view. What happened here? I'm not sure I want to step in there.
A staircase would have been too conventional, I suppose.
My parents. I need to save them.
Piss-addled pontificator.
It was special, but also fleeting. As it was always going to be.
At last. Thought I was done for.
No offense intended. Quite the contrary, in fact.
Looks like this used to be a distillery.
Come over here, boy. We'll have to find somewhere for him to sleep, of course. He'd get stuck in the door of the cottage. Maybe the barn. It's as warm as anywhere, as long as he gets along with the other animals.
Oh, hush you. Stop fishing for compliments.
I'm glad you managed to pull yourself away from your leather-bound harem, then.
You'd be wise to turn a blind eye. I won't fail. Not when I'm this close. Just a brief respite. It seems that Will's determined to remain the Blade of Frontiers. I suppose he's truly earned the moniker now. This idol must have some magical properties. Gale?
You're not actually intending to waste time hunting this Karlak person, are you?
Onward.
Wait! That can't be. There has to be another way. Please!
Shadow Druids. Korga means to turn the circle.
Sol Invictus!
None other. She spoke to me. She actually spoke to me. And she gave me a mission. I don't know if I can do this, now that I'm here.
Mados potentis paro!
They killed a child for that. Let's get in and out of this place before any vipers decide to bare their fangs at us. I suppose this affords me a little alone time. Until later, then.
Parabellum!
It was just what I needed.
Nice view.
As much as I enjoy a sit-down, a strengthening bludgeon is more useful. Another time. I'm terribly tired. You should get some rest, Lae'zel.
Lady Shah permits me to plead ignorance.
Arredissimus!
I'll take it on good faith that such a thing exists. Nothing in here.
We already do that, by and large. We journey together, fight together, share food and campfire.
You made it. Lady Shah smiles on us.
The way back to Baldur's Gate. Raphael will be returning through here before long.
Liar! 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 I want to talk to you about the other night. I thought we were having a pleasant time. But you cut it short.
No use digging here.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you. May Lady Shah's blessings be upon you.
Tread carefully now.
Ugh. I've enough trespassers in my head without her joining in the fun. I have my reasons. They're nothing for you to be concerned about.
Extende!
You know, I had a dream just like this once.
Voco nubis!
Those gouges. Tore through rock like it was butter.
Ut ventus!
Ah, this cursed thing!
Looks like a toll house. Maybe there's some seized goods still inside.
As you like. You behave yourself out there. And come back to me in one piece.
Oh, no.
Never mind. There's bigger problems than your terrible taste in disguises.
It doesn't need to. As long as you keep your fangs to yourself.
Trust isn't something that comes easily to me. But with you, I think I can make an exception.
She's vanished.
And left a whiff of sulphur as a parting gift.
Stop! I already warned you not to do that again.
There's so much only they could have told me. But that's all gone now. I've got to move on. find some place for myself. I doubt you'll find much to sacrifice in this place. Let's keep focused. Fine. But don't delay. Nothing. Selûnite moons and stars. Just like the dwarf's poem described. This is what I get for trying to strike up conversation.
Don't do it, Histarian. Thousands will die unless you stay your hand.
What, join you? Might not be possible. It's stubborn that way. Prone to lashing out. Keep it for now. We can all help to protect it. You cried out. I hope you can explain yourself. The Shadowfell, her domain, has power here. Whatever the Dark Lady needs of me, I'll wager the answer lies wherever her power is strongest. I need to find that place and see what awaits me. Lovers? I think you must have me mistaken for someone with no taste.
She's deluded. As are you, should you show her your allegiance.
All this stonework has me thinking. Would you ever want a statue of yourself, Will?
Indeed. There must be all sorts of things you could tell me. Ugh, feeling rather worn down today. Hard to rest in this wilderness.
Vincit qui petitor!
It matters little, either way. Lady Shah claims everything in the end. Last Light is a testament to that.
I do. But I won't. Not yet.
And get murdered by a pack of goblins or gnolls instead. I bet we can work out how to open it.
We've been traveling with a vampire this whole time.
Quite a collection of art tucked away in here.
It's full.
A flame cannot burn without fuel. And Lady Shah's church would not thrive if everyone was happy and content. We are nothing but a dark mirror, held up to show society's failings. I thought I was the one most burdened with secrets. Seems I was very mistaken. All this time we've been fighting and fleeing from the Absolute, and we've one of their figureheads in our midst. I still remember.
Feels like my brain's about to collapse in on itself.
A camp. Looks like it's been sitting empty a while.
It shouldn't surprise you. We've been at war with Selûne since before most of history was written. An eternal conflict from the viewpoint of mortals.
It must be all the fresh air since the crash.
Has me flush.
Well, let's just say I can play the innocent when needed. Have a lighter touch than you might expect. And can untie many knots with just my mouth. Practical skills, learned in service of Lady Shah. I thought this camp was supposed to be our safe haven. Not quite so when we wake up to dead tiefling bards. I may have difficulty sleeping for a while. The Netherbrain, its power is bearing down on me. Can scarcely draw a breath. I have little doubt. Only the strongest of hearts could endure such challenges and maintain even a sliver of your good cheer. First, I need answers.
Stuck fast. I'll help.
Not as much as I am. My whole life has been leading up to this. At last, I've become who I've always meant to be. That is not for me to share, even to a fellow child of Shah. Careful, Lae'zel. It's dark around here. Would be a terrible shame to lose you forever. Nothing, just a show of respect. Trust me, you wouldn't want to displease her. Not here. Let's continue.
What a ghastly diorama.
This'll help.
Nearly had it.
Get rid of the Gith, then we can talk about helping each other. We could throw ourselves at his feet, be they cloven or otherwise. Or perhaps we shouldn't.
Not working. How is this thing powered?
Vivat crescat floriat!
Oh, let us stay. What's the worst that could happen?
Apart from my pod, remember? I'm grateful for the effort, but you should save your strength.
You cyst! You misshapen flesh lump!
My old haunt. Strange. I don't remember it, but it's comforting to be here.
You're infected. They'll just put you down like a rabid animal. Your best chance is with me.
I wonder how I'll feel when I remember everything. Your blindness as much as my deception, Selûnite. We can talk about this later. if you're willing.
It's stopped now, whatever it is. Let's just carry on. Ahem. No, you shall not. I'd hate to reward a kind gesture by breaking your fingers. Give me some time. I'll see if there's a way I can make it up to you. Do what's right. I think I lost sight of that some time ago. Better to just serve blindly. I was thinking the same of you. You pick me up whenever I'm down. Often literally.
Perfect.
What was that?
Seems it's got a protector. One vulnerable to a hot hammer, whatever that is.
Allow me, friend.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
There's no getting rid of it. We'll just have to keep it hidden away.
And her church in Baldur's Gate has been cleansed. Viconia strayed too far and convinced herself that she knew better than the Night Singer. The arrogance. Well, I'm certainly glad you feel that way. I doubt I could be so forward-thinking in your place. Thank you. I don't know what I expected. Scratch can't reach me just now.
Sounds like something's less than pleased. This sword has all kinds of power running through it. Gale, want to look? Dwagar invaders. We can manage that. Better than picking this fight, surely.
Volo non fugia! Hurry! Get to the brain and cast the spell to compel it to submit. I'll cover you! Pernicious, putrefying pissant! Now gobbling goo gobbler!
Because we've enough troubles and burdens as it is. Common sense, that's all.
Don't be. They're free now. As am I. And part of them is still here with me. Do I know you?
Resisto, Accidum!
This must have been quite a place in its heyday. Could you ever picture yourself living here, Astarion? You know, assuming the riffraff were cleared out.
If I have to step over your corpse to fulfill what Lady Shah asks of me, so be it. Your choice.
Oh, come on, you loved it. I'll wager I'll overhear you telling that to someone else before the night is out.
He looks set to burst. And will probably be left hip-deep in his juices.
What happened to Karlak?
Well, now I'm going to have to do that, aren't I? You're a bad influence, you know.
Shadowheart.
No, Astarion, stop this!
If by warm you perhaps mean a flaming arrow, I doubt they'll attack in public. No, I expect they'll point me in the right direction so I can face my reckoning away from prying eyes. These volumes, they're all about Shadowheart. Years of training and tutelage. This must be part of Dribbles, judging from the cloth. Shah did not come to Viconia's defense. All who bow to her are disposable pawns, in the end.
Very funny. And I'm a bugbear. We'll get along just fine.
Crescit eando!
Don't wear them out entirely, priest. I might have use for them yet. What are you doing? Wait. It's you. I saw you on the ship. You survived then. Still nothing. Bloody contraption.
Hello, world.
Shah condemned me. By her decree, you and I are enemies.
Let me take the edge off the pain.
Oh, hells, that's cold!
Cerculus mortis!
Your time has come. Stuck? Hold on. Well, praying didn't help.
But there is more of her work to be done. More of her foes to be cast down.
And trust me, I'd love an explanation.
Mors certa!
I sincerely hope there's actually a cure to be found in this place. We're putting ourselves in unnecessary danger otherwise.
An ode for you? Odor, mayhaps?
The Dark Lady teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time. Her embrace will elude us until we shed that which holds us back.
And all that is broken.
That's no common travelling chest. Might be worth a peek inside.
Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
I've never seen anything like it.
Say what you have to say. All that wisdom. Lost. Forever. All so that we could survive. I owe him my life. We all do. My parents are still captive. I need to free them.
No use. There must be a way to activate it nearby.
I do. Think of all we've been through just to get to this moment. That wasn't luck. That was us.
I couldn't agree more. Lady Shah's holy work is all-consuming. I doubt I'd manage without a feather bed to turn to.
The way I was raised, the way I was trained, well, it was positively encouraged to get to know each other. Even from the memories I can recall, there's stories I could tell you. Yes. But also no. I felt like the world had been upended. But it also made perfect sense.
Let's see. A doppelganger in our camp. That sounds all too believable.
The ogre must have moved on to new deals. Doesn't do anything. Maybe, but we might get lucky. We're overdue some good fortune. Come here. Please.
If I prove myself to Lady Shah, she'll bless me with power. Power we can use to take on the Absolute and rid ourselves of these parasites once and for all. Let's explore.
Crude, but vivid as artwork goes. Whoever made these must be long dead.
It shall be done.
Well, I'm glad someone does. Perhaps I'll get used to it. I have a lot to get used to right now. Personally, I think Halsin's advice about getting to Moonrise sounds like the most promising option.
Ketherick has her now. It's done.
Hands off!
Whoever was worshipped here hasn't been paid homage in some time, by the look of it. See you at camp, then.
Maleos!
I thought we could have so much more together. All of us. But this is your choice. Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived.
I don't know what it is, what it does. I just have to get it to Baldur's Gate.
Almost a shame we're with company. I'd be tempted to let you whisk me away someplace quiet.
Perhaps not. But it's difficult to surrender something so beautiful.
You need me with you. Let me speak to your leader and we can press on.
Spare me the scolded puppy routine. I already said I'm not angry. I'll still pet you as much as you like.
Countless initiates walked these halls once, seeking to become Dark Justiciars. It's blindingly obvious, if I'm to be frank.
A genius!
It pays to be light-fingered. Seems like his godlike powers died with his followers.
You did the right thing. All those deaths would have weighed you down.
I suppose. I also suppose I'll have to rely on myself to stave off boredom.
Won't move.
The Shadowheart I thought I was would never even dreamed of defying the Lady Shah. I'm a stranger to myself.
Stop being so gentle.
Wait, just give me a moment. I can manage. As long as you stay with me.
This is what we sowed. Shah's darkness will embrace the children now. After all, it can get awfully cold at night out here in this wilderness. A mind flayer? Hopefully there's no truth to his ravings.
The Legend of Arnsaw. An epic poem from the looks of it.
If you're truly sure. I'm not even certain myself.
I could never regret fulfilling my life's purpose.
Besides, Lady Shah may afford me a little wiggle room.
Now is the time to spread her word. So many have suffered greatly in recent times, gripped by pain and loss. They will rush to the Dark Lady's embrace.
My Mother Superior sent me.
But you stole that from me. So now this place can be your tomb.
Ah.
Lily-lunged limpet luster.
Interesting.
Death becomes you.
It's not for me to question that. Or for you. We live to serve.
Too many tieflings. Don't cause trouble. Anyway, it was just a figure of speech.
Diminuate!
It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod. But you didn't.
I'll remember that.
Of course. But what you really need, what both of us need, is a healer.
That voice. Is that Lady Shah. Well, let's hope he keeps his distance.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Be honest. What do you think of the new look? Damn. I was hoping my imagination had gotten the better of me. But this must be something more.
Need a pick-me-up?
Look where Tibi Placket.
Then this is where we part ways. Shall forgive me. I was so close. Farewell.
Pixie. Rather quaint little find.
The spell is cast. What's done is done.
Away, you pox nun!
He betrayed Lady Shah. There can be no forgiveness for that.
My lady truly shows her splendour on nights like these.
You seem overburdened with hangers-on already.
As the leg, you'll end in defeat.
Chin up. This'll help. Better go help that wretch.
Viconia, to battle!
Blessings from afar. Perhaps Mistra is more invested in you than it seems, Gale.
Makeske! Arde!
The Githyanki are leaving. It would have been hard to imagine parting ways from them peacefully once.
Let's leave, before we're asked to pay for damages, in gold or blood.
Come on, get up.
Vile creatures. Nothing that's born of a corpse should be allowed to live. Relax. We'll kiss and make up on our own time.
Time to move!
I don't need much excuse. Maybe this will make you useful.
This is a druid ritual, but not as I know it. Something's off. I should hope not. Have you ever heard the people who want to talk about themselves? I'm doing you a favour. There's less truth in the Moon Witch's teachings than you've been led to believe, Selûnite.
She was brutalized. The killer knifed her many times after she was dead. Was it you?
I remember this place now. A whole stolen childhood spent in these halls.
See you at camp, then. If I die down here, destroy my corpse.
What a sight. We chose a powerful ally.
Maybe. Felt oddly familiar, but I don't know why.
Seems simple enough. I'd like some time alone now. We'll talk soon.
Of course I'm not surprised, Astarion. I'd be outright disappointed if you did anything less.
Pigeon blood. Is there a feasting feline nearby?
Desperate people. Refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove.
Perry!
You're in rough shape.
Perish the thought. You are right to look the part. I know the importance of appearances in maintaining your grasp of power all too well.
Let the pain fade. I'll fetch you.
True. But I thought you might not want to linger with me. We haven't always seen eye to eye, after all. Lay one finger on me and you'll breathe your last. I promise.
A house of healing. For all the good it does anyone now.
You have nothing to fear from me, so long as the feeling's mutual.
What's your game, exactly? A Selûnite bearing gifts sounds like a trick if I ever heard one.
Well, I'm not most. I respect Drow. I've no quarrel with you unless you make one.
Don't worry, I'm coming.
I don't recall you stopping me. You had every opportunity. Whatever's inside belongs to us now.
What, besides my life's calling and the greatest problem I've ever faced? Spare me your dramatics. I already told you all there is to tell. Let's go. Firstly, you may need to soften that Githyanki way with words a little. And since then, you've seemed reliable. Maybe I'll have to reevaluate what I think I know about your kind.
I'll get you.
Yela! There's got to be a way to stop this thing.
Of course he can come with us. I always regretted we didn't extend the offer after the battle. It was all such a blur.
Such depth to the shadows. I don't care what others say about the Underdark. It's beautiful down here.
The only reason for that would be if I had died in battle. Did I seem dead to you last night?
A gentle touch pays off.
Imagine how much of a chore I'd be to have around if I truly remembered nothing.
Time for a boost.
I didn't expect you to turn on the Lich Queen so readily, Lae'zel. Wonders never cease.
I'm glad you still think we have the luxury of being picky. Let's just hope another option presents itself. I don't think so. You need a healer, same as I do.
Farewell, Lae'zel. I'm a better person for having met you.
Better make camp soon. Might be a while before there's another chance to rest.
The brain.
I can feel it in my head, gorging itself on my thoughts.
Shah's blessings upon you. That's more easily said by some than others.
Don't worry, I've got you.
In talego.
I'm glad for you, Karlak. It's hardly the life anyone dreams of, but, well, it's a life.
What the? You were on the ship with me. How did you get inside here? It's quite a bottle. I liberated one of the finer vintages earlier. She made her choice. We have to do what's best for ourselves. Nothing's happening. But it doesn't look broken. She sowed her own downfall in trying to take the prism for herself. Had she never sent me, I'd still bow to Shah, none the wiser. Honestly, trust. I can't remember the last time I sought to confide in someone like this. Maybe I never have, for all I know. But now it just feels right.
Let's keep that our special secret. I have a reputation to maintain, you know.
Just to be clear, you're going to lead us into a nest of Githyanki marauders, and we're supposed to trust that will end well for us.
Oh, did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it. Not interested in Minthara's leftovers, I'm afraid.
As am I. It's well-deserved, and I dare anyone to argue otherwise.
I think Scratch is up north. Playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course.
Zaris was looking for this chest. Surely there's something valuable inside.
Healing. Learning to live again. It's hard to think of all that was robbed from them, but they're intent on making every day count for double.
There's a hollow in that tree. Looks hand-carved. Baldur's Gate. You know, I never quite believed I'd actually make it back. Wasn't until we got within reach of Worm's Crossing that it felt real.
Nothing. Better leave it for now.
Get out! Get out of my head!
Another gem. One step closer to proving my worth to Lady Shah.
I can see the cogs moving behind your eyes, Gale. What's on your mind?
Living without sunlight isn't so bad, Astarion. Where I came from, we would often work exclusively under cover of darkness.
A vampire that sees us as his own travelling larder at that.
Yes, you probably should have. Perhaps your Moon Witch's guidance isn't as revealing as you believe it to be.
Mortalis!
Now you see me?
It took me so long to find you.
Indeed, you'll be in your element. Just try to keep to the provided beverages, yes?
I see. 100 years is too far back for what I had in mind. No matter, our Gith helper didn't make it. So, how were we spared?
Oh, what is that? Looks like someone tried to grow their own friend but lost the instructions.
I still remember who they were. What I did to them.
I wish that was true. But I've seen plenty of blood spilled for just those kinds of things. The world will keep on scheming no matter what happens to us.
You made it. Come here. Sit with me. I can't. At least, not right now. I'm sorry. After everything that happened with my parents, with Shah, I need time to myself. Time to find myself.
Cupio vertus licet!
Give me some time. If I can figure out whatever it is that I need to do, well, then there should be more time for us.
I'd like to think I'm cunning enough to get away with it. Come here to me.
Why the hells did she want the prism? It cost her everything. Looks like nobody's ventured this far down in years.
The brew's been chilled! The rest of the note is pure gibberish as far as I can tell.
I don't need much excuse.
Peckish!
A lot of spilled blood. This must be where Father Logan was attacked.
That should do nicely. It'll be worth the trek back. I promise. We can go in your own time, but let's be careful to not advance too far forwards.
I'd hate for us to miss our chance because events took a turn.
I'm not afraid. Far from it. Fine. Just keep out of matters that don't concern you.
In nocte consilium.
Over time, the infected victim turns into a mind flayer.
Isabel, the Selûnite cleric from Last Light.
It's decided. Let's go.
I suppose it is. Though the chance to savour the moment might be brief, given all that still lies ahead of us.
Tormentum.
Hilarious. You could find work as a jester if you stumble upon a noble with more gold than taste.
You probably would have been well rewarded by her if you hadn't just told me that. I owe you.
I feel light. Almost like I could float away if I cared to.
Stay your hand. These two must be important.
That's a curious-looking chest. I wonder what's inside. Thank you. I needed that. That was me. I did that. How? Selûnite. Strange, seeing such an item in a new light.
You bit me. You're a vampire.
I should think so.
I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. The shadow fell. Night song. I can think of little else.
The owlbear.
I won't leave you behind. Displaying a drow corpse in the Underdark. Someone's trying to make a statement.
Dark Lady is my witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think we're done here.
Oh, twist my arm and break it, why don't you?
I wanted to, truly. But I suspected someone with ill intent was tailing me. I didn't want to lead them to your door.
Don't worry, I've got you.
And kissed.
Some strange Githyanki adage, I assume.
I'm not sure I want to know. Perhaps. But in the meanwhile, I'll just have to find a way to live with them.
Seems being a true soul leaves you unconcerned about your tadpole. Or unaware.
Shah, guide my hand.
Caveat incantator.
Best if you leave me alone. For now.
Help's on the way.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find there's still plenty to like, if you care to indulge.
Now that you mention it, I can't remember who taught me. Another memory lost, perhaps.
Selûne statues everywhere. How could a temple of Shah be here also?
If you want to know something, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
But I want you to refrain from foolish heroics. When the time comes, we'll be entering a nest of vipers. I couldn't bear to lose you. Not after everything.
This'll help, friend.
Is this because of what I shared with you? My memory of being saved from the wolf. You're clutching at straws.
Sounds like something turned itself off.
Can't leave an ally stuck.
Elf jewellery. Royal jewellery, in fact. From Soldanessala, I believe. A curious find.
Sharp as a pig's testicle.
Haven't seen that game in years. Karlak was here when I went to sleep. Where is she? Next time you feel like wasting gold, I'll happily unburden you of it myself.
Is someone singing?
What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it. Perhaps you did the only thing you could. But still, I wish there had been another way.
The voice on the ship told me I'd become a beautiful weapon. What do you think it meant? Endless dark. Transfixing, isn't it? Who knows what's down there?
Sorry, was lost in thought. Something the matter? I truly wouldn't have faulted you if you wanted Karlak. Those arms are built to sweep someone off their feet.
Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder? It looks like Benrin's wife.
Another waif dead before her time. I wonder how it happened.
Ooh, remind me not to attend any poetry recitals with you. Not too down market of an establishment for you, I hope, Gale.
Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains.
Nothing like being dropped in the wetlands in the blink of an eye.
Vita mortis cario.
Careful what you do with that thing. I may not have known them like a daughter should, but I'll still avenge them.
Yes. Almost like it's whispering to me still.
Won't budge. Let's leave this place. There's nothing more for me here.
But don't be such a stranger either in future. Should Withers grant you leave from Avernus, you'll know where to find me. I can always make time for an old friend. One of the privileges of being in charge.
Curious to see them depicted in such a place. Perhaps there's more to it. But there's nothing to be done about it just now. Unless you want to be taken advantage of, that is. It's difficult to put into words. But I think I have the measure of you now. You've gone from stranger to someone I'd be loath to journey without. You know, I've been catching myself smiling more lately. I think that's your fault. Gale's back on his feet. Good. We've got enough problems as it is without him dead as well.
Torre!
Well, certainly brave of you. I'll say that much. Not tonight.
You festering bubo!
Me too. Some prayers are answered more quickly than others. Let's continue. What the hell? There was a creature trapped inside. Someone's moving around in there.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
Well, looks can be deceiving. Defying a goddess, Gale. Well, they do say imitation is a form of flattery. I just hope you know what you're doing. Where did he go?
Ah!
The Dark Lady's finest warriors arose from this place. Now I'm here. So again, what are you doing here?
Kaikote!
Bad enough to have a tadpole, never mind one that's been tampered with. There's a gap behind those crates, big enough to fit through.
No wonder the lake is so treacherous, with a lava elemental fanning the flames.
What an angry little pixie. Sort of adorable, really.
Lady Shah values those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want. Stealth is a virtue derived from her very essence.
I had hoped you might be tactful enough to not pick at that particular scab. Seems I was mistaken.
If you're sure. This is not a decision to make in haste. But you have my support, either way. There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from. Quite a set of horns. Fake, no doubt, but still impressive.
There is one other matter. As the chosen of Lady Shah, it is time to carry myself like one.
A wine bottle? A scholar with good taste, perhaps?
Though, for a while, I thought I might have someone to share new memories with. Not to be, it seems.
Let's just say it's a very personal, very private acquaintance. It's like an abattoir in here.
I suppose it can't be easy making friends amongst the gods, being the Pantheon's newest arrival.
More the drowning, and the things that could be hiding underwater, and the drowning, and the cold. Did I mention the drowning?
As for what he said about a dark justicious stronghold in the Underdark, I'll need to see that for myself. If true, and Shah willing it is, it could be invaluable to us.
Dissolve!
What shape for a keepsake? Must fit in somewhere. I don't know. Perhaps if I succeed in my mission and reach Baldur's Gate. Hope has little place amongst Lady Shah's children. It's an illusion, a distraction. But for this, I hope my time will yet come. Selûnite. I would have looked on this with scorn once. Vast world out there. Very practical. We could have toasted to that every night so far.
Toes nihil!
Another trial. I need to do this, same as before. Curious. Most are afraid of my lady. Not interested in a vampire's leftovers, I'm afraid.
All the hallmarks of a protracted torture. Orin clearly enjoyed herself here.
But I suppose you may have your uses. I can keep an eye on the Gith. You know, I can't tell if it's mourning, angry, or just hungry. And I think they'll stop once I deal with you.
Better stay alert.
Samuel? We've heard that name before, from Halsin. That's who he's looking for.
I don't want to end up like them. Let's behave. Or at least pretend to behave.
Most fear the dark. like children, because in darkness they see their fears reflected.
The Underdark. As much as I appreciate its shadows, I think Lady Shah will have use for me elsewhere.
The Stone Lord has plans to rob the counting house. But Nine Fingers has an ambush prepared.
That was too close of a fight for my liking. Better be careful down here.
Pigeon feathers. A casualty from the post house, perhaps?
Mistra is a lesser goddess compared to Lady Shah. But if you have a chance to speak to her, you should seize it.
Oh, come on now. It happens to the best of us from time to time. To you, perhaps. For me, it's perfect. I think I'll enjoy it by myself for a while, if you don't mind.
A Marigorn's mask, no less. Those infernal soldiers only fight with a commander at their side. And I don't see one here. He's down. Time to hit him with all I've got.
Curious. Part of me thought there'd be more to this place.
I can't tell you any more. This mission required utmost secrecy. We all submitted to having our memories suppressed so that we couldn't betray Shah's confidence.
Be careful consuming shadow magic. The darkness tends to take more than it gives. I would know.
I can't say I'd have done the same, but your choice in the end.
Besides, they put themselves in harm's way, then were arrogant enough to try and withstand the Night Singer's power instead of fleeing. You can't help those who aren't willing to help themselves. Well, that's one way to end things.
We need to get that spear.
There's a library in this place somewhere. That's where I need to look.
A little hideaway. Why does this place seem so familiar?
Let me see. The deathly pale skin, the red eyes, the fangs. I'm not blind, you know.
One wrong move and I'd have been a statue. Imprisoned for eternity.
What? You've been in better shape.
Wandering to places I shouldn't go at that. Forbidden thoughts. Hidden memories. All that Lady Shah would shield me from until I am ready.
Let me strike true.
Is your hearing failing you? Or your wits, perhaps? There's nothing more to say. Let's move.
Intactilissom!
It seems your fellow Githyanki are keen to reclaim the artifact I carry. I can't afford to let that happen. That hit the spot.
Sorry. My father's got years of terrible jokes stocked up that he never got to tell me when I was younger, but lucky for him, I've never heard them. And seemingly I am easily amused.
I'm alive. Did you save me?
Vocomoros!
I thought we could have so much more together. But this is your choice.
That's a cry of pain if ever I heard one. Came from beneath the windmill.
Moon witch rubbish. Ought to be burned.
Not a budge. Better take a look around. A fairy ring. Doesn't glow like the others, though.
I suppose I can understand that. More than most, perhaps.
I'm ready. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West, Baldur's Gate. East, Elturel.
Pleasure Dome.
You do well where I'm from. But don't try it again.
Good! Try using it on that machine next to me.
Lady Shah's oblivion awaits us all in the end. But I am glad you'll be able to enjoy a taste of life beforehand, Karlak.
We've suffered her trickery long enough. End this.
So, the Stone Lord is Minsk, Jaheira's old acquaintance. Painfully small world at times.
They weren't distinct. Just this constant onslaught.
That's what concerns me. I don't know. Perhaps there's something about me waiting to be discovered. Something I won't like. Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shah. Pain will give way to loss and then to the peace of her eternal darkness. You can tolerate a great deal of suffering so long as it has meaning.
I think some more explaining is in order. Exactly what just came over you?
Desser!
Better offer help. Might help.
I understand your determination, but we still need a decision. For now.
Ad vitam aeternum!
Lots of people make promises. Few keep them.
I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the moment. I can't reach camp just now.
Intalego.
Where to next?
Goodbye.
Unwelcoming vermin aside, we need to explore this place.
Don't mind if I do.
You strike me as the reliable sort. But are you sure this is a good idea?
You mean a lot to me. It would be cruel to mislead you. Now, what is it to be?
You've spilled blood in our camp before. This will be the last time.
Very mercenary of you. I wouldn't have done it any differently.
I'd rather you didn't. Not until we've exhausted all other options.
Come on, no excuses. My own fault for pulling strange levers, I suppose.
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
Don't help them. Don't tell them a thing. We're dead if you do. Thank you, all the same. You helped me to put some things behind me. I'm lighter because of you.
For now. But we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to keep looking for Halsin.
A doppelganger? At least we didn't kill a real clown in front of an audience.
Incertus, pulcher, imperio. Those runes are siphoning power to Cazador.
Useless, come on.
Better stop gazing at myself before someone accuses me of vanity.
Honestly, my heart's racing. The end's close. My parents are close. I just know it. Thank you. I'm not sure I would have ever made it this far without you.
I hope that amulet proves to be worth it.
M. Cohen. I remember that name from a note on that dead courier way back in the wilds.
Your time has come.
I wonder how many times she's been killed down here.
Let me see to those wounds.
Smoke. Something's burning.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Makeshift Selûnite graves. They picked the wrong fight and lost.
What transpired was the Dark Lady's will. If time rolled back, I would do the same thing all over again without hesitation. Yet, I am not without sympathy.
There's often suffering. Death, even. Many people break before they embrace Shah's truths.
This blood didn't get there on its own. Her neck didn't snap by any accident.
She took me in when no one else would. Without her, I wouldn't be alive.
Oh no, this is far more sophisticated. It has layers. So, we should divvy up what we tell people about what we've been doing these past few months. I'd hate to be a bore that comes along and regurgitates the same story to someone moments after you've told them. Any ideas?
It's going to attack! Get behind cover! You infect mine eyes and nostrils!
Let's do this.
Peace and quiet will still be there waiting once I've lived a little. Though, don't get me wrong, I've got a little cottage with a garden and animals in mind already.
Are those voices?
We should look for someone to point me in the right direction. Otherwise we'll have little recourse but to wander the whole city searching.
A welcome rest.
Don't get too excited. Influence comes at a cost. And until we know what that cost is, the only reasonable approach is a cautious one.
This is no time for butterfingers. Better fetch that little monstrosity.
Wait. Perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
I remember something. Not everything. It's new and not new at the same time. All jumbled up.
Teaxikaror!
An ally in need. No time to waste.
My private business. Quit prying.
Horribilissimos!
Pleasant evening, I trust. I tidied up my hair and had an early night. But you don't look like you had much sleep at all. I suppose you're right. If things go poorly, this could be the last chance that anyone has to show some affection. Ever. Come here. Everything that's happened. Shah, my parents. It's almost too much to take in.
Why, I feel better already.
Let's see this done.
This night song sounds like the source of Ketheric Thorm's invulnerability.
So many worlds out there. You'd need 1,000 lifetimes to see them all. More.
These shadows can pull the life from someone, but not me.
I'll trust your judgment, but I won't trust her. Not until I've gotten the measure of her.
Mundas voldicipi.
You didn't seem to be of that mind when we last slipped away together. You couldn't get enough of me, as I recall.
Prayers, charms, battle cries. The harper's work. They were primed for combat.
A gift for a loathsome neighbour.
Careful. Attack a slave and you might have to answer to the slave master.
Mad as a sack of shaken geese, clearly. No wonder they got rid of her.
This fairy ring isn't glowing like the rest.
Lady Shah has given me a new mission, and the prism plays no part in it. In fact, it seems like the Mother Superior's concern alone, and she has strayed from the Dark Lady.
A long way to go still. A waste of good healing.
You think you know better than the Dark Lady? No wonder she sent me to this place of your poison.
This should burn going down.
A lark. How tempting.
Repulsed again. But that glowing ring I saw may show the way.
Its inhabitants and cultures, maybe. Its fungi and cave slime, no thank you.
Well, she wasn't lying. She's immortal.
Mushrooms growing in a perfectly neat circle. Curious.
Besides, just look at yourself. It couldn't be any more obvious.
Extende!
I suppose you may. Between you and me, I've pretended to have a sprained ankle now and again for a ride on those muscles.
There's more to this place. I'm sure of it. Lady Shah's presence is near.
Still warm. Like it's fresh from the blacksmith's forge. This'll boost you. Worse than a bloody child. That's Merkel's symbol. I suppose a mausoleum's a fitting place for the Lord of the Dead.
Her kind can't be trusted. They just tried to kill us aboard that ship, after all.
Agra!
I understand. You can't stave off oblivion forever. At least, not here. You can frame many acts as service to the Dark Lady if you put your mind to it. Seduction can be a worthy form of subterfuge. A snatched moment can practice the art of stealth.
Broken. This won't be taking us anywhere in a hurry.
Mizora is no more. But we sacrificed Will along with her. The Hells have him now. My orders were to keep the artifact safe, not pry into it. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious as to what exactly it's hiding.
You sure know how to keep a party interesting.
She deserves better than to fall into his clutches. I owe her, in a sense.
An adamantine forge. Curious.
Ketheric Thorm is no more. But the shadow curse still remains. I need to be careful.
Perfectly hidden. Is this the blood of Lathander? Bit underwhelming for a relic.
No, this isn't right.
Hold on! We need to get clear of this chamber as well!
It's not exactly the quiet life, but perhaps after all that happened, it's for the best if I keep busy. Still though, I hope Karlak and I can return for good someday.
I don't answer to you. Move along.
That almost looks like... No, it couldn't be. Surely.
My, you'll make the others jealous if you spend much more time with me.
No ordinary pile of bricks. Must be something worth hiding.
A magic keyword. We need to put this to use in the archive.
This temple is positively dripping with power and dark beauty. Is homey truly the first word that springs to mind?
There's nothing for me to reconsider. You're the one with the questionable company.
I'll never be able to look at a butcher shop again after this place. But at least we were afforded a soft landing.
Well, that's gratitude for you. Time to leave.
I'm here to get you out of here. They're all gone. It's over.
More Dark Justicia relics. This is no coincidence.
Whatever it is, save it for now. A prayer sheet. What's this symbol on it?
Ferviro!
I don't think it's what happens if we fail that concerns me. We'll be beyond our worries at that point. I think what bothers me is what happens if we succeed.
That's that settled.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Ah! You seem to know a good deal about our condition, Gale.
An earthquake, perhaps. Strong enough to rouse the dead, too.
Who are you?
Damihi facta.
No hope of clearing this without a shovel.
Let's talk then.
Perhaps. But whatever it was, I don't want to experience it again.
Even things that some may find silly. My favourite flower, my fear of swimming. Yet you accepted me, all the same.
Well, I'd wish you luck, but my lady may not appreciate me encouraging the competition.
Trust Knowles to enter this world in the most grotesque way possible.
Oribus teneo lupum. You're a vampire. I can't believe I actually invited you along.
Well, isn't it enough that they're beautiful?
Ha! Adorable. But your timing is awful.
I'll get you.
I have to get moving. Perhaps our paths will cross again later. It's huge.
Ah, what are you doing?
Are you the one I should actually be speaking to?
Walk away. Now.
I won't warn you again.
Free. Finally. Oh, that Ginny is going to pay.
You need this.
Don't worry, I'll make it better.
Yes, I trust him. Whatever you have to say, say it. Tenebra!
Love, is it? I hadn't realised I'd bowled you over that much. Give it a try then. Impress me.
I wouldn't quite say that. But it'll be safe with me. Let's go.
Propera! Often, I think I feel her influence when the wound pains me. Not even memories, just glimpses, impressions. Perhaps the wound is her doing, something Lady Shah bid her to do. I don't know.
I've got your back.
Very well. There are many ways to serve Lady Shah. The cloister can wait. And who is to say what useful secrets I might stumble upon with a travelling companion such as yourself?
Let's see what my touch can do. I sense magic. But where? Good. We might even get lucky and find one right away. As I see it, we're overdue some good fortune. Rest well.
Better give it a try.
This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
No. It can't be. I'm an orphan.
Arabella's mother. I remember her from the Grove.
Anyone else feel like that tadpole is set to burst?
I suppose there's plenty of other things that are set on killing me around here.
Felt like a bloody earthquake. I should have known you were a vampire. The signs were there. No, we won't. From now on, we'll only make new, interesting mistakes.
You didn't want to hurt me. I'm bleeding, you pasty ghoul.
No time to dally. An adamantine forge. The Dwegar spoke of this. It's nothing. Even if it was something, I'm clearly not going to tell you, am I? Let it go.
A rat-sucking vampire. Just my luck. But all right, you sound sincere. But no more of this. Next time, it'll be a stake in the heart. This place wasn't built for the living.
No. I can remain with you as an ally, if nothing else. But beyond that, I'm not sure how much I can promise you.
Dead tiefling. Hasn't been here long, but nobody I recognize.
That voice we heard. All sorts are flocking to its banner, worshipping it as a god.
Fudge fondling fustelarian.
What is this place?
This'll help with the pain.
Tea chloroculus.
Best hope all this wine makes me forget what you tried to do.
What do we have here?
I don't know. What more can I say?
Who's this supposed to be? Statue looks ancient. Not one for taking things slowly, I see.
Fine, I'll help.
Mithara, no!
Hag can't have gone far.
Oh, you've risked plenty. But kind patron, I am but a humble cleric. All I have belongs to my goddess.
You're keen. Just don't get carried away. Some of those guts might be of use to us unspilled, at least for a while.
Don't be concerned. Perhaps she'll present you with an opportunity to prove yourself. If I can find myself in her graces, you must have at least an equal chance.
Need to tread softly.
That thing could swallow each of us whole. She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. It's not talking enough for my liking.
Good. After all we've been through, this is hardly the time to falter.
Risus abundat!
Seems like some shadow druids turned someone called Korga to their cause.
But we mightn't survive these things in our heads. They're going to consume us from the inside and turn us into mind flayers.
Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart?
You're utterly insane, aren't you? It's so plain to see now that my eyes are open to it. The Gauntlet of Shar is no ordinary temple. It is the highest test of the Dark Lady's faithful, to judge if they are worthy of becoming a Dark Justiciar.
Doing the rounds, are you? You'd better get some rest.
Kitius te executor. Those students are under his spell. Makes them more dangerous for us.
Anything to hear that voice. Each hour that passes, the thing inside us grows. We need to find a healer. Let's wake up at first light.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
I'll be keeping an eye on you. Understand?
That structure we saw from a distance in the Grimforge, something about it struck me as noteworthy.
Understandable. But rest assured that your secret is safe with me. Lady Shah respects those who live in the shadows.
It's hardly a scratch.
Not much protection against dragon breath.
What the? You're the one who killed me. Why did you bring me back?
Sorry, I'm rambling. Family life and pastry recipes probably aren't the most interesting topics for such a historic reunion.
A mouse couldn't squeeze through those vines.
I won't fail you, my lady. Yes. We're right where we need to be, under her gaze. This is the right path. Let's continue. But I felt her anger. There's no point in denying this is real. This weapon they seek. Perhaps it's the artifact. Ah! She's still intent on hurting me.
After everything that happened, with my parents, with Shah, I didn't think I was owed any happiness. I did things. Things that fill me with shame now.
These aren't the remains of some skirmish. Whole armies clashed here once.
If you insist. Don't have all the fun without me.
Voko araniai!
So, only a mind flayer can wield the stones from what the Emperor said. And not a partalithid either. The full-blown thing.
Second time's a charm, eh, Halsin? Let's make sure Ketheric Thorm is gone for good this time.
I know what to do. Fine. Put your faith in a marauding freak. Just do it away from me.
Expellote!
So am I.
The light. It's warding off the curse. Wounds begone.
I hope you can keep your cravings in check going forward. Otherwise, I think you and I will be parting ways. Understood?
No harm in trying. This was a nightfall ritual, carried out in Shah's name.
Selûnite. Once my enemy. Now the enemy of my enemy.
A future in which she was discarded, where the reward for her service and sacrifice was to groom her own replacement.
Impara mortus!
But I trust we can all sleep a little more soundly in camp now. Well, apart from you, of course.
That's more true than you may have intended. I'm not sure I'm the same person I was before.
Shadowheart will do just fine, thanks. Love is making you fanciful.
I do as Shah asks of me. You would have done the same, I'm sure.
Thank you. You're a constant source of comfort.
Have to keep low.
Those are statues of Lady Shah. What lies down here?
It's a beautiful night. I think I'll stay up to enjoy it while I still can. Rest well.
Well, don't look at me.
The swamp. Of course. Wouldn't want to be teleported anywhere pleasant, naturally.
Their offerings didn't bring them victory. That's plain to see wherever you look.
You must have an extraordinary affinity for the darkness. I'm jealous.
I'd better not blush.
Could you not stare so blatantly in my neck when you say that, please?
Oh, come here, will you? It's been forever.
Moonrise. There's a lot resting on what we find in that place. It had better deliver.
Omnia mutantor!
Worthless.
Confusio!
I hope so too. Though I'm not sure what kind of courtship will be afforded, given all that we're facing.
Stop. Really?
Mother Superior's jewels. A gift from the Queen of Soldanessala. I suppose they're mine now.
Just a trick, surely. We're being toyed with. What drew you to Karlak? The muscles? The musk? I suppose we're all entitled to a bit of rough now and again.
Marks on the ground. What happened here?
The Necromancy of Thay. Not a children's book, I assume. Gail may want it, though.
Darkness or not, we need to reach Moonrise Towers.
Creme! Precis alia ferro!
Oh! Someone else made it, then.
We'll be on the mend soon.
No more war tonight, I think.
Let me see your wounds.
This'll make you feel better.
This was a nightfall feast. To break bread in Shah's name, then spill blood in her name. A sacred rite.
Very serious of you. But go ahead. Remind me?
Keep trying! There's got to be something that'll open this!
The brain's been removed. Is this how the Steel Watchers are controlled?
Tunnels beneath the Open Hand Temple. And a name, Father Logan. I expect we'll be parting company very soon.
That should be everything. Let's see what this thing can do.
I like your way of thinking. Split any takings we find?
Some bloody help.
Let's go before they realize we're loose.
Go, hunters! Aid us!
I see. Are you sure you don't want to quit while you're behind? Who is to say? Perhaps she's keen to see me corrupt you.
Invisibilis!
I've said my piece. Good night. Is there a dead tadpole in that jar?
Should work now, as soon as I find some metal to feed it.
Caution is a luxury we don't have. Let's rest and wake up at first light.
Hells, I could sleep for a 10-day after that.
Dead. Should have done that a long time ago.
I suppose these wilds are a frontier to somewhere. And an extra blade's very welcome. Lead on, Will.
I'm in two minds. And frankly, don't care a great deal. Either decision is fine by me.
I didn't realize we had time to read children's stories.
Something has changed about our friend, hasn't it? But I can't quite put my finger on it.
I wouldn't venture in. Nothing to be gained from free-falling into a dark hole.
Now these lands are free of Shah. I hope I can say the same of myself. Soon enough.
Powered by magic, it seems. Now to just get it working.
Where's our dream guardian?
I jest. And hopefully you do as well.
Shall we?
Though I suppose the only way is up from there. You'll do for now.
A third disc. Related to Orpheus, most likely.
What the?
Back off, freak!
She's not of this world. I'd be surprised if our interests remained aligned. The forgiving sort, are you? Very well. His mind flayer ravings had better not come to pass.
Resisto!
She'll be roast like a goose if that fire isn't put out. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer.
Ignis!
This is the spot. Looks like someone's left poor Soluna untended. You, I don't mind, but your kin is another story. From this angle, there's nothing you can't endure.
The owlbear.
Moon Maiden's grace. It's open.
One who's not shy about turning his fangs on his companions either.
Talk to me later. We've got more pressing matters to see to right now.
A key. Haven't seen anywhere this might fit.
Most are lost forever. Some may creep back into my mind if I encounter anything that helps clear the fog. Then there's what Shah did restore to me. Memories of pain, suffering, both my own and what I inflicted.
I'm not imagining it, am I? These rats seem to be getting more articulate.
Mystra has forsaken Gale entirely. A crushing blow. But he is strong enough to persevere, I think.
Intactilis sum!
Besides, I can't afford to tire you out. We still have work to do. Rest well.
Gale has a proud streak. Do you truly think he'd want to share?
Try wooing you while I lurked in the corner waiting my turn. No, that's not him.
Gustas Dulcis.
Well, she wasn't lying. She's immortal.
I did. And you remembered. Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits. As you like. But don't presume whatever killed them is a thing of the past. Some battles span centuries.
A ritual circle. And an infernal one at that. What's it doing here?
I'll fix you up.
I wonder what my parents would make of it, if they could see me. I'd like to think they'd be glad I was happy.
What? Wait!
A shame you feel that way. Just don't expect me to entertain your questions if you won't respect my privacy.
This'll help.
There's no getting past those vines. The ritual was thorough.
I'll brave a lot of things. But I'd rather not wade through the city's wastewater, thank you.
Roland, unleash fire from above!
Crescat scientia!
Your breath had killed the dead twice over.
Some destinies require sacrifice. Do as you must.
The lava's erupting. Better watch my step.
What is this liquid? All right. As I said, Shah is my patron, my mistress. Goddess of darkness and loss.
I won't begrudge Gale for winning you over. He does try awfully hard.
In excessus.
You pest!
Ah! No. You were on the ship. Captive. I can feel the parasite in your head.
The Absolute's legions. They're gone. And I doubt they've disbanded peacefully. A gaudy display. Let's just hope it actually protects us. Long ride down. Is this the Underdark?
Everesco!
All the hallmarks of a hag's lair. I don't know where home is anymore. But it's not here. A Seluna statue in a stinking cave. Hardly a place of honor.
Alfira was harmless. Couldn't you have quenched your bloodthirst on something that posed a threat to us?
Secrecy is everything for Shah's children. It's our code, our creed, our shield.
I can't see anything else. I can't shake it. You could spin a cloak from all these cobwebs.
My thoughts exactly. It has to be around here somewhere.
This place. There's a power in these shadows. I can sense it. It's ancient. Familiar.
Punge!
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to see me like this.
Halsin, were there ever wolves in these woods?
Tunnels beneath the open hand temple. Why is Father Lorgan written here? I suppose I'll find out. To us. This looks like the tree mentioned in Korga's note.
That place in the distance. It can only mean one thing. Dark Justiciars. I just know it.
Looks like necromancy. Ugh, smells like it too. Turning people into undead.
Fine, I'll help.
Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is.
I wonder why this one isn't working.
Flumph mating rituals. An odd book for a drow to carry.
Not another one.
Fighting at Lae'zel's side. Vlaakith is clinging to power, but the tide is turning in our favour. Battle by battle.
It must be close. And you ran away, as I recall. Left me to die, trapped in a pod while we tumbled through hell. And that was before the kiss.
Mortalis!
If we're to survive, we need to trust each other.
According to these notes, there's an adamantine forge down here.
I do. Don't worry. It gets easier and easier the further you venture into the darkness. It's not? What are these voices doing to me?
I doubt there's much worth saying.
Looks like a beast came through here. A big one, too.
Not keen on fighting its allies. Should have figured.
That is none of your business. Let's just concentrate on survival, yes?
Better lend a hand.
Hells. That could have gone better.
As long as my actions can be thought of as honouring Shah or honing skills in her service, there's a great deal of flexibility to be had.
Sunlight giving you a headache? You're not supposed to stare right into it, you know. Nauseating spectacle aside, I hope we made the right choice.
Viconia would have you hide down here, oblivious to the true danger. The absolute must be stopped. And only I can lead you. Lady Shah has decreed it.
The object of Father Logan's demise, I'll bet. There's a grim sort of artistry in how these remains are laid out. Someone has a creative streak.
I didn't realize you had such a soft streak. Now it'll cost you. And the city as well, perhaps.
Difficult to say. I've strayed from my original mission, but Lady Shah has given me a new one. Time will tell if my peers recognize that. The Mother Superior has a tight grip on them. One that I intend to break.
Ad vitam aeternam.
Good riddance. That devil had no right to be here.
The adamantine forge. The same the wizard Duan was hunting for, it seems.
So Astarion didn't fulfill his master's ambitions for himself. At least that means he's his own man. Though I'm a little surprised he didn't covet those powers.
Risum teniatis incende.
All these implements. I'd wager they'd feel familiar in my hands. I learned so much here. Very good thing. I don't know what I did to trick you into thinking I was worthy of you, but I'm glad it worked.
Scio didici pecto.
I'm glad that's over. No wonder some people are afraid of doctors.
Cupio vertus licet.
Nothing wrong with a nice, subdued ambience. It can help flatter even the homeliest of faces.
Blast it. Got to try again. And not be seen this time.
No chance it'll be that easy. We need to climb higher. A Sharan construct. That bears investigating.
Useless. Come on.
The end must be near. No regrets, Gale. You may have been better off staying inside that boulder.
Drow craftwork. They're better suited to a wizard. Gale, I'm sure things will sort themselves out on the road.
So Jaheira is willing to embrace mortality. The ultimate form of retirement, and that's thanks to impressing her through your actions. Quite the compliment.
That's Arabella's mother. Or was Arabella's mother. Got to press on. Final help.
Looks untouched. Quite something to have escaped notice all this time. After they put that tadpole in my eye, I heard this voice. It was soothing.
You're what? But I already took my clothes off.
The foot of a clown. Someone's sending a message. Just don't ask me what, exactly.
But I won't give up on you. Not just yet. I'm my own worst enemy in that regard.
Te stringo linguam.
And turn you loose on an unsuspecting world. No, I'm not that callous. We stay together for now.
My life, part 12, the boring opponent.
Silks from Cormia. Already ransacked. Pity. My faith protects me. Damn. Completely stuck. I wonder when it was used last.
Thou fetid fish, thou rancid shark.
Exciting. A goblin healer. We really are desperate, aren't we?
It seems you've made up with Mistra, Gale. Congratulations. Lady Shah has no love for your goddess, but I'm glad you have someone to turn to.
I wonder how long this went overlooked.
Heirloom. Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it.
Another escapee.
Time to fill some graves.
Quite the understatement, but yes. Let's not linger in this place any more than necessary.
You've been busy. Careful you don't pull a muscle. I'm not there to nurse you back to health anymore.
I doubt there's much worth saying.
I heard you mumbling that line to yourself earlier. It needs more work.
Dark Justicia uniforms.
These were Shah worshippers. Her most elite warriors. Curious.
No need to thank me. This is out of pure necessity. Pure desperation, in fact.
I know. I felt it.
Et alibi!
As a general rule, I try to avoid confrontations where my opponents number in the thousands.
Efferve!
I'm ready.
The shadow curse. It doesn't seem to affect me like it does others. Not as badly, at least.
We'll make sure it's a mistake you don't repeat.
I've failed. Lady Shah will disown me. What will happen to me? Not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. As long as you can look past what he is.
Best avoid that trap.
Wait. This is a Meragon's mask. Warriors of the Nine Hells. They disintegrate when they die.
Direct that elsewhere.
Ugh. A nightfall ritual. They likely feasted the night away before killing another. All for Shah.
Unlocked. I hope that was worth the effort.
Final help.
There's something strange about the vermin in this place. Can't put my finger on what, though.
Hold on. Did he just slip something into my pocket?
Dead drow and some skeletons. Wonder what happened.
Really? Some might think it makes me a liability.
I was going to say the very same thing. As soon as I worked up my courage a little. I'm sorry. That can't be easy for you.
I'm not entirely sure I'd agree. In fact, I found a nice meadow not far from where I live now. Every now and again, I'll spend the night there. For old time's sake.
That name on the tombstone before, it meant nothing to me, yet I felt a pang of loss all the same.
Time for a boost.
Only a patriarch's loss can open this door. It's really not that hard to figure out, honestly.
Now, as for this Raphael,
I see it as more a case of wisely avoiding a potential threat. My mind is set.
this drow's cracked like an egg. Must have fallen quite some height.
Don't be surprised if I'm reluctant to face any more.
Tonitras!
I'd left the city by the time they made their move. Don't worry, they proved no challenge. You might still spot crows pecking at Shah and Bones on the road to Daggerford.
That did the trick.
I'm sure there's better things you could find to read.
Ugh, wonderful rendition of a dying crow.
I can compromise. Just this once. I suppose I owe you my thanks. Unlikely I'd have found this without you leading the way.
This should do nicely for a camp. The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Fiat lux!
It can be difficult to explain if you don't worship the Night Singer yourself. But I'll try.
I see a way. Ugh. Not the most pleasant feeling. Though I've definitely felt worse.
The sooner I speak to Nightsong, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all.
Venenum!
I'm glad you changed your mind. Otherwise, that would have been the end for us. I don't want it to be the end. The monks were intent on keeping their relics safe. They didn't count on us, though.
No harm in a brief dose of perspective. It'll pass, I'm sure.
You still have time to make a mark on the city, Astarion. You certainly made an impression on me.
Poor Karlak. All this way just to be faced with a dead end. Literally. I can't imagine how she feels.
That, or we've just prolonged its misery.
Now I must try to rectify that. See to my own affairs. Little point in saving the world only to have no clear place in it afterwards. The Blade of Frontiers, eh? No need to tamper with the classics, I suppose.
What is this place?
That was more than he strictly needed to know. You're not intending to surrender her over to him, are you?
This'll help.
Ah! Rather tough as pottery goes.
Invisibilis.
If you insist. Don't expect a farewell without me to save you.
Voss plans on meeting someone in Sharess's caress. I remember it. A tavern in Worm's Crossing.
You clearly can't be trusted.
Mother Superior sent you. Go on, then. Where do I go?
Always a pleasure.
We had tea on his balcony. Tara even deigned to sit on my lap for a while. You know, I think entire forests must have been felled to quench that man's thirst for books.
A secret. My mission. Must keep it safe.
What are you doing? No!
I was merely making an observation. Now, enough about me. You should go see who'd like to spend the night with the saviour of the grove.
It's been known to happen. Don't be foolish.
You're far too pretty to hate.
Oh. Of course.
Ah, silks from Cormier, it says. Empty, though. All these tracks. Enough for an army. They must be on the march.
In a way. But they're also right here. Look.
Oh, it's going to be like that. I love strong men.
Hark! A dung golem!
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
I'd just better not wake in the night to find fangs at my throat.
Huh.
Where's Lae'zel?
Pretty gem. Probably a forgery, though.
No sign of a Starian. Did that hunter snag his quarry?
No doubts at all. He seemed powerful and very knowledgeable about our problem.
Trifling with that moon witch will only bring you trouble. Shah's guidance is clear.
It's hardly hypothetical. We're still in danger after all.
Moonrise Towers. It must have been quite a sight in its heyday.
Desera!
That wouldn't have been your style, even when you were just a man, would it?
I don't understand. What am I supposed to do?
All these disguises.
We were taught that Lady Shah's warriors had to be able to hide in plain sight wherever we went.
On I go.
Well, that made something move somewhere. Better look around.
Returned. Punished. My mission failed.
Leviathan. Sounds like a violent goddess.
A saloon, a prayer book. We should leave it. Unless we need kindling for our campfire.
I suspected that might have been the case, but there was no harm in being cautious. And besides, now you know.
That disfigurement has its benefits, it seems. You're not going to let this go, are you? You might wish you had. Hag's curse, I guess.
There I was thinking we were finally about to put an end to all of this. Too good to be true, I suppose.
You should get some rest. We've got hard times ahead.
Those flames will make short work of anyone who gets too close.
That's not mine to open.
Kortash is no more. And he was kind enough to bequeath his netherstone to us. We might yet manage to pull this off.
Cut down by goblins. How cruel.
Something the matter?
Wait.
All right. Be good out there. And if you can't be good, well, don't get caught. I'll be here whenever you need me. Gon's true name. I certainly don't know it. Perhaps I did, but I've forgotten.
Yes, perhaps. Same. In fact, I found a nice meadow not far from where I live now. Every now and again, I'll spend the night there. For old time's sake.
Time to fill some graves.
Lead the way. But try anything suspicious and I'll kill you. Understand? Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers.
Of course you need help.
I worship Shah, the Dark Lady, Mistress of the Night. Though, honestly, I'm surprised you didn't figure it out by yourself already.
Let's talk then.
Just another crate.
Won't leave you behind.
At least you made the effort. Perhaps once we've saved ourselves from the tadpoles, we can talk more on this.
They're ravenous predators with fangs like daggers. It's hardly an irrational fear to harbour.
An adventurer's got to eat. What do I gain from denying your appetites?
Skio didici pecto.
I'm Shadowheart. Enchanted to meet you. As much as circumstances allow.
All these telltale signs of dark justicias that we've been seeing. I'm having a hard time believing they're a coincidence.
Ready. Are you sure about that? Better odds of surviving if we help each other.
I can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in. But speaking of focus, let's be clear. Come daybreak, finding a healer is our first priority. Yes? It may not be the best idea, but no doubt there's a tadpole squirming in our heads. We have to act. God spare me. Why did I think eating a second one was a good idea?
Last night was an exception. I hope you understand that.
The battle's won. Our journey is over. And I need to take my place at Lady Shah's side.
That sounds foreboding. I'm not entirely sure I want to know more. At least I have my parents to take care of the animals. I'd never have made it in time with them in tow.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
Why, thank you. Always nice to have you tell me what is and isn't worthwhile.
Configo!
Hells, you can't trust anything, can you?
Just our luck to find an inn, only for it to be burning to the ground.
I didn't do this enough when I had the chance.
Okior!
What? That shouldn't have killed him. That's not to say that there aren't parts I wished were different. But I suppose that's how you know when you've done something of value. When you know what you sacrificed to achieve it.
No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made.
What should I do?
Perhaps you're right. And perhaps one day I won't have to suffer. But I don't think that day has arrived yet. Lady Shah will ease my pain when she wishes to.
Detonno!
Don't be nervous. I'll be there to protect you.
Yes, you're the one. I felt it. I'm told you want company on the journey ahead.
True prayer needs peace, and serenity has proved elusive of late.
All we can do is try, I suppose.
Looks like someone escaped from there, rather violently. One of the adventurers?
Nocturne and I must have come here a lot. We probably had plenty we wanted to hide from. Shah doesn't care. She was always going to use you and discard you. But now I'm going to deal with you first.
Well, you needn't count me amongst the panicky. I know what you did for all of us. And I'll never forget it.
Perhaps you didn't. I suppose some idle time at camp might do me good. As long as I still see you come nightfall. Take care. Better to have more options than fewer. If you start sprouting tentacles, I'll pour it down your throat myself.
Just remember what I said. Let me do what I need to.
Kaido!
Drow craftwork. Beautiful. Probably better suited to Gale, though. First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to us.
There's too many to fight off! Get that brain under control or we're done for!
Time to meet your maker.
I see. Well, I hope you managed to clean up before joining us.
Lead the way, Astarion.
Mutatis mutantis!
Simplicity is a luxury that's drifted out of my reach, I'm afraid. But at least for tonight, I can have a taste of how it used to be.
I don't think so, but you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be patient the next time you see me wince or cry out. It'll pass quickly enough. It always does.
Good riddance to that grimy wretch.
I'm glad. Though, I don't think I'm quite done with the past yet. Not until I've been to Baldur's Gate.
For instance, you're a quick-to-anger type, aren't you? Even less self-control than brains.
Ketheric's dark justiciars from a bygone era.
Eating strange mushrooms can be dangerous, you know. At least let's talk about it first.
You convinced me to spare Night Song. You and I are both capable of resisting the darkness that compels us.
For once.
So, your very own queen has turned on you. Your people are nothing if not ruthless. The gauntlet has double meaning. It speaks of the ordeals to be overcome and of the armor-clad fist of Lady Shah that would embrace the worthy. Survive the crushing gauntlet and be embraced by the Night Singer at its very core.
You'll feel better in no time.
Let's see.
What's the matter?
Fine, I'll help. No time like the present.
I didn't think I'd live to see the day when you turned your back on your queen. But all things considered, good for you. I have the strangest feeling that I wasn't always alone there. Don't ask me why, but I almost sense the conversations. The laughter.
Doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Perhaps people lost faith. Or forgot about it. I'm sure you would. Don't sound so eager. I have a mission to fulfill. I must...
The threat of the Absolute is upon you all. And Viconia is not fit to lead you.
It means nothing. Shah owns my heart. But luckily, she's willing to share the rest of me. Just this once.
Well, this isn't suspicious at all. I hope Arthur hasn't been donating cuddly toys to the needy.
The nomad's life has its charms. You get to meet such interesting people. And sometimes they don't even try to kill you.
Stuck. Why aren't I surprised?
That sounds less than promising. What's this feeling of power?
In a bind? I'll help.
A Sharan idol. It's beautifully crafted. Freeing a goblin. Surely that's the tadpole reworking my mind.
That could have been worse. Dominant, self-centered, savouring another's loss.
Heavy, and nothing to hold it in place.
The rest of that shattered ring. Now to just put the pieces back together.
I won't pretend that I don't know what you mean. Ever since we entered the Shadow Curse, I felt like something's calling to me. Some purpose that I need to find. I have to be ready to pay any cost that Lady Shah asks of me. If that troubles you, I'm sorry. But it cannot be changed.
Just joking. I'm sure after all we've been through, you know your limitations better than anyone.
Do you know what this means?
Looks like a trap. Best tread carefully. I wouldn't quite say that. I learned the lesson, after all.
Secretium brarum. Those Gur hunters made things difficult for themselves. They should really have tried to kill you before you became a vampire lord.
I feel it. We're close.
They don't. They just wing it.
Gods. There's something worse than the cold and the corpses in this pit. I can feel it.
Aren't you glad that I am? All these blasted statues. At least the worshippers are long dead or gone. Well, I don't find you entertaining in the least. I hadn't thought of that. What do you have in mind?
Onward then.
What am I supposed to do here?
No. It's never been that simple before. Don't know why it would be now.
Come on, get a grip.
Lady Shah's blessings to you. Or perhaps you don't need them. You look well.
Resisto ignem.
This ship won't stay aloft forever. Need to hurry.
Not with that sort of attitude, I don't.
Won't leave you stuck.
And you're carousing with Minthara. That wasn't a bullet, was it? I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there.
Not sure what to feel. My parents are alive, and I need to save them. I'm lucky to have you by my side. I don't think I could face what's to come otherwise.
She just lives on another plane.
You and Will.
Yes. Shy is indeed not a word I'd reach for when it comes to her. I'm glad the city has you as a steadying influence. Just don't solve all its problems or I'll be short of new recruits.
Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking its territory. We'll need a cover story.
A vampire nest. You truly can find everything in the city. I'd better keep my throat protected.
Unseen. Perfect.
She can't keep doing this. So, Cazador wishes to ascend at Astarion's expense. Somehow I can't see our fanged friend accepting that meekly.
Imagine what these things could do to a person.
You can't die. Not like this.
Obedime, pulcrior.
I think you may find you have more than a little healthy competition from would-be tyrants.
May the lives of your enemies be snuffed out like guttering candles.
That's Orin dealt with. Good riddance. Now that we have her netherstone, we're one big step closer to finishing this. Once and for all.
Get rid of the other Gith. Then we can talk about helping each other.
And nothing. How thrilling.
Something's missing. I'll need a mold to get this thing running.
Let's see. You're right. I can always rely on you to say the right thing.
Sicut catus.
A ceremonial spear. But not the true Spear of Night. Lady Shah's hand never held this.
Confiscated goods? Sounds promising. If there's a way to get inside. Why did killing those tieflings make me feel sick?
Stay ignorant, then. Just don't compromise me.
If I was a Sharan lookout, this is the sort of place I'd wait around. Grey feathers. What are these from?
True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner.
Easy. You're in control. Bloodlust won't win tonight.
The Hag's Lair. Hardly an improvement on the Underdark.
Thank you anyway. For your company.
And no tadpoles, dragons, marauding goblins or anything like that. Something about you.
Why? Safety, discretion, to keep us focused. Need I go on? But what about Lae'zel? Are you truly willing to risk her ire just to be with me?
You're wounded, friend.
Because it's important to my goddess. I was part of a group sent to claim the artifact in her name. And I'm the only survivor. A Sharan? Perhaps someone I should seek out.
Everyone watch out! They've gone mad.
What? You? You're one of them. The ones who are attacking the ship.
Don't worry, I'll fix you up.
You know. You looked me right in the eyes, then ran.
Wings. Who did these belong to?
Got the metal, got the mold, but missing something.
My energy's draining. The darkness is taking its toll.
My goddess is watching. Whatever you choose to do, you can count on my support. Poor fool. He resisted the Dark Lady's embrace and suffered for it. He should have just accepted her.
A little soothing's in order.
Blessed Night Singer, grant me mercy.
A little misdirection. Couldn't resist.
Something the matter?
Likewise. Try killing a couple of these monsters before you die. Lessens the load for me.
Good. I was just starting to miss the sound of your voice. Not that it matters, but her reward aligns with your own interests.
Wait, why did that strange dog collar just vibrate?
Astarion, send forth your army of the dead!
I know. It's just hard to look past this. I feel like a huge part of me is missing, and worse still, I feel I cut it out myself.
Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot.
My, you must find the city very appealing to be making those sorts of noises out in public.
Got to help.
See you at camp then.
Kodikofake.
Consider the numbers. Someone out there must be having the worst day of their life, being robbed, evicted, widowed, who knows. Then, easy prey for Lady Shah.
This is the spot that was marked on that map before. People hiding in the undergrowth. And I don't think they're relieving themselves. If we're able to find a way to get closer later on, well, I'll be very interested in seeing what's down there. Kind of you to offer a free sample, then. Now that he's tried out inferior goods, he'll know just how good he has it already. My parents. Where are they? Try not to hit an artery.
So have I. It hasn't been quite the same without you. I miss how you'd start dancing rather than stand still.
Your opinions are easily swayed. Should I wait for them to change again?
A rift. It's now or never. Inside!
The Mother Superior raised all of this from nothing, in secret. It took years.
Not me. This place. It's on edge. If I raise the alarm, everyone will turn on you. The outsider. We need to find him before it's too late.
Signs of fallen Dark Justiciars. This can't be a coincidence. They must have originated from somewhere nearby.
Exactly right. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove. Thank you. I needed that. I needed to know I can face things without Shah.
I wallowed in darkness for too long. If I could extend the time I have left in the light, I think I'd take it.
Impressive. Though I'm not sure I want to know why you're so skilled at that.
That name. Not the first thing you'd think to call an artifact of the Absolute.
So, A vampire spawn and a monster hunter in the same group. We're not going to have trouble, are we?
I am fond of Baldur's Gate, in spite of its failings. It's the perfect place for Lady Shah's faith to take hold.
Animating spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead.
Trust me, I am endlessly grateful to not know Selûne.
It feels like my magic is getting drained.
Lend me your strength, my Lady of Loss, for the battles yet to come.
Something's hidden in that debris.
Keep your guard up. This place reeks of death.
Could you not return to the Hells? Wait this out. Find a cure.
Wetter than a 10-tongued tarpon.
The glass feels warm.
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy.
How gracious of you. Try it again, and I'll leave you in pieces.
No. You should keep them talking as long as you can. Then you kill them. She taught me that. I never thought I'd be sorry to see a mind flayer go, yet here we are. Be safe.
Let's get you open.
I'm not looking for hunting advice, Gith. I'm looking to be left alone.
Oh, this place brings back unwelcome memories of a tadpole slipping behind my eye.
This is no ordinary flask. Gale, best if you handle this. More effort than a pit of spikes. Credit where it's due. Though, perhaps that might change, if you can show an open mind.
I suspected you wouldn't be able to part from me. Looks like I was right.
But Shah teaches us to step beyond fear, beyond loss. In darkness, we do not hide. We act.
That sounds like a trap, if ever I heard one.
Shah cloaks me.
Ex nihilo!
But that did help me free Liam back in the goblins' camp. Silver lining, I suppose.
I thought I made myself clear last time, Gith. Keep away from me.
We need to make a decision. And you becoming a mind flayer seems like the least worst option. Unfortunately.
Guide me where others fear to tread. Guide me to your embrace.
I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire.
Some parchment there. Looks official. I can barely see.
Hopefully it comes no closer.
Left out in plain sight like that. No, the Harpers are too smart for that.
I hope so. So long as I'm willing to stroll right into the Mother Superior's trap, they have no reason to not tell me where to go. And this wild boar stabbed her until she resembled a sieve, did it?
I have no idea how long it takes, but I'd rather have a cure sooner than later. Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy.
You can tell that to the next one we cross paths with, then. Provided it doesn't tear your throat out first.
Minimus!
Yes? Do you have notes for me?
Now that's a lock that screams, pick me.
That mirror. Now that I remember. I stand before it. Marvel at how it seemed to consume all.
In excessus.
I'm glad.
You should leave it. Or even destroy it, if possible.
Let's see this done.
What was that sound? Came from the back of the temple, I think.
To break bread in Shah's name, then spill blood in her name. A sacred rite.
A rather interesting door to have tucked away like this.
Hard to imagine there was a time when I didn't have you to hold me.
Intactilus sum!
Nothing. It's not really the time for an ogre rampage, anyhow.
I defied Lady Shah. She won't stand for this. We can talk later. I need to get out of here first.
I feel better too, now that the voices are gone.
This is your target, Will. I think you may have been misinformed.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. If we do survive, we'll have separate lives to return to. I need to get to Baldur's Gate.
Cave carculum!
What the hell's is that? More claws than a sack of feral cats.
Got to get up. Got to keep moving. Of course I am. We can talk about this later. I want to enjoy the still of the night.
It's not easily understood in my experience. But I'll try. Those that are worth remembering, yes. Lady Shah is ever wise. She knows what I do and do not have to know in order to be her most loyal, most effective servant. I wanted to come here to see if I felt anything that I hadn't done before. Now that I know what I know. Now that I know who I am.
Something's got this lava stirred up.
I can keep going a little longer now.
A vampire in our midst, on top of everything. I should have seen it coming.
That was close, but not in the clear yet.
Whoever or whatever did this could still be around.
Sikut Katus!
Perhaps that's wise. I'm still figuring out who I am. Unfair to ask you to commit to an unknown quantity.
What's wrong with enjoying a gift from our guests? Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here.
Fine, I'll help.
Isabel's not-so-final resting place. Ketherick Thorm has a problem with letting things die.
Stars and moons, like that dwarf's poem said. And these plates can be turned.
Wise. Though, I hope you'd miss me after I'm gone. I think I would if the positions were reversed.
Good. I knew you had what it took to quieten your demons. I'd hate to have lost the real you.
Perhaps. Not right now. As tempting as you make it sound.
I must continue to prove myself worthy of her favour. The apostate Ketherick Thorm still lives. That will soon change if I have any say in the matter. The way forward will be of little importance if I don't fulfill my mission. If you've any sense, you'll help me.
It's ready to go. Time to get to work.
I wish I could see more of my parents, but we get by. And they're doing well for themselves. Perhaps one day both Will and I will be able to return for good.
Each door is named after a wizard, so the one named after Karsus must conceal his annals.
Don't believe the lies the Selûnites tell.
Locked from the other side. Where does this lead to?
I wager that blade has a mighty enchantment. Gale could tell me more.
Finding it may be easier said than done.
Likely a waste of time, but I'll talk.
Hells. I'm lucky I learned to swim when I did.
A third disc. Lae'zel will want to see this. It doesn't need to. So long as you can control your appetite around us.
What did that do?
You're lucky I didn't have anything more dangerous to throw than undergarments.
What is this thing? I feel better. How?
You need this.
They have already been tempered by loss. They were meant to become her instruments.
The mission has to come first.
Obedime!
Better finish the fight first!
I have the distinct feeling I'm overlooking something.
Your father too, if our fortunes are so kind.
A vampire in our midst this whole time. Of course, this isn't for me.
Why the hell's a lava elemental? No wonder the lake's so volatile.
Quiet in here now. But it wasn't always so. Screams rang off these walls. I swear I can almost hear them.
Forbidden knowledge. Without a doubt.
Lady Shah demanded an offering, and I provided. Are you truly that scandalized, Halsin?
Honestly, I think self-reflection may be the enemy just now. I can't afford to lose my nerve. Safer to just not think and keep forging ahead.
Don't worry, I'll fix you up. Seems you're determined to put our mutual trust to the test. Pity.
Hilarious. You belong on stage. Perhaps the blood-stained sort, with a hooded man standing by, axe in hand. More doppelgangers. It seems the Absolute has no shortage of them in its ranks.
Dum vita est, spes est. Good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Let's take things nice and gently. I'd rather not blow up if it's all the same.
It felt oddly familiar, but I don't know why.
Its will is weakening. We have the upper hand. Time to end this! Tuebor!
Whoever wrote this sign clearly didn't expect a dragon to wreck the detour.
Already dead. Thank you, sister. I'll remember your help if I succeed. As will my lady. The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes it causes terrible pain to rip through me. It's my burden, though, from Lady Shah.
I can feel her influence somehow. Must I? You presume a great deal.
This is one of Lady Shah's trials. Allow me. It's important.
Was that a threat? It was a bit toothless. You're out of your element here, I think.
Let's try and keep this diplomatic. I'd rather not jump into another fight quite so soon.
I might have to call on you to trouble me again before the night runs its course.
I just hope you don't have a last-minute change of heart and decide to take her offer after all.
Another.
At Will's side in Avernus, of course. Be it in the heat of battle or the heat of the bedroll.
I can't see any way to disarm it.
Nothing to be done about it now, anyway.
Can't leave anyone stuck. Unnoticed. Good.
I need to see the Mother Superior. It seems like Cazador used Astarian's flesh not as a canvas, but as a contract. We haven't heard the last of this, I'll wager. You're good company, I'll admit it. I'm sorry you're hindered by that supposed goddess.
We'll need that kind of thinking to make it through all this. You're doing well.
Have to keep going.
I didn't expect to be nervous. But seeing everyone here like this... It's strange, isn't it?
Vita mortis cario!
I've met venomous snakes I'd be faster to trust. Are you sure about this? To the top. Strike down anything standing between you and the brain.
The true Raven Guard is still clinging on somewhere in that mind. It might not be too late for him.
Yes! Now we're talking.
And yet, it seems the one who gave those orders has run afoul of my goddess. Delivering the artifact is no longer my mission. Cleansing Lady Shah's church is my mission.
Is this the Underdark? Gods take me. That tadpole wasted no time in abandoning its host. Not sentimental creatures, clearly.
I'll give it a try. Come on, no excuses.
The Chamber of Loss beckons. Lady Shah has one final task for me. Then all of this will be mine.
Not someone I'd rush to speak with.
A passage to Waterdeep. The Mother Superior used to talk about this place.
Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance.
Now, how are you faring this evening?
View's quite breathtaking. Or maybe that was just the climb.
We don't have time for this. Besides, I already explained myself.
Sorry, am I oversharing? I don't get much practice at polite conversation in that place, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Mustn't let anyone see.
A sword like this would certainly get Gale's attention.
Since we arrived in the city, I can't help but feel a little... anxious. But I'm not sure I know why.
Arde!
What the... You can't just go around licking things, you know.
That feeling... My oath is broken. Again. This is Baal's sacrifice. Wouldn't have been my first guess. Or my 10th. The Orthon's been having a little too much fun with these corpses, I think.
I didn't expect to see eye to eye with you on this. A pleasant surprise, I'll admit.
I meant to do that.
Don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm just having a little fun. There are lit fuses in our heads. Sooner or later, they're going to blow.
A harper pin. How did it get all the way down here?
Of course. But remember, Lady Shah comes first.
To not being poisoned. How about that?
Should have learnt to bloody swim. Can't believe I almost drowned at the last hurdle.
Get back!
The circle will fall into darkness if we don't intervene.
Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem.
She's gone. I don't understand.
Seems to be stuck. What was that?
Oh, Betty May.
A cunning disguise can serve a warrior of the Dark Lady better than any armor. That's what they always told us. Perhaps it's time we paid Raphael a visit.
Though it turned out the cost was very steep. I was the only one of the group to survive. I took the artifact and fled, only to be ensnared by mind flayers before I could finish the mission.
What's right? Have I ever known what that truly is? I intend to. I've wasted enough time serving others.
Isabel, now's your chance!
Almost looks like a temple, dedicated to Lady Shah. It's huge.
Ugh. The scraps of a nightfall feast.
The Sword Coast. There's Baldur's Gate. Somehow I doubt the Gith are planning a holiday.
I told you already. I want to speak to whoever's really in charge.
This place was ruined rather thoroughly. I'm starting to forget what a habitable village looks like.
So, I gather your affections have drifted elsewhere. Curious.
Damn thing. It has to open, surely. Has to do something.
I think I've had my fill of underwater misadventures. Let's get back to the surface world before any more perils seek us out.
Near's as good as dead without us. Let's just hope his whispers don't reach any true souls.
These markings look recent. What could have left them?
The darkness is the truth, Selûnite. In the end, there will only be endless black. And those that Lady Shah has embraced.
Canto te!
Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work.
Let her rage on. She may be able to hurt me, but she can't control me. Not anymore.
You're the one becoming. Disgusting. I'm glad you volunteered. I didn't want to have to shove you forward in my place.
Something's guarding it. Something vulnerable to a hot hammer. Whatever that is.
Ah! That's hot!
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Those signs we found about Dark Justiciars, perhaps they were no coincidence. In either case, I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shah. A temple, perhaps.
Mutatis mutandis!
I intend to, trust me. On that score, maybe we should stay together. Better odds of survival.
You already know as much as I do. Best ignore it. As long as it doesn't hamper us too much. The hag's doing. It has to be.
They've taken Astarion back to Khazad-dûr.
Is Drow society as the books say? It almost sounds tempting. Matriarchal power flourishing to its greatest extent.
No matter. We survived the hells, survived the crash.
I never expected Ceramorphosis to be tempting. I think we should resist these powers. There's simply too many unknowns for us to risk it.
What? You? You're one of them, the ones who are attacking the ship. And stop looking at me like that. I'm not sprouting tentacles just yet.
Pulso!
I'm sure you have no shortage of challenges there. I can only imagine what your trophy wall must look like, assuming you keep trophies. Or have a wall, for that matter. It's all I ever wanted. I prayed it was my calling.
If you insist. Don't have all the fun without me.
The head of a clown. Unorthodox choice of decoration, I'll admit.
Is that Darkmoor the Wicked? I don't believe it.
Not a dagger. A spear. My Lady Shah's spear.
So much for those stones. How are we supposed to defeat a netherbrain?
City Watch! Fight for your homes!
I wish I was being dramatic. This is how the Mind Flayers breed. We host their spawn, and once they're ready, they'll tear right through us.
Heretic idolatry everywhere. Surely there can't be a Temple of Shah here.
Tea Cloda Oculus!
But no matter. If Wither's wily ways are what it takes to have you here with us, then I'm all for it.
No time to be warming myself by a fire.
We can't afford to lose that!
I suppose we can manage that.
Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled.
My lady, forgive me.
More Moonwitch nonsense.
Wandering, mostly. The adventuring life is almost a tonic when you're not constantly threatened by brain monsters and cultists. I can finally see the world beyond the cloister.
The blood of Selûne? Sounds like a sacrifice.
You deserve to be vaunted, adored. Statues in your image should stand on every square. A whole generation of babies should be named in your honor. But it will not be so.
Inexpugnabilis!
Interesting looking doll. Might give a child nightmares if that's your goal.
But I can hardly hold that against you. You seemed as surprised as I was. If you're able to resist your urges, then surely you can resist the lure of past allegiances also.
Be still, it's murderous. Not sure it appreciates the healing touch. I love the sound of lockpicking.
It seems like Will and Karlak will play nice from now on. Saves us having to pick sides.
Let her rot. The Absolute's allies deserve no better.
You're doing just fine. After all, I'd scarcely anticipated being courted while fighting for survival in the wilderness. Very well.
Let's do all we can to help her.
Dress thy face. The hags are hiring. Omnia mutantor.
So many Selûne statues. But no worshippers. Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just abandon her?
Too bad the rest of the note is pure gibberish.
Ketheric is vulnerable. All we need to do is strike.
Chin up. This'll help.
You need me at your side.
You're the same as me. You know how important Shah's secrets are.
Something's wrong. This feels like a trap. Something missing here. A mold, I'd wager.
No. We carry on. It's all we can do. I'll follow in a while. I think I want to stay here a little longer, firstly. This place isn't familiar, but it's peaceful.
This cure looks set to kill you. Get out!
Until I hear what Nightsong has to say for herself, I simply won't know if I've ruined everything for no reason.
It's nothing, I swear.
You're entitled to find pleasure wherever you choose. But it would have been decent of you to talk to me before straying.
Half-elf. And maybe we should travel together for now. In the interest of survival. That's a Githyanki blade if ever I saw one.
They must not find out we have it.
Say will take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly.
Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson.
Shah's secrets must be preserved above all else. All who worship her know this. You'll have to look elsewhere for company. I already have an arrangement.
These corpses are arranged with a certain sort of gruesome flair.
As you like. Perhaps I'll see you at camp. Over there. A shrine to Selûne. By Moon Maiden's grace.
Quite splendidly, to give credit where it's due. You and I have shared some good times together, and it seems we have plenty in common.
Venne adjuvame!
Why even bother with this one?
Goblins ahead.
Share a bottle with me?
That hyena's making a break for it. I'll never be able to fill the place by my side where you should be standing. And I'll never forget you. Not a single moment.
What happened?
Once being a long time ago, those murals were hardly recent. I think we all have more current troubles to worry about. They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours?
Some sort of magic blocking the way.
To insatiable urges.
Not at all. Nice to be on the receiving end now and again. Keeps me sharp.
Forever, ideally. And you assume too much about what I can and cannot tell.
Worth a try. I really ought to free Scratch.
Ugh. Leftovers from Moonrise. Not a peaceful death. I hope this doesn't come back to bite us. The choice, that is. Not a star in.
Not quite. Above all else, protecting our base of operations in Baldur's Gate was the reason I had to surrender my memories to begin with. Or at least, that's what I was led to believe.
Help's on the way.
I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about Selûne now. I was fed lies for so long.
You're lost then. If you're struck down in the battles to come, remember that you refused Lady Shah's shield.
Unlucky choice of campsite, judging by all the blood.
Just don't forget about me either. I have needs of my own. It's bloated with poison. Better leave it be. I worship Shah, the mistress of the night. It is my holy mission to oppose Selûne, her teachings and her followers.
No harm in a discreet chat.
Easy now.
I suppose it doesn't. I'm glad we have each other. And I hope we'll have more opportunities to slip away.
It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up. Wait, perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really. I don't see one.
And as you're telling me this, I assume you intend to do no such thing? It seems my trust in you is well placed. No time to change clothes, I'm afraid.
Look at the barbs on that thing. Shall preserve me.
Well, jumping overboard is hardly an option. So that leaves us with taking control of this ship.
That doesn't sound like the Mother Superior I remember. But then again, I scarcely trust what I do remember.
Not tonight.
Precis alia ferro!
Really? After everything we've been through? Sit on your misgivings for now. This is nearly over.
Ah! No! You just look like one. That's a good way to get yourself killed, idiot.
How heroic. I was wondering if we'd survive encountering such a fearsome beast.
In a bind, I'll help.
That orb, it's a scrying eye. Someone's watching.
Oh, you'll regret that. Trust me.
Not sure what to make of this hell beast talk, though.
I'll patch you up.
We tear down the lies the world is drunk on. The institutions they trust, the so-called gods they worship, the lives they cling to. Yikes. Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making.
Hold tight.
Touch them again and it'll be the last thing you do.
I know enough to know I have to keep an eye on you.
Oh, hell's what now? The whole blasted ground's shaking.
Locked. Best find another way in.
Give me a night to try and get my head together. I'm not entirely without sympathy, I should say. I can't imagine what I'd do if Lady Shah abandoned me.
Dolor. It helps me create all new memories.
A flaming fist. Someone took their anger out on her, clearly. Platform's covered in rust. Must be older than bone dust.
Are you looking for the lurid details?
Tues nihil!
Fresh blood and no blacksmith. Not good.
And yet another, hardly the warmest of welcomes.
Or Betty May. I need him alive. Stow that blade or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
This'll help, friend.
I even keep secrets from myself. I had my memories suppressed, so that nothing I knew could be used against our Dark Lady. Once I prove myself, my memories will be restored.
What do we have here?
Strange. This torch really doesn't want to be snuffed out. Hope the forge is close by. I'm sweating from the heat.
Shadow druids. It seems Korga's been keeping secrets. Wouldn't you be in my place? If there's even the slightest chance that Shah worshippers remain within our reach, we should try and find them.
My training knowledge, my experiences, my will and faith. Everything I need to be leader of the cloister.
Oh.
Impero tibi!
Better lend a hand.
That can't be. I was always loyal to Shah.
I wonder, perhaps this is connected to the Dark Justiciars.
Alle me!
Come here. Locked. Better take a look around.
Ugh. I have to say I'm feeling rather worn out lately, Astarion. Curious. Best to stay clear. Or be ready for a fight.
Don't worry, I've got you.
More of those wretched things.
Macte virtute!
A whole fleet of nautiloids. Enough for an army of true souls.
I'll give it a try.
Oh, those things smell like a fishmonger's unsold stock. What are they?
Let's try this way.
Maior, fortior!
Well, it's always an option if we're out of ideas. But let's at least try to save you before it comes to that.
What's that? Something's glittering down there.
Gladly. Fading fast. I need healing. We'll need to track down the rest before we see the ringmaster.
I worship Shah, the mistress of the night. It is my holy mission to oppose Selûne, her teachings and her followers. I think so. Yes. It's just up to me to recognize it when it's in front of me.
This shape feels deliberate. Like it might have some sort of purpose. My eyes!
That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him. Glue and optimism are holding this thing together. There's a tadpole, too. Pickling in a jar. Well, maybe I would. But first come, first served. You'll probably break your arm.
Sounds in line with what I've heard about your kind.
Another brain.
Lady Shah. What will she do to me?
Scorched ground. Better watch out.
This'll dampen the pain.
Fine. But understand that I'll cut you loose the moment I have to.
Ira et dolor!
I see. Perhaps it's for the best.
The pleasure's all mine.
Halsin's gone. Maybe his corpse can reveal a useful secret or two. I'd hope for something a bit more exotic. But would you carry around my fishbowl? Feed me flakes of food?
Resarchio! You're a monster! Not a goddess!
This is no ordinary spear. It may be important. Best keep it close.
Why, that's not at all foreboding.
Mother Superior. Viconia de Vere. All right. Say we found some minuscule patch of common ground. What then? We were brought together by circumstance. Besides, I have my own people in Baldur's Gate. You were on the ship. And you have one of those things as well. I reckon those warriors holding the bridge can be fought off. If it comes to that. I know enough to know I have to keep an eye on you. Foolish. This whole place is on edge. Cause trouble and they'll turn on you. The outsider.
Vengeful husks. Just shadows of shadows without Baal's rage to fill them.
Let's see what I can glean. So many dead. Sent to the Night Singer's embrace.
Veritas credo oculus!
Dum vita est, spes est.
Hold tight. You are not allowed to die.
I've got one!
Quite a sight. Though I'm not quite sure what sight exactly.
Signum arcanum!
I'm sure. If there's a cure to be found, we'll track it down. And if not, I'll still have you.
Oh, hells! Something just woke up. Genuine fiend skull. A gargatula, I believe.
That's a drastic solution, to say the least. But what other choice do we have? Fight a losing fight? Trust the Emperor?
After I offered up the night song to Lady Shah, her blood was on the spear. On my hands. On my clothing. I wrung out every drop I could. Saved it for a special occasion. Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it?
We'd have to find it, first of all. Doesn't sound easy.
Glimmering specks in that slag. Hardly worth the trouble of mining.
A potion that makes you explode? Seems a bit drastic.
Perhaps Lady Shah is testing me somehow. Perhaps not. I don't know, in short.
Hold tight. I'm coming.
Joking! They're safe. And beautiful. Thank you.
Let's be sure to make good use of our prize, then.
Oh.
If you insist.
Where did the Ginny find this crap?
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
It's lovely.
Fine. What's on your mind? Dream. But we're elves. We don't dream like others do. Ugh. This must be the tadpoles at play.
Besides, we've come so far now. The end isn't so distant. I may need to concentrate on what's truly important to me.
You seem overburdened with hangers-on already.
Now you're talking.
After all that, I think I'll need a drink in each hand and a third on the table.
Useless. Come on. We need everyone alive.
Pipe down!
If I was a bard, I might be tempted to draw comparisons between nature and myself both shaking off Shah. But luckily for you, I'm no bard.
But Mother forbid me from seeking to prove myself worthy of the rank. She said I was not ready.
I feel something. Magic. But where?
Of course I'll help.
So Will's the Blade of Avernus now. I suppose that's a new sort of frontier for him. Suppose we can't claim to be shocked. The Emperor's wanted us to embrace our powers the whole time. This is the logical final step. She said she needed some time to herself and she'd meet us at camp. I'm not sure she's going to last much longer.
The Emperor likely saved us because it needs us as pawns.
We can't trust it. Of course not. A cover to throw our enemies off the scent. I suppose you weren't deemed important enough to be informed of the plan.
I know. It was her. Shah. Using the wound to hurt me. Out of pure spite.
You're a gith. Why did you help me?
Even hell'd gag on your bedeviled stench.
For your sake, you ought to nip this in the bud before she turns on you.
Must there? You wouldn't expect a wolf and a deer to find a way to work together.
Better avoid unfriendly eyes.
You'll be too much of a handful one day, but not yet.
Better hide.
And you do? I won't allow some walking, talking feast for stray dogs to tell me where I belong or not.
That's where the missing letters are, I'll bet.
The size of that thing. Looks so much bigger when it's flying above you. Looks like a spider man decapitating a mind flayer. Someone got creative.
Likewise. And I'm glad at least one of us was confident in your return. It hasn't always been easy, wondering if something might have happened to you and Karlak in that place.
From Thay.
Whoever looted this must have been in a hurry. They missed a gem.
Blast away, Iron Hands!
I think I was taught to break people's thumbs here. I swear I can remember the snap of bone, the screams.
No need to fight for...
Oh, hells. Wait. It's you. You're the one who tried to free me on the ship.
Yet other options are hard to come by. We owe the Emperor our lives, at least.
Same as anyone. Lady Shah's blessings. They're gone. We did it.
The Netherbrain is dead.
Seems so.
Non m'avere!
No matter. Moonrise Towers has to remain the focus. They're my parents. I don't know if I can.
Ira!
I'd rather have a second tadpole than do that.
So this wild boar stabbed her around 57 times, I suppose.
Intactili sum!
But I must go there, all the same. And I'd better be prepared for anything. On one hand, they seem useful. But on the other hand, or perhaps tentacle before long, we know where they're coming from. And what lies at the end of that path.
I'll need to remember where each platform is if I'm to get across. Like the book described.
The Blade of Avernus!
Missing pets. Zola, Rascal. Wait. Those are the names from those collars. Those blood-stained collars. Gods. Merciless, but beautiful in its own way. Sounds familiar.
Good craftsmanship. Wasted on Seluna. Maybe it can be repurposed somehow.
Be sure it doesn't. Or it'll be your last meal.
The Gauntlet of Shah. I can't believe it. I can't believe we found the Dark Lady's sacred crucible.
What? A show of sincere affection?
Take it down a notch. We managed to stop it, didn't we?
It's nothing. I swear.
It's done.
Typical. Suppose I'll help.
A bit crowded, don't you think? You'll need to swap out someone if you want me.
True. We're acting out of desperation.
Let's just be careful. Any potential cure is useless if our heads are parted from our shoulders beforehand.
Don't worry. I know their tired old tricks better than anyone. They'll need more than a hooded cloak and poisoned blade to best me.
I'm sorry, Gale. You tried. Mistra was wrong to turn on you, no matter what mistakes you made in the past.
Of course. You're the same as me. You have a mind flayer tadpole in your brain.
I've told you all I'm going to tell you. Now, please don't pry any further, or you might force me to become less polite.
Don't mistake blood for kinship. I'd rather not turn my back on you, if it's all the same. Her kind can't be trusted. They just tried to kill us aboard that ship, after all.
Moonmotes. They bring Seluna's light to dark places and offer guidance to those in need.
That might be worth a look.
I only wish my parents could have met him properly. But I think they know I'm happy. I can feel their presence when the moon is full.
Kakote!
Get some rest. We move at dawn. What was in that tart? My stomach's doing somersaults.
That place is sealed off to the world now. I don't see the point in dwelling on it anymore. Not while we've our own problems to see to.
Moonrise Towers. If this is indeed the very center of the Absolute schemes, then the source of our problem must be in here somewhere. Just keep safe out there. For me. If I knew, I'd promise I'd tell you. But I don't. Can we just leave it at that for now, please?
Talk to me later. This day's been long enough already.
It's too easy. Feel my mistress's wrath.
Oh, it's going to be like that. I love strong ones.
I can feel it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you.
Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself.
Fine. Put your faith in a marauding freak. Just do it away from me. Good. We've had enough party games now, I think.
What delightful circumstances we find ourselves in.
Majesty of manure, sovereign of shit. Non me vere!
If they make it. They're slow, vulnerable. Half or more will die long before Basilisk Gate. Made it out.
Not my mother, I should add. The Mother Superior, head of Lady Shah's enclave in Baldur's Gate.
That thing doesn't look too happy to be free. Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay.
You sound like you're speaking from experience, Will. Perhaps you'll have to give me a tour, refresh my memory.
I do not serve Shah anymore, nor the Mother Superior. The prism is no longer my mission. Only the Night Song can tell me what I must do next.
Intersus pulce imperio!
You're the author of your own tale now. Well done, the belly of the beast. The sooner we kill this thing, the better. Yes. There's one more thing I wanted to share about myself. Something I think you deserve to know.
What was she trying to summon?
Perhaps you're right, but I trusted her once. That has to count for something.
Lady Shah speaks. But just some echo, surely. A guiding voice in stone.
Even a Githyanki cannot resist the Sharan arts of interrogation. This is how Viconia learned of the astral prism and sealed her own fate.
Thou art saucy as gruel.
Strike hard, strike fast.
I'm not afraid of wolves anymore. Spare me your cheap tricks.
How so? Are you taught to churn your own butter while barely out of swaddling?
Lizelle, how would you punish someone who wronged you? He knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him?
A shapeshifter lying in wait. It won't get the drop on me. Meanlocks. Easily blinded by light. I need a torch or something.
Sigils. Attempts to restrain Lady Shah's power, perhaps. Failed attempts.
No Selunites left to bow before this?
I hope there's more where that came from.
Diminue!
We should get some rest. I doubt tomorrow will be any easier than today.
Not bad. I've had better days. And worse ones.
Don't worry. It's nothing that will bring you harm. But before that, there's one thing I need to see to.
Perhaps this gut creature stole something that could be useful. A scroll, a potion, a cranial extractor.
It must take a truly feeble mind to raise such a dedication to Selûne.
Baldur's Gate. It's amazing how a place I don't truly remember feels so familiar.
An unforgivable loss. He'd have made a fine ally.
Cannot, must not, too important.
Odd that you're fighting Ketheric Thorm again, only this time with a warrior of Lady Shar at your side.
I'm not half as mysterious as you might think. Respect my privacy, my opinion. Keep us focused on finding a cure.
I'll eat your face and shit it out.
What are you doing?
There's some sort of mechanism behind these plaques. Magic of some sort. Not my most useful observation, I'll admit.
You know, I'm starting to remember that Worm's Crossing has a bit of a reputation, doesn't it? A tad mercenary, a tad sordid. Anything and anyone for a price.
Meanlocks, just what we needed.
Voco Spikai! As long as it's still you in there, and you haven't completely lost your mind. It's just something I have to live with.
It's been a long day. Better stop to rest soon.
Time to meet your end.
The old collar with the runes. I just felt it tremble.
Of course you need help.
Brine. Home to those filthy tadpoles until they're put in someone's head.
I'll help.
Halcyon will be back any moment, surely. Just need to hold on a little longer.
Back on your feet.
I'm looking for a cure. Starting in this place.
You've got to eat, after all. What do I gain from denying your appetites?
So, this mystic carrion offered aid to Oscar. Perhaps we should follow suit.
My favourite sort of thievery. Come here.
Shouldn't even bother.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Gale might be interested.
There must be some way to get this open.
Hold tight. I'll help.
We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end.
No harm in taking a peek, surely.
I can still feel the Shadowfell all over me. Still hear her words in my ear. I feel unclean.
Let a girl have some secrets. Was there anything else?
Very well, just don't squeeze the breath out of me.
Even if I could remember, I'm not sure I'd tell you. I don't want your ego to get overinflated.
Selûnite rubbish.
Imagine wasting your time actually reading this tripe.
Though, I'll grant it must have been impressive once, in all its profane glory. Until someone raised it.
Venenum!
Looks like the Mind Flayer's gone. Off to cause some havoc in the city, I'd imagine.
Selûnite drivel. What's this symbol on it?
I thought my luck had run out for a moment. Trap must be disarmed.
You gore-bellied, purulent horse-ass!
Let's just stay shoulder to shoulder and see this through.
I'm glad. Hopefully we can eke out some more time together before all's done and dusted.
Perhaps we'll find an easier way to reach it if we keep pressing forward.
Manus potentes paro!
Thinking about my wound. It can't just be random how it torments me. Surely there's a pattern, a purpose.
Though perhaps that might change. If you can show an open mind.
I felt that. Are you really surprised I won't open up when you keep trying to fumble in my head? Leave me alone.
Just an old prayer.
Copio vertus licet!
There was another. A tiefling boy with short horns and purple hair. I think he was my friend. He tried to make me feel better.
Let's see what I can learn.
You chose well. We have enough burdens as it is without taking on more. Keep this up, and I'm out of here.
She loves me. She must do.
I must keep going.
It's good to see you again. Even if only for a short while.
fits? As if my hands weren't full already. More plans. Must be from the same blacksmith.
She's wandered off. Perhaps she just needs some time alone.
There's plenty of space at camp. No need to crowd me.
Might as well. Prime spot for an ambush.
I need to reach its very centre and confront the Mother Superior. Lady Shah decrees she is no longer fit to lead.
Configo!
Nothing. Just an inkling.
Volo non fugia!
But you're right. Whatever lies ahead will be a little less daunting with support. Muddy footprints. How did these get here?
Let's move. The smell of blood will draw trouble. Then reconsider, if you're sure you can survive without me. Keep prodding, and maybe you'll find out for certain. We'll need to find a healer to help us. A camp. Looks abandoned. I don't know what you're talking about. I suspect you don't know what you're talking about.
I seem to recall fragments of tales about them. Their prowess in battle, their unshakable faith. I thought they were the stuff of legends. Perhaps not.
Danthalan's dancing axe. A harper gathering spot, from what Jaheira says.
Grimishkas. They don't react well to magic. Better be careful with my spells.
Then go ahead. It won't change what I have to say to you. He vanished in the dead of night. Not terribly surprised. He seemed a flighty type. We both need all the help we can get. Let's try to get off this thing together.
I don't know what qualifies as manners with your kind, but in Faerun, it's rude to stare.
Can't afford to stay idle. You need some support.
But let's take care of our problem first. Rest well.
Jaheira's adept at keeping secrets, and for good reason. She was wise to try and keep her family safe. I just wish I could have done the same.
A kind touch. The dead may not care, but thank you all the same.
Farange!
Even Lady Shah's blessings cannot protect me here.
But first, we'll need to survive the wilderness. I'd hoped there might be useful supplies through here. What's next? No opening this with that lock still on it. Looks like the place the Dark Justicia's letter mentioned. But where's the stash?
I should gift you some earplugs the next time I see you then. But I know you'll be able to keep Mizora in her place.
You were supposed to lend a hand, not take one.
I'll lend a hand.
The same flower motif is on that key from the flop house.
Torch stalk. Best watch my step. They like to explode.
So, Cazador wishes to ascend at your expense. Somehow, I doubt you intend to accept that meekly.
Oh! Well, that left me winded. Rest where? I can't leave. The whispers won't let me leave.
I hope not. I'd miss our little conversations. Wouldn't you miss them as well?
Gods, I'm alive. Thought that mind flayer would kill me.
Of course. Why, thank you.
Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is. What do you want?
Hardly. My association with you might be a contender after that attempt.
I've made you doubt yourself. Sorry. Not what I intended.
It's safe. A little less terrifying once you've done it before.
All the way from Thay. Jewels and gems, probably. One's still in there.
Ketheric Thorm is close. Check your gear and say your prayers. This won't be easy.
In my name.
If you insist. Anything else?
What beautiful music.
Of course I'll help.
That's the person from my dreams.
But who knows? Perhaps we'll meet again. Though, hopefully not after being abducted. Be good. And if you can't be good, just don't get caught.
Good. Whatever you think you know about me had better be worth it. You've already cost me dearly.
But why does freedom have to feel like I've lost everything? Perhaps I could have saved them. Or perhaps Shah would have helped me forget them. Instead, I've neither. You might find it an uphill battle to get the city populace to accept a devil as their duke.
I could get used to this. Is this iron? What kind of currency is this?
That temper of yours is a sight to behold. You'll need to be careful, or your rage will burn right through you.
Mors tua vita mea!
I'm not jealous, you know. If I wanted to bed something loyal and pure, I'd find a swan. So, you're a vampire, Astarion. I suppose I shouldn't really act surprised. The signs aren't exactly subtle, if you care to look. They were all I had left. And you stole them from me. You're not even worth killing. There's something underneath here.
Intactili sum!
I can relate. I think I used to have a place of my own I like to retreat to. But it slips my mind. I suppose standing up to an entire army wasn't my most cunning move.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
It is my Lady Shah's will. You should be honored to be part of her plan. I know I am.
Hardly deserving of this.
But enough about me. What have you been up to?
I won't pretend the thought hasn't crossed my mind once or twice. Or more than that.
Precis ania ferro!
Look at the size of that thing. It could eat a person whole, or a double portion of children.
This is something I have to do for myself. What we shared was special to me. But I think our paths diverge from here on.
Broken bones. Must have fallen.
Another quake. Feels like the ground's gonna open up and swallow me.
Let's do what we have to do, then get out of here. And what does your Gith companion have to say about that?
Selûnite. I would have burned this once.
A lone cub isn't much of a threat.
Stultissime!
That wall's barely holding together. Looks like a toll house.
I learned how to inflict pain here. For Lady Shah. I can't remember the faces. But I think I can still hear the screams.
We could check for supplies. Not like the remaining locals have use for them. Quite a sight. But I won't be able to get any closer this way.
It's all right. I'll take care of you. This'll boost you.
This language is just gibberish. And yet, strangely familiar also.
An amulet of Selûna. I think Gale might want this.
I hope you don't mind if I don't ask to see it.
I suppose our band wasn't meant to last forever. Fate thrust us together. Now it pulls us apart again. This had better be important. A necessary sacrifice so that I can press onwards. The Dark Lady will understand, surely. To try and salve myself would do nothing but shame me in the Night Singer's eyes.
Blink, and you'll miss me.
That label. I actually remember it. Wyvern whiskey. Mother Superior's favourite. Reminded her of Waterdeep, she said.
There's still plenty of wine, and the whole night is ahead of us.
Quite clever. And cruel, of course. But creatively so.
You know what I really miss about Baldur's Gate? The food. Freshest fish I've ever had.
What you thought was best. This was important to me. This was everything to me.
It would be too much to hope that's nothing to do with us, wouldn't it?
I know. I'll have to stop myself from getting teary-eyed when it's time to say goodbye again. And should one thing lead to another, well, we all deserve to be wicked now and again.
Well, that was bracing.
Oh no, that's all part of the fun. You know me. I can't resist a bit of mystery.
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations. The end is near.
The shape is odd. Feels strangely familiar.
If nothing else, you can at least soak up any arrows that are loosed at us.
Quite a view.
Karlak, you must have a lot to think about just now. If you need time to yourself, take it. I have Strayed, it is true, but I have returned to make amends. I will put my fate in the Mother Superior's hands and trust that Lady Shah will guide her.
We need to put a stop to this now!
A little more caution in future won't kill us. Quite the opposite, actually.
I suppose it was wishful thinking to hope that thing'd attack its own. Help's coming.
A better offer. You're lucky you're pretty and that I know you're joking. The shadows claimed that bird. Not for me to interfere. I didn't take these refugees for killers. Maybe I've misjudged them.
Toenail-tasting trout hole.
And I've revealed all I'm willing to. At least for now.
Huh? You're one of them. The ones who are attacking the ship.
Wait until the others are asleep, then come with me. It might just save your life.
Got to keep fighting.
Anything that's missing. Well, I can't miss what I can't remember. I have all I need. I might need a few more of those before the sun threatens to rise.
The stones have failed us, and our enemy is more potent than ever. This feels like a step backwards.
Careful, Minthara. As a drow exile, you could be classed as a refugee yourself. Not volunteering, I take it.
Where are they?
No matter. We both survived. For now.
No time for a lie down.
Is that Gortash? Of all the leering mugs to have on your wall.
I need to get to that transponder. An illusion. Better tread carefully. What the?
What can I say? They were eye-catching. Consider me an art lover.
A tome on necromancy. I think a certain someone will be interested in this. Dead. They're only good for kindling now.
Can't afford any mistakes.
She's an angry little thing. Sort of adorable, really.
Ah, fancy. Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
Perhaps she took some pride in her work, forming me to Shah's liking. She certainly relished wielding the rod. Why must the dead three be so obvious and ugly with their decor? Blood and bones, bones and blood. Pointy nonsense. At least Shah had some panache.
These webs are everywhere.
Omnia mutantor!
Then I realized I was in your arms. We did it. Everything's perfect.
This crossbow is too well designed to be made by Dwegar.
Someone else got out.
We need to get out of here. Now.
Better take a look.
I'll join along. If I can speak to whoever's really in charge. Otherwise, I'd best be on my way.
I am glad for the time we had together. There is much I still cannot truly remember. But I will never forget you.
You could say that. And yes, I still have it. And your fellow Gith stares at me like she's contemplating how my heart tastes.
You wanted something? Perhaps I'll shoo the cats out of our room and scatter copper pieces over the bed some evening, and we can play make-believe.
You know what would be nice, just for a change? Venturing through a mysterious bazaar or a lush, dark wood scented with lavender.
But perhaps there's more to it than I know, or would care to admit.
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
Praesis alia ferro!
You left me to die.
Darkness take you.
You're reading too much into things. A childhood bauble, that's all.
Evanesco!
Respect's given freely. If your goddess needs to demand it, she's not worthy of it.
We're not ready yet. We must find that spear.
But make no mistake. When the time comes, the artifact leaves with me.
She'll walk right into Leroican's trap. Or fly, perhaps.
There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shah, save perhaps if you become the head of her church.
Need a lot of propping up, don't you?
Don't be so quick to judge. She didn't ask anything of you. Who's to say you'd have handled it any differently?
Enchanted. Nice. Interesting bauble. But I don't recognize the symbol.
You may very well be right. Perhaps you'll become the subject of books in years to come, rather than the avid consumer of them.
And some might say eels and turnips boiled in milk is a delicacy. But some are fools. I'll make my own mind up.
What happened here? It's hard to make any sense of this mess.
Remarkably calm for a man I plan to run through. I can appreciate that.
Hold tight, I'm coming.
I'll need every advantage, it seems. Thank you. The famous Blade of Frontiers. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Leviatha, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers.
Now what might you be hiding?
Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
A bloodied ring left behind. Either the killer has fat fingers or doesn't want riches.
Depends. Are you buoyant? I may need a life preserver if I get in over my head.
Half elf. Better I go alone, actually. A group your size would slow me down.
They were desperate. Nobody deserves this.
Wonder how many times she's been killed down here.
I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet.
There's nothing to hail here. Just another power grab in a city that's seen too many of them already. What, you think frolicking in the woods by moonlight amounts to a test? That's nothing. That's just a childish thing. I don't want to hear any more of it. The parasite must be affecting you deeply.
Bloody hells! Get me out of this thing! Hurry!
Checking in on me? Sweet of you. I spoke to my father already. It was difficult, but I think it helped. I'm better equipped to deal with my past now.
There we go. Clean and deep.
I have to do it! My whole life has been leading to this!
Looks like Dame Aelin evaded Roland. She won't be pleased next time she appears. The Hag's Lair. Wonderful.
This'll make it better.
Shh. Damn this fog. Flagula!
Hopefully these meetups will become a regular occurrence. It's not that I miss the tadpoles, but at least it brought us together. Now we've got to make the extra effort ourselves.
For now. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of fun for you tonight. Just not in my tent. Empty.
Is that so? It's quite a hand. Sometimes I still catch myself scoffing at anything saloonite. Old habits die hard.
Time to fill some graves.
Someone of your social stature, Will, are they typically allowed to pursue their heart's whims as they like?
I even keep secrets from myself. I had my memories suppressed, so that nothing I know could be used against the Dark Lady. Once I prove myself, my memories will be restored.
Orin's made off with Yenna. Either we mount a rescue, or we win her freedom with Gortash's life.
Nothing. You and I ought to be considering how we're going to survive this mess. We should stay together.
You don't actually want to jump, do you?
Very well. At least you're consistent.
It must have been some task to stuff this thing. Never mind, kill it.
Astarion, we need to talk. I know you're a vampire. Frankly, it's obvious.
Quiet! I can't concentrate with all these voices. Just listen.
Seems like this flame doesn't want to be snuffed.
Hell's below, what's that?
This wasn't just a feast. More like a ritual. So familiar somehow.
Closer. I need to get closer.
Feel my mistress's wrath. Got to help.
Are you sure he'd want to join? I'm not exactly settled anywhere right now. It could be dangerous at times.
May a time come when the sun never rises again, and your darkness reaches eternity.
Keep out of it.
No. Either we join forces, or you don't go anywhere. Tell me where to find your camp, at least.
I'm a tad surprised you change into more comfortable garb at Camp Lazel. You strike me as a sleeps in her armour type.
Of course it is. And I said nothing about friendship. But a little less tension between us might benefit all.
We need each other. And we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
I opened up to you like I have with no one before. We bonded. But it's been downhill from there. Perhaps we can rekindle things? Or perhaps not.
Muddy footprints. Like someone came through the sewers.
Ronald. That's the last part of it I remember. That must be his name. Perhaps he's still there in Baldur's Gate.
Bleed for me.
I'll miss Astarion, though perhaps my neck won't. Poor Gale. I hope he knows that a goddess abandoning him needn't be the end. I know from experience.
Okior! At the cost of a lot of lives. It's not worth it, Astarion.
Porure.
Gon's true name is Nebelin. Not so secret after all.
Flumph mating rituals. That drow must have gotten very lonely down here.
This one's all yours.
Finally, some good fortune. Come morning, we know what to do.
No good. Must need a different power source.
I thought I knew who I was. But I was wrong. I do not belong to Shah. And I do not want to be adorned like one of her puppets any longer.
Sounds like an unnecessary risk to me. No, that hasn't stopped us before.
Magic. From that chest. I can feel it. That staff will probably be of interest to Gale. I will continue to serve Shah, of course. My path brings me to Baldur's Gate. Perhaps our paths will continue to intertwine, if the Dark Lady wills it.
You don't want to get them wet, do you? Or worse, weigh you down. Go on. Don't turn shy on me now.
What was that? I really can't abide mumbling, Will.
I don't know exactly what lies ahead for me. But at least now I can choose my own path. With you at my side, if you wish.
Calm yourself. It was a hypothetical. Now where has she slithered off to? Sounds like she made the fatal mistake of getting caught. We shouldn't get involved. But who's to say? I might need a distraction some evening. These campsites do get cold.
Minsk, no!
Respect my mission, my beliefs. Keep us focused on finding a cure.
Morio! Fatio voco fere!
Hold on, you look like you've had a shock. Something the matter?
You can sacrifice yourself first, you spineless rat!
The stone's less worn here. Recently uncovered.
Imagine being compelled to hide a shrine in a land that is actively hostile to you and your goddess. Utter pig-headedness.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't.
Vampire spawn or not, I'm surprised you actually surrendered Astarion like that.
That sort of danger I'm fine with. I can fight it.
The symbol on the collar. Does that mean this is Gale's pet?
It hurts.
All about you, of course. Every day's an adventure when I'm at my beloved Will's side, I'll tell them. She sowed the seeds of her own destruction when she betrayed you, Lae'zel. Just be careful. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you out there.
Fine. With a little bit of spittle, chew your victuals, then play skittles.
Not the vilest any of us have seen of late, unfortunately.
Not a Dwergar design. This crossbow is meant for a warrior of Shah.
Let me see to those wounds. Go on then. Just don't be surprised when your friend turns on you.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
Didn't feel like a mistake to me. Far from it. But I'll respect your wishes. Consider it forgotten. I'm adept at that. It's only a half measure if you don't allow yourself to consider it otherwise.
This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual.
Myconid. Just as I thought.
What is that place in the distance? It almost looks Sharon.
Wait, perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
Nothing but rubbish.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-term amusements are much less hassle.
Hells. They're displaying murder victims openly now.
Tempestus!
Part of the Netherbrain. We'll need to get closer, though, up through the ruins. Besides, it suits me.
No! You've already brought me to what I need. My family. My real family.
Esto perpetua.
Might as well help myself.
You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are. You chose this.
On I go then.
I don't remember you. We could speak to Ethel, though I'm not keen to trust her.
Let's get you up.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead.
Voca Arvina!
Monster. Death is too good for it.
It's a deal, so long as you watch my back.
They can challenge me on the matter if they dare, though none are so bold.
I suppose some would commend our actions. Goblins would have razed that whole place to nothing if it weren't for us.
I was convinced Lae'zel had settled on you as her conquest. Brave of you to deny her. Let's talk later.
Love limb of a lecherous lich!
All right, some company wouldn't hurt on the road, especially if there's trouble.
Vita mortis cario!
An eye patch. Not quite my style.
That's the sort of trouble I live for.
Looks like a clown's pelvis. Not a sentence I ever thought I'd have to utter, but here we are.
You'll feel better in no time.
More talk of this adamantine forge. Quite the attraction, it seems. We raise a glass to Gale. Perhaps the elf song still stands.
I often am.
Farewell. I suppose I owe you thanks. I hadn't expected a saloonite to lead me to such a beautiful piece. You're full of surprises.
Stuck? Of course.
The Shadow's hunger is endless, it seems.
Twice over, in fact. You supported me against Lae'zel. I may not have survived that night without you.
Help's on the way.
Not much use for this slag. Nice speckles, though.
Akedum!
Damn thing. It has to open, surely. It has to do something. So, you and Minthara, is it? I suppose that little spark we shared has been snuffed out then. I don't blame you, though. She is a compelling prospect.
Et alibi!
We need to make a decision. If anyone's to become a mind flayer, perhaps it should be Karlach. She's doomed either way.
Pulso!
Perhaps. But please, enough about me. Sharing's bad for my complexion. Lady Shah. She came to me as I prayed. She told me what needs to be done. I'd prefer not to see it again, that's for sure. Maybe we could get him to wear a bell, dissuade any nighttime prowling. Then it's your own fault for not asking, if you insist. Don't expect to fare well without me to save you. Spare me your venom. I'm sure the Mother Superior will have plenty of her own. No matter. As long as I keep the damn thing safe. Thought as much.
Ex nihilo!
So, it's the Blade of Avernus now, Will. I suppose that's a new sort of frontier.
I suppose I brought this on myself.
Another waif dead before her time. I wonder how it happened. I'd like to find somewhere peaceful. Somewhere I can feel close to my parents' spirits. Away from the city, perhaps. These weapons sound worth forging. If I can find the design.
Safety's within reach! Got to keep going!
A fake devil head. I suppose children may enjoy it. Smells like death in here. A lot of death. It seems that's the end of Astarion's love affair with the sun. That'll be hard on him.
I'm glad the roads were kind. Would hate to have missed this.
There was a proving ground of sorts. A place where initiates sought to complete Lady Shah's trials and make a sacrifice in her name. But that place is lost now. Some even wonder if it ever truly existed. I thought that was lost in the Shadowfell. How do you have it? I should have been more discreet around you, clearly. Yes, you're right. Lae'zel? You look well. Clearly, midnight skirmishing doesn't cost you any beauty sleep.
Fronte nulla fides!
Let the pain fade.
Have you lost your senses? All we've been through and you just give in to seromorphosis now?
Perhaps I should have said something before you actually bit someone.
So, one dead devil, and you might learn something new about yourself, Astarion. Seems promising. If you trust Raphael, that is.
Really? I thought you might take up knitting or jam making, perhaps.
Cave curriculum.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
There's a magic ward on this door. Need to be careful. Who knows what that corpse botherer will have in store for us.
And you've been keeping this from me all this time. I thought we trusted one another.
Like I told you before, you'll know if I have anything to tell you.
Locked. From the inside.
I thought, perhaps, that if you could take a step towards the light, then I could try as well.
Perhaps it's some artist trying to make a statement?
This mirror... It must have been for more than just reflecting once. A shame it's broken.
You'll have to live with that curiosity for now, I'm afraid. Let's just concentrate on ridding ourselves of these tadpoles.
A note, right under the canvas.
Wait. Perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
All clear. Looks like this is up for grabs.
How I came to be who I am. How I found my way to Lady Shah's embrace.
Save your breath. I'm going nowhere with you as long as you have that gith in tow.
Roland. He isn't going to last very long out here like this.
And I get to see my parents almost every day. I need to make every moment with them count, after so much was stolen from us. But they're doing well, and are very pleased to have a son-in-law. I'm going to enjoy myself, and you can't stop me. Back to the shadows with you.
This next spell should be interesting.
Thank you.
Easy, Lae'zel. We need answers, yes, but you catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
Veritas credo oculus.
That didn't hurt, did it? That did the trick.
Let's see.
You'll have to wait. I can't talk right now.
They see best in the dark. A light source can blind them.
This has to be it. This has to be the Spear of Night. The weapon Lady Shah bid me to wield.
Means nothing to me.
We've had a mind flayer whispering to us in our dreams all this time. I really shouldn't be surprised by anything at this stage.
The 9 hells. That's as close as I'd like to get.
No. It can't be true. Or can it? What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves. That's no coincidence.
We're in this together. But I'll happily go it alone. My faith will keep me company. A tidy slot. But no rune. Would you have joined up with them if you'd known they'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion?
Worm's Crossing is a choke point. If I wanted to intercept a new arrival, I'd find somewhere before the bridge, blend in amongst the crowds, and wait.
That mural shows dark justiciars. All these signs can't be a coincidence.
We've been travelling with a vampire all this time. Careful. Keep seeking me out like this and people may think we're rekindling things. Did you want something?
Dialino.
This wall's ready to tumble. This ruin's dedicated to Seluna. Vile moon witch.
Apologies. I was less than forthcoming when you asked before. You didn't know about my faith. I wasn't sure how you'd react.
Volo non fugia.
This is going to be a waste of air.
Nicely done. I probably couldn't have resisted kicking him in the teeth.
Ah! It's getting stronger. We must be close.
Best step softly.
The body hasn't even cooled yet. We need to stay alert.
An ally in need.
Wait. You're the one who left me to die on the ship.
No, it doesn't.
Steel Watcher, forward!
you'll breathe your last before you lay a single finger on me. Most would feel their strength wilting in these shadows. Not me.
Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage.
Apparently so. They weren't inclined to explain why, just to drive me half berserk.
Scratch can't aid me just now, not while he's in the post house.
Gale, you truly thought to turn to shadow magic after seeing how it has ravaged nature. Your ambitions are disquieting.
Some sort of temple. Looks abandoned.
Prepare to die.
Are you truly so far gone you don't realize there's blood on your hands? All the more reason to put an end to this now.
I'm glad to hear. You deserve it, after all you've done.
Kill them quickly or we'll end up just the same.
Gortash is poised to become Archduke. Better get to Worm's Rock.
The more I learn, the less I understand just why I was sent to retrieve that thing. But it matters little now.
I have ventured far from shadows. I have shared words with unbelievers. I have followed your teachings imperfectly.
Still warm to the touch, if you can believe it.
Glad to hear it. After all we've been through, I think you deserve some time where the greatest peril you'll face is a paper cut.
Put up a fight by the looks of it. Not that it mattered in the end.
Always a popular choice.
Find a way to rid ourselves of these things.
You seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
Why, hello, lover. That sounded more debonair in my head, I'll admit. Do you need something?
Don't worry.
Even if I could remember them, none could withstand comparison to you.
Sometimes having a sense of smell is a true curse.
The particulars of childhood can grow hazy even if your memories haven't been tampered with. But I felt safe there. I know that much.
A Dark Justicia helm. Wanted one of my own so badly. And the Mother Superior would always deny me.
I'm sorry. I can't give you that. Not right now. Hardly deserving of this.
I can recognize my own handwriting. How long ago was this? Years?
A protector is guarding it, if I'm reading this right. And this hot hammer is key to its downfall.
With the right footwork, we could steal that power for ourselves.
I'll help. Whatever the Mind Flayer's plans were, those dragons spoiled them. That doesn't make our situation less dangerous.
That'll make for more pleasant reading. Hope my name's spelt right. Go on then. Coyness isn't in your nature. What would you do with unlimited funds?
Pulchrio.
It's all right. I'll take care of you.
The powers we already received have proved useful, true. But this is something different entirely. You know, I truly do marvel sometimes that I ever had feelings for you. What do you want?
More about this forge. But the other notes mention some sort of guardian.
Abuse. Nonsense. The Mother Superior made me strong. For the Dark Lady. I'm all ears.
You're more concerned for her than she is for you, clearly. We need to take care of ourselves.
Baldur set sail while the dragon keeps vigil over the city.
Gela.
Better not get too close. Might be toxic.
Perhaps you do. But let's leave no doubt. I can't truly love you. Not like most define it. I'll always have to keep a place for Lady Shah.
Don't worry, I'll help.
A nice vintage or a comfortable bed bring me joy. This is much more than that. This brings me purpose.
You're someone I can actually turn to when I don't know what to do. My wound, my episodes. You were compassionate, where others might be wary or worse. You stood by me.
Let's pop you open, shall we? Not someone I'd rush to speak to.
Let's have a look at myself.
Thriving. Lady Shah's foes continue to fall, and she continues to honor me. But she wants me all to herself. what we share may be difficult to maintain.
I'm not chasing after it, if that's what you're thinking. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much. Needs a key.
Perhaps they should expand their horizons. Too much time obsessing over fungi seems to leave them a bit, well, like them.
A shame I don't have my old tent. I might have been tempted to pull you into it.
You are adorable, though perhaps a little inattentive.
Hold on, you're a vampire. There, in the cage. Good. A little mystery will keep you on your toes.
I did once. More fool me. Thank you. I should have known you'd be understanding. It was to me. I think I was the one who did it.
Omnia mutantor!
I'm grateful. But don't expect me to be your pawn just because you freed me.
Since when can spectators petrify their victims?
Nobility suits you. I've been sure to keep some discreet eyes on your progress. Their reports have been very complimentary.
Or just company for our final moments?
Let me see.
Wait! Get me out of here! I can help you!
It would be too much of a risk, though. One mishap, one busybody, and you could be surrounded by a mob. The Mother Superior must be close. Soon this will all be over.
I have to survive this.
Ludus non factum est!
Keep out of sight. No point in announcing ourselves just yet.
Mole's eye patch. This doesn't bode well for her.
Jaheira, no!
A lie of omission at most. I'm sure you have some skeletons of your own hidden away.
On me. Always in reach.
Sweet of you, but don't worry. I'm sure you'll get to know me just fine by traveling together. No need for interrogations just yet. I don't think I'm the salve you're looking for. Sorry about that. The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one.
Stop being so gentle.
Perhaps you'll come to realize that in time. If you do, you know where the House of Grief is and what lies beneath it. We all need to be unburdened every now and again.
I found a little cottage. Abandoned, half ruined. There's a lot of such places to be found thanks to the Absolute's armies. I've been making it my own.
Darkness, cloak me. Hardly a conversational relish.
We showed mercy to a mind flayer, and now our whole family's paid the price.
Gale, what's the matter? It's awkward for me too, you know.
I can't afford to get rid of it, but I can't protect it alone either. I'm lucky to have made it this far.
Looks like we're in Eltergard, east of the city of Baldur's Gate.
I'll help. There's things I do or speak to.
Oh, like a barn. I bathed 3 times before tonight just to be safe, and cleared out the apothecaries of rosewater and incense.
Copara Sanna!
I'm Shadowheart. We were on the Nautiloid together. We've both got the same problem, though only I might have the solution.
I hear shouting. Someone needs help. Here's to many more. Survival.
What's happening? Where am I?
So this is where you interred Ketheric Thorm, Halsin. Couldn't you have done a little more to prevent his return?
I was hoping for a toast. Any suggestions?
Keep away from me!
I suppose it was. Apologies. I've just been waiting a long time to have the inside of my head to myself.
No harm in talking.
Time to rid ourselves of this hag once and for all.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine, but the mood is well and truly dead. I feel good. It's so strange. Do you remember the voice aboard the ship?
Resarchio!
It can't hurt, I suppose, unless you embarrass me. Then you might find yourself hurting in a whole manner of ways. Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
Why are you muttering to yourself?
I can't quite believe you've been a pickup artist all these years, Astarion.
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
How do they differ then? The number of horns?
The exact timbre of their evil laugh?
This is nothing but junk, just like that. I thought we had something special. Something lasting.
Looks like something broke free and tore its way through its captors.
What? No!
I suppose you came here for the same reason I did. Gladly.
Useless, get a grip.
Expellote!
It won't, but I prefer it to just being frightened. I'd like to be alone now. Please?
Silentium!
Unless I'm wrong, of course. Oh, don't worry. I'm learning about you with each passing moment.
This isn't over yet. We need to pursue Ketheric Thorm.
I'm not half as mysterious as you might think. Respect my privacy, my beliefs. Keep us focused on finding a cure. First Seluna's blessing, and now her gifts. If only the old me could see this.
Nevertheless, as quirks go, that's a new one for me.
I can't imagine she'd be thrilled to hear I've been consorting with her competition. But between you and me, best of luck with your endeavours.
You're right. Though, I like to think my wits are the best weapon I have.
On I go.
Ugh.
Honestly, so have I.
Faccio voco fere!
So, Lae'zel remains loyal to her queen. She's consistent, I'll give her that.
Threadbare chimp lackey!
As for what he said about a dark Justicia stronghold in the Underdark, we should keep watch for it. Something tells me such a place could be of use to us.
Gith contraptions. Curious, imagining them wielding something other than weapons.
Tools and a climbing rope. This must have been that gnome's escape route.
Thank you.
Get up, you're needed.
Take them if you must. But I'll remember you didn't listen to sense.
She can't have been dead long. We should be watchful.
Well, what would impress you then?
Missing. Zola, Rascal. Why do those names sound familiar? Oh. The blood-stained collars.
Some things can't be taken from you, it seems.
You must have found something alluring to overlook the fact that he was a devil.
Lead the way, then.
Focus, straight through.
As will I. Lady Shah may have honoured me, but I think it was you who changed me. Broken, fake, broken, fake.
If you insist. Don't have all the fun without me.
Cling to your torches and memories of the sun if you like. See how long you last without me.
You did, and I'll be forever grateful. Perhaps one day you may open your eyes to her wisdom yourself. But even if you do not, I shall make sure that the sharp edge of her spreading gospel does not trouble you.
I felt that. Are you really surprised I won't open up when you try to fumble in my head? Leave me alone. Do that again, and I'll kill you. That's your one and only warning. Understand?
That thing's a shapeshifter.
Mors tua vita mea!
Karlach's temper is a sight to behold. She'll need to be careful. That rage will burn her right out. There must be all sorts you can tell me. Things I can't even remember.
Don't worry, I'm coming.
I don't like the look of this thing. Its cure could be a metal bolt punched through your skull. It need not indeed. I think you understand how important this is to me. I must prevail.
Makeshift Selûnite graves. They were buried with some haste, it seems.
Corruptus!
Perhaps that's how we would have ended up had our Nautiloid not been attacked.
The Dark Lady. Befouled by the Absolute's mark.
Mutatis mutandis!
The mold and metal aren't much use without heat. The lava.
Another broken trap. Who made these things?
I sacrificed my memories for Shah, to preserve my mission. But one thing I do remember about myself is that I can't swim. I think it's time I remedied that. And washed off Shah's bile at the same time.
It's planting spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead.
Was anything I was taught about Selûne true?
Ah, but there's no bailiff here, is there? Just leagues of wilderness and the dangers lurking within.
Better pick my next target wisely.
Dragon's dead. Again.
I'd be careful with Gale. I can throw in a few more choice insults if you insist, but I'd rather you just left. I said, keep out of it. In fact, forget it entirely. Something's waiting for us up ahead. True soul. Absolute. What did they mean?
Focus. Strike true.
A letter from Orin? Not the sort of quill pal I'd wish for.
Worth a rummage?
Careful. If we can hear it, perhaps it can hear us.
No time for a lie down.
Lady Shah willed it to fall, though even I won't revel in all those deaths as much as you. The unfaithful were vanquished, but I have little interest in slavering over their corpses.
Empty. Given our group's nature, I don't see much harm. We're each monsters in the making, after all.
Risas abundat! Listen here!
Ah! Did you feel that? You've got the same thing. In your head.
Resisto venenum!
I get to return home. Shah is the only one who's ever offered me a place in this world. If I succeed, I'll be closer to her than ever.
Ut ventus!
Brine. That's what they used for those parasites. Pain. Hope. The promise of better days. All of these are heavy cloaks that bend our backs and burden our hearts.
What can I say? I fulfilled my destiny, become everything Lady Shah wished of me. And in no small part thanks to you.
I worship Shah, the mistress of the night.
Unnoticed. Good. I think your witty remarks were too much for him. He's a blubbering wreck.
It would have been heresy to even consider reading this once. No more.
I'd say the swamp is a breath of fresh air compared to the hag, but not really.
You're no burden. You're my strength. I think I know where my willful side comes from now. I'm glad you two have each other. Hells, I'd be almost tempted to come along if you'd have me. Perhaps if your adventures ever lead you out of Avernus permanently.
Now that's how you celebrate. Only if you leave me feeling lightheaded.
Cupio virtus licet!
What was that watchword? Lux splendor.
I've had to do far worse things with my hands. Trust me. This is no burden at all. I don't think I've ever slept more soundly than I have with my menagerie of beasts for company.
Shaddy? Really?
What kind of contraption is this?
There's a library in this place somewhere. That's where I need to look.
Obedi me. The air's foul. What is this place? A magical staff? Will this be of use, Gale?
Necrotic energy. Best avoided.
Plans. Looks like someone was intending to forge weapons.
I hope that wasn't a healer you just knocked out.
Tuus nihil!
Ketheric Thorm is no more. Yet Lady Shah's power persists. She shall be pleased, no doubt. That was close. No doubt there'll be others.
Voco potentia! Faccio voco fere!
You're more than capable of forging your own path. I'm certain of it.
My favourite. A kind touch. Thank you.
I won't leave you behind.
Voco nubis!
They pursued the Nautiloid. Perhaps they were trying to free you.
Better make myself known.
Over here!
He went into the shadows alone? Then he's as good as dead, or worse.
Most, perhaps. But I can hardly be paying compliments to my lady's competition now, can I?
I hope we chose the right ally. Lady Shah wouldn't bless me like this for no reason. There must be something she wants of me.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
We need to deal with that. But first we have to get off this thing. Let's join up.
Dead. Hopefully most of its friends are in the same condition.
Dollar! Did you do that on purpose?
More like soon-to-be tadpole residences. Every infected prisoner will just make things harder on us.
Not all Sharans don robes and dark armor. Some people live perfectly normal lives on the surface, blending in utterly, so that they can serve the Dark Lady in utter secrecy.
Good to know.
Ex textura!
There's no time to waste. Onward in Shah's name.
The curse bites deep here. I need to get to safety.
The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove. It's a nice horn, but useless now.
Inficchio!
I suppose we didn't. Another life, perhaps. But I'll leave such notions for the bards to pick over. Not appropriate for someone of my standing to indulge in sentiment. Or at least, not often.
Better take a closer look.
That mirror reflects nothing. It only consumes and offers darkness.
Give it time. It may grow on you.
But you're sweet to notice. We find a healer, fast. We can't have much time left before Ceramorphosis takes hold.
I've got my own private wine cellar now. I'll keep a special vintage aside for your visit.
And by that, I mean never bring up the subject again.
Quite literally, I mean. With my memory suppressed, I can't betray Shah's secrets. But I can't remember much of myself either.
My head's been in a fog for days. This morning, it cleared away.
Charming. She mustn't have nursed him enough as a child. Or too much.
You're alive. I woke up by the wreckage, surrounded by corpses. I was starting to think I was the only survivor.
Better take a look.
Need to stay hidden. Illithid writing. Meaningless to me.
It's real. I felt her presence. I heard her voice. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
I'll see what I can learn.
Gladly.
Go on, Gale. See what Mistra has to say for herself. She was never deserving of your worship anyway. Imagine considering this sacred.
What the hells? This place is ready to collapse.
Half rust. Whoever owned those weapons has been gone for some time.
A Selûnite book. Perhaps I should actually heed her words for a change. A Selûnite shrine. It would have made my blood boil once just to look upon this.
A list of names with some crossed through. Father Logan is on here. But I think right of choosing should fall to you. What'll it be?
What is the creature doing to those corpses?
Mors tua vita mea!
Better offer help.
Quite a view. If not exactly a peaceful one. The magic's gone. Should be safe to open the door now.
I serve the Lady of Loss. We strip those tieflings of hope itself.
Incommodum!
I'll bear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price.
I think I remember breaking thumbs. Yes, the Mother Superior showed me.
A mind flayer? No intention of letting that happen. Leave it. Remember why we're here.
Manos potentes paro!
You're as discreet as you are pale. Admirable. If you want something from a person, you need to know when and where to squeeze.
There's at least one person who doesn't want me happy. Shah. I felt the wound last night while you were meditating. Like some sadistic child de-winging a fly.
The button does nothing. Why is it barely above the floor? Strange.
You're sweet, but don't worry. After all we've been through, this will be a breeze. Just don't leave me alone for too long.